Well, hello everyone. Good afternoon or good evening or wherever you are in the world. It's good evening here in the UK anyway. Welcome back to R1. We are here live and bringing you all the action from the RENNSPORT Championship. That is R1, of course. My name is George Morgan. Once again, another frontier beckons as we now move into round 2 territory, heading to the Autodromo Nazionale di Monza, the Italian circuit that has graced, of course, modern motorsport now. It's been in the realms of motorsport now for over 102 years. Celebrated its centenary year only 2 years or so ago. Like I said, George Morgan here, alongside me once more, the great Lewis McGlade. Lewis, how are you, sir?
Oh, the greatness again. You're trying to butter me up, George. That's fine. No, honestly, great to be back. We had a great week of racing last week where Charlie Collins was able to take that fantastic victory at Spa. Moving here to Monza, though, very different style of circuit, probably a very different style of racing as well.
Very different style of circuit, obviously very little elevation in comparison to where we were at Spa last time out, but nonetheless can't wait for this one. In the meantime, we can take a look at the calendar, of course, see where we've been and see what we've got to come. Today we land at round 2 for the seeding knockout round here at Monza. Of course, the next one after this will be Hockenheimring. We've closed the book on Spa back on March 28th. We're here on April 4th. Next time around will be April 11th to close out the knockout phase with then a trip to Fuji. We've got 2 nights at Fuji for round 4 on April 18th and April 25th, and a trip to Jeddah for round 5 for nights 1 on May 2nd and May 9th for night 2. And then we have Daytona Road Circuit on round 6 territory with round 1, or should I say night 1 coming up on May 16th, May 23rd for night 2. Night 1 for round 7 is Monza again, May 30th with May 31st for night 2 as well. And then we will be announcing very, very soon as to what round 8 will be on June 6th. So lots to look out for and certainly lots to look forward to as well and enjoy. Tonight though, we head to the Autodromo Nazionale di Monza. Around the Italian circuit we will go, but first and foremost a track guide with Kaiki Oliveira.
Hi, this is Kaiki Oliveira from the Esports competition, and I'm here to bring you a lap around Monza, which is the next track for round 2 of the RENNSPORT R1 Spring Season Championship. So yeah, let's get on with it. Here we start the lap before the last corner Parabolica because we start our qualification lap here. So very important to set up good speed to start lap. We go wide here to carry a lot of speed on the start-finish line. Main straight, very important part of the track where most of the overtakes happen. And yeah, we are coming to the first chicane. Heavy braking zone, braking the 150 meter board. Heavy braking, downshift the first, attack the first curb, attack the second curb, easy on power to set up nice traction towards the exit. Here we stay on the right on Curva Grande to not lose so much time as we prepare for the second chicane. Heavy braking zone as well, brake before the 100 meter board, downshift the second. A lot of the curb on the entry, a lot of the curb on the exit as well. Be aware of the white lines and the gravel, so you don't get a penalty. Desmo 1, don't shift the third, stay tight on entry, early on power, use all the track on the exit. Desmo 2, brake, third gear, short shift the fourth, maximize the exit, use all the track that you can. And then we have this nice straight to breathe and prepare for Ascari, very technical part of the track. Brake before the 100 meter board, downshift the third. There's a lot of the curb on the entry, upshift the fourth. Use a lot of the curb on the middle and the exit, and all the track on the exit as well, to carry nice speed towards this back straight. And stay on the left as we prepare for Parabolica. Brake after the 100 meter board, downshift the third, stay tight on entry, early on power. Try to stay as tight as possible on the right and go up through the gears to finish the lap. So this is a lap of Monza. Hope you enjoyed it, and hope you tune in on Friday and cheer for us, BS Plus competition at BMW. And yeah, see you soon. Ciao, ciao.
Oh, I think Florian Haspar would be pleased with that little bit of touting that Kaiki Oliveira has pulled off. But a great lap. Big thank you to Kaiki as well for showing us around the Temple of Speed. And great to be back here as well. Another man who might be glad to be back here as well, Lewis, is Marcel Chinchik after a bit of a tough round back at Spa. And of course, Vitality have such great form at this circuit.
Yeah, of course, this was the circuit where Marcel Chinchik obviously went on to go and win the crown back in 2023, of course, in the spring season. But, I mean, we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, did not start out the season so well with the obviously disconnection through qualifying, and then obviously couldn't take part in the race. Had a couple of people have that or an issue similar to that as well, but hopefully that's all been resolved. We will see Marcel Chinchik out in the very first race this evening. We will also see Kaiki Oliveira. So at least we've seen it was a very comprehensive track guide. Maybe he's giving away some secrets or giving some red herrings to some of his competitors.
Who knows? Maybe a few. We could see a few yet tonight. We'll take you through the teams that are gracing us with their presence this season. Atlassian Williams, Sim Racing, back again. Have got a long heritage in this championship ever since its inception a couple of years ago. We've got Guild Esports as well. A welcome return to them, as well as Virtus Pro, who made those major signings of Dara McCormack and Kevin Ellis Jr. Mau's return as well, also featured much like Williams have done since the very start, with ERA Esports team and Team Vitality also have been here since the walls went up. MSI Gaming is part of the Mercedes customer racing outfit, and Team Falcons with Porsche Coanda as well joining us once again, who've had such a storied history in this championship and very successful as well. We just saw Kaiki Oliveira. He represents BS Plus competition BMW, and then we have TC Esports, also part of the Mercedes fold, of course owned by the great Thibaut Courtois, Real Madrid goalkeeper. Team Redline also marking their return as well. This is how the championship looks. No stopping Porsche Coanda back at Spa-Francorchamps. Of course, Charlie Collins went on to win everything all at once. Took 3 wins on the spin in quarter-final, semi-final and final. They now sit on 225 points, ahead of Virtus Pro by over 100. To be very precise, 200 and, well, there are 119 points between them as it stands. We've got BMW M Team Redline Racing Bulls down in third as well, with Atlassian Williams Sim Racing, Mau's Team Falcons, BS Plus competition Team Vitality, Mercedes AMG Esports Team MSI, and Mercedes AMG Esports Team TC Racing. ERA Esports and Guild Esports looking to lift themselves off the bottom. And of course, you saw the prospective groups on the right as well. But we are now in full swing here for qualifying. Lewis McGlade, take us through it. Torlashi is up first.
Yeah, indeed. Do you know how I've got these fun facts and stuff? I have a fun fact. It's the stupidest fun fact that I've had. I've got about 2 drivers.
We can do stupid, Lewis. We can do stupid.
Okay, that's fine. Obviously, you know, we've had a lot of drivers take part in ESL R1, or R1, of course, over in total. 93 drivers in total. Agustin Torlashi is the first ever driver that we've had whose name starts with the letter A. Henry Moore, also the first who starts with the letter H. There you go. Fun fact of the day.
I don't think that's stupid at all. I think that is absolutely phenomenal. I mean, out of all the letters of the alphabet, for A not to appear at all on the grid, that is sensational.
There you go.
Fact of the week from Lewis McGlade.
Fun fact, yeah. I saw that whilst I was talking to Henry Moore a little bit through the week. Yeah, bit of an odd one. Either way, Agustin Torlashi going through the first couple of sectors. Look at the sector times: 35.3 in the first sector, 35.7. Not 100% sure as to whether the cars are quicker or slower versus previous seasons. Obviously, they do get bopped and slow down, sped up as well as things change. So a benchmark lap time to open out this session, already been beaten by about half a tenth of a second, I think, by Kaiki Oliveira in the first sector. Across the line, though, the first lap time of this session is a 1:46.673.
1:46.673. Not as fast, though, as Marcel Chinchik in his free practice session, who unfortunately, we got Solomon. Yeah, you're absolutely spot on. A slowdown coming out of the Ascari chicane. Now, track limits have been widely discussed by all the drivers, haven't they, Lewis? And obviously it's been a bit of a bone of contention. Obviously this is an issue that many may face more likely in qualifying. That is, of course, where it's going to make the most, should we say, probably the most damage, I think, to a driver, really is during the qualifying phase. But Solomon being hit with this very aggressively indeed. And unfortunately for the ERA racing driver, he's going to be making his way up towards the line and not flourishing in a top result. Will actually set a lap 1:53.482, well below where Torlashi currently sits.
Here's Kaiki Oliveira, who's gone purple in the first sector, which has held despite Marcel Cinčić already having come through it. So he's definitely faster in the first sector than Marcel Cinčić, but you can see there with the second sector updating, Marcel Cinčić's gone faster in the second sector. Kaiki Oliveira across the line to move to the top of the list, a 46.391. No track limit issues for him or for Cinčić here.
No, not at all. And obviously, as I was alluding to just prior, before we saw the Solomon slowdown, Cinčić was actually fastest in free practice with a 146.167. So I'm obviously hoping that he can, well, he'll be hoping he can do something similar, because that would pretty much crush what Kaiki Oliveira has brought to the table. He registered a 146.391. Cinčić purple in that middle sector with a 35.4. Let's see what he can do in that final sector. Not quite enough to hit the ones, but it's enough to usurp Oliveira with a 146.208.
Yeah, indeed. Enzo Benito will be the next driver to come across the line. Did have an all right run last round. Finished 5th in the quarterfinals and then finished 9th in the semi-finals. So didn't make it through into the finals for Team Redline, but they'll be feeling a little bit more confident coming into the circuit. It works a little bit better for the BMWs. However, this time does look like it's going to go slower than the BS competition car of Kaiki Oliveira. And that is exactly where he goes. Third position, 46.555. Next up, here comes Dane Warren.
Yeah, here he comes, and he's purple in the first sector, 35.2, met with a 35.7. Of course, had a really good, strong start to Spa-Francorchamps with a victory in the first quarter-final. Could not quite reciprocate, much like his teammate Charlie Collins did in the next couple of rounds, or in the next couple of sessions anyway. He finished 6th in the semi-final and finished at the very back in the final, but scored some important points to help Coanda out, and looking strong in that first sector, and he's reasonable in the remainder. 146.482 and goes third fastest.
I think one of the big points for some of the teams the previous round, Mals were not super on it. Their new recruit, and Dennis Schoeniger, was doing a really, really good job. The rest, not so great. Some of it was all right. I think the big talking point was Max Benneker getting knocked out in the quarterfinals. Hopefully he'll be avoiding that this week. Let's see what Moritz Lerner can do. Of course, one of his teammates in that Mals team out towards the line. First sector a little bit off the money, but the second sector's right on it across the line. That is a good lap time for Moritz Lerner to go up in the second position.
You know, it's a better return indeed for Moritz Lerner. Like you so rightly say, Lewis, he had a really tough round last time out. Moritz Lerner actually didn't even make it out of the first round, finishing 11th back at Spa. Next up, we have Vasilios Beleziotis, now making his way up towards the line, coming around Kerber Alboreto in the Mercedes-AMG GT3, of course representing the Williams sim racing team, as he now makes his way up towards the line. A little head shake we saw as he made his way out to the apex. It's enough to go fourth fastest, though, just ahead of Dane Warren. That's not a bad lap, Lewis.
No, it's not at all. But when you consider some of the drivers that are yet to come, especially that of Thomas Tatler, who was absolutely fantastic, picked up 2 podiums at the previous round of the season, of course, the opener at Spa. So there's a little bit of heavy-hitting drivers still to come. Same with Mikhail Stetsenko out through the final corner at the Parabolica, looking about 3 tenths down, probably lose another 10th of the final sector. It's going to be about where Benito is as he crosses the line. In fact, he sets a really good final sector and goes to 4th.
Yeah, great lap there from Statsenko and Virtus Pro, who are certainly amassing quite the roster of talent here, of course, with Darren McCormack and Kevin Ellis Jr. that we mentioned before. Here comes Thomas Tatler. We spoke about him just briefly. Lewis, you made a crucial point as well. It's also important to note he was the only Team Falcons driver to score a podium, went back-to-back with P2s back at Spa. Wasn't able to cultivate anything in the final, but he's purple in the first sector with a 35.2 and a 35.5 in the middle. Let's see what the final sector delivers. It's purple in the final sector, but by mere 200ths, he is now forced to lay behind Marcel Cinčić.
I mean, look, he's thrown down the gauntlet there, saying, look, the Porsche's pretty quick round here as well, lads. Couldn't quite get ahead of the 2023 spring season champion, but Marcel Cinčić at the moment at the head of the field. 2 more drivers left to come through. Bunnerhaus won't be beating him as he works his way up towards the line. The Guild driver looking for a fairly mid-pack time around Vasilios Beleziotis, maybe Dane Warren, that kind of time. Oh, it's actually dropped a little bit in that final sector, just behind Warren.
Yeah, just ahead of Enzo Benito, behind Dane Warren. Jamie Fluke coming up next as well to round off the remainder here in this quarterfinal 1 qualifying phase. Remember, of course, the top 6 in the subsequential races, of course, move through to the next round. Of course, we've got 12 drivers that make up each session, and the top 6 will move through to the next one, of course. They'll all be looking to move into the semis. Here comes Jamie Fluke. Green in both sectors, no purple in sight, but enough to go 6th fastest, and if he stays there, he will go through to the semis. But it's all on Cinčić, Lewis.
Yeah, great lap time from Marcel Chinchik there. Really, really impressive to have pieced that one together. But I think the big talking point there is how close Thomas Tattler was. Just 200 separating the top two. Big gap back, though, to the rest of the group. It's about a tenth and a half clear of Moritz Lerner.
Yeah, no, truly remarkable. I think this is the round that Chinchik needed, wasn't it, to return back from Spa? Because the last thing you want is to go back-to-back with horror shows over the course of a championship. This is a huge opportunity for Vitality to come back at a location that has really worked for them in the past and essentially turn their campaign around.
I mean, look, realistically, Marcel Chinchik, like you say, needed a good result. But not only him, the team as well needed a good result. There was quite a large struggle for them realistically back at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. Obviously, Marcel Chinchik not working his way through. Yuri Toman not even getting through to the final, even though he's got such a good record of it. Erhan Yovsky was, such an impressive driver in there for them. But even he was struggling a little bit. They need a solid round here at Monza. And like I say, the tempo of speed's been a pretty happy hunting ground for them, not only for Marcel Chinchik, but for them as a team.
Yeah, and similar arc as well for Maus, do you think? And Moritz Lerner marking a successful return. I've got to say, it wasn't a bad session for Maus.
Yeah, and this is kind of actually a really interesting point. If you are a team that's struggled maybe a little bit at Spa, you want that first driver to go out in the first quarterfinal and actually lay down a good time and get a good result. That's the most important thing for Marcel Chinchik and for Moritz Lerner, and obviously I'm sure for quite a few other teams and drivers out there. The focus here really needs to be, regardless of what happens, must get through to the semi-finals. You've got to be scoring some decent points in this afternoon, especially considering, how far clear Porsche Commander are. If you are going for top sport, or even if you're just going for Group A, you can't let those top three teams run away from the rest of the pack so far. Got to capitalise here and now, because if not, you're leaving all of the work to the Hockenheim ring, which, I don't know about you, George, that sounds like it's going to be a little bit difficult.
Well, we've seen horror shows at Hockenheim Ring a few times, especially coming out of the Parabolica and down into the heavy braking zone where we've seen many a spicy crash. But the cars now getting set, ready in practice. Obviously, we've got race trim coming up very shortly. We'll look forward to the session and see who gets the upper hand. But off the back of that one, obviously, Chinchik and Tattler bound together. Moritz Lerner on the second row. All eyes on the prize as well for Kaiki Oliveira. Statsenko also a threat, but opportunities as well elsewhere across the grid. Not necessarily a great place for Dane Warren and Porsche Commander to be in this opening session. This is a real contrast from Spa.
Considering again, when you see Dane Warren at that time, we know how fast Dane Warren is. It's so easy to go, oh, maybe the Porsche's actually struggling this round,
especially over one lap.
Yeah, but then Thomas Tattler comes in and slaps in that lap time and says, no, not the Porsche, mate, it's just you. That's brutal, for starters.
Yeah. Talk about sending a message.
But look, I'm sure they'll bounce back. They just need a solid race. The rolling start here, this is a bit of maybe a fact that no one really cares about, but still I'm going to bring it up. The rolling start here, I believe, is 10 kilometers an hour faster than Spa. I believe we're up to 90 kilometers an hour is the rolling start speed. That will just make a little bit of difference, because it should, realistically, it shouldn't get quite as bunched up going on. It's still going to get bunched up, but 10 kilometers does actually make a surprising difference when it comes to speed down in the first corner, just on that acceleration. Again, if you're in that mid-pack, you've got to avoid being spun around. This is as easy as that.
Yeah, very easy to get sandwiched, especially around the Rettofilio chicane. Same can be said for the Rogier as well, but there is a little bit of off-track in either chicane that you can utilise. Obviously, you can't really use it for corner cutting. Already we know the stewards are being brutally strict in terms of how track limits are being observed here, Lewis. And one mistake, especially at this portion of circuit, where obviously there's been a lot of discussion around the white lines, etc., coming out of Lesmo 1, Lesmo 2, that could very easily turn. I mean, that was exceptionally wide as well from Dane Warren. He really raced it on the edge. That is going to be a cause for concern, I think, for many drivers, I think, tonight, and may even perhaps swerve their focus a little bit.
Yeah, we will be discussing track limits a little bit. Sorry about that, but we will be discussing it throughout. Let's take a look, though, at the starting grid for the first race this evening. Gabriel Solomon will be starting from 12th position, with Agustin Toulashi starting from 11th. Enzo Benito, a poor qualifying for the red line man, down in 10th, with Bunnerhaus alongside him, someone he used to be teammates with. Dane Warren down in just 8th position, needing that top 6 to progress alongside Jamie Fluke. Vasilios Beletsiotis in 6th position, with Mikhail Statsenko starting inside the top 5. Kaiki Oliveira there in 4th position. Moritz Lerner will be starting from third with the front row of Thomas Tattler and Marcel Chinchik, needing a good result here for the Vitality team. Some of those positions might have switched around. I think Jamie Fluke might have moved back one. That could be down to track limits. Again, if they've exceeded by using too much on the entry at the first Lesmo, or the entry of the second Lesmo, or the exit of the first Lesmo, or the entrance of the Parabolica, they can be penalised accordingly. Rolling start coming round then very quickly. I'm going to throw you under the bus here, George. Who's winning?
Well, usually I'm the one who throws these questions around.
Yeah, I know. Here you go. Bam.
I'm going to go with Chinchik. He's the man with form around this circuit, and I truly believe that that form will continue here. But we'll see how they play out, Lewis.
Couldn't agree more, and that's why I'm going for a different driver. I'm going to go. I'll go Thomas Tattler. We'll go one side of the front row to the other. First race of the evening, then here at Monza, the second round of R1 in 2025, and of course the halfway point of the seeding stage. Let's see how things get along with Marcel Chinchik starting from pole position. Obviously, everyone getting that reaction to Chinchik's start to the race and the straight line speed. The bump drafting already beaten us down to the first chicane. 3 wide in the background has put a house right in the middle of Dane Warren, and I think even Jamie Fluke. Big look to the inside coming in from Thomas Tattler and his Falcons car. Is he going to get all the way around the outside of the first chicane? Brilliant move from Thomas Tattler. Marcel Chinchik dropping in behind. There's still 3 wide off as it's Jamie Fluke trying to fend off Dane Warren. Dropping in behind, you've got Mikhail Stutsenko who's right in behind Jamie Fluke in that Aston Martin. Can't quite work his way past. How's this going to unfold once we get down to the Roger? The top 4 are all single file and they need to be, and it's Jamie Fluke up to 5th. Superb stuff. Stutsenko getting a bit wrong-footed here though, George.
It certainly is, and also a great profitable start there for Dane Warren, now up into the top 6. Remember, they qualified just outside of it in P8. He's gained 2 places since the very start of the race. They now come out of the first Lesmo and down into the second. Great start for Thomas Tattler. Advantage Lewis McGlade at the start of this race, with Chinchik now sat in second, with Kaiki Oliveira down in third as well, 6/10 away, with Moritz Lerner in fourth, 9/10 off the top, with also Jamie Fluke in the mix of all this too, as they now, well, cruise down the Serralio straight into the Ascari chicane. They are nose to tail currently in a velodrome cycling event here. Nigh on nose to tail. Minute gaps in between them, which can come to a very close call, especially around the very tight chicanes. We're on board here with the rear wing view of Thomas Tattler's car as now Chinchik gets a little closer. Smart. Bumps into the back there and will remain in behind, obviously, with the run coming down the long straight. Will they swap though, Lewis?
Yeah, maybe. If not, he might hold position right now and think, look, we'll see what happens. We'll let this all unfold. Marcel Chinchik has been quite a patient driver, is known for it in his R1. He can get his elbows out and does so, but for the most part, I think he'll be playing the long game here. He's a worthy champion back in the spring season of 23, and that's exactly, he's playing the long game right now, as is Kaiki Oliveira behind. Interesting note, this is something that we will probably have a lot of the drivers watching on, that will be taking part in the next few races. The inside line for the front 2 rows both gained a position. Thomas Tattler got past Marcel Chinchik. Of course, he was on the inside of the front row going down to turn 1. Kaiki Oliveira also got past Moritz Lerner. There were a couple of other switches as well up and down the pack in a similar fortune, but it's just an interesting note that those even-numbered positions did pretty much all gain.
Well, Dane Warren went against the grain in many ways. Even numbers profited, you mentioned, I suppose, or was it the other way around? Even numbers, yeah. Yeah, so he's definitely one of those examples. I mean, gaining 2 places from P8 up into P6 is exactly what Porsche Commando were looking for. Because like we said before, Dane Warren, a victor back in the opening race back at Spa. Obviously to take things to, take the first steps for Porsche Commando to get multiple victories in that first event alone, taking 6 wins if you include the final as well. We got side by side further back as we witnessed, I think it was Enzo Benito, Bono House coming together. Bono House is actually incidentally surpassed Enzo Benito and left him down in 10th place, with Belliziotis in 8th now as they cruise down through towards Alboreto once more. They've got to be careful they don't get too disconnected from the rest of the pack further up.
I think they were already too disconnected. I think unless they work together so brilliantly and maybe a couple of mistakes from behind, I think those bottom 4 drivers, so Bonahouse, Enzo Benito, Gabriel Solomon, and of course Agustin Tolashi, I think they're all too far off. The gaps around a second, and as we know, from watching this, the slipstream, it really takes effect within sort of 7/10 of a second. If you're outside of that, you don't really get too much. Then when you're battling and switching positions, I know what they're trying to do. They're trying to switch rather than to battle, to try and use the slipstream and the extra speed that you get from it to try and gain here. But I think it's done, George. I think it's done.
You could be absolutely right. Mikhail Stansenko, I think, also with quite a hefty gap to close. Appreciate he's only 2.5 seconds away from the leader, but obviously if you're too far adrift and you're not able to make those crucial overtakes, I would say actually the more critical one is Benito to Beliziotis. So yeah, top 8 might still be in with a chance. There will be 2 drivers looking to try and break into that top 6, but Dane Warren is going to be very tricky to break down, and if anything, he looks the aggressor here on Jamie Fluke at the moment. Well, the gap is starting to filter outwards, and Statsenko might be on the wrong end of this as they now come through towards Lesmo too. It's Tatler still on top, controlling the pace for Team Falcons, much like he was back in our first round at Spa, taking consecutive second places, continuing that great form, leading the team, and what a difference maker he has been to Team Falcons as well, Lewis.
Yeah, I mean, look, Thomas Tatler's such a fantastic driver. We've seen that so many times from him. I mean, when you've taken part in R1 for as long as he has, he's done basically pretty much since the start. He's done 76 races in R1, plenty of which 17 in total have been on the podium. Amazingly, just 2 of those are victories, which is quite impressive, but it just shows that he's a very consistent peddler and a consistent contributor to the points for the Falcons team. He's showing that here. Once again, Kaiki Oliveira actually extremely similar stats.
Yeah, and that doesn't surprise me because we all saw him as the leader of the Furia team back when he was part of that Brazilian outfit a couple of seasons or so ago. And then, of course, moved across to BS Plus competition. And he's just fitted in like a glove to that unit and been part of that Florian Haspar's team now for a reasonable amount of time. And again, I would say he's cultivated himself not just as one of their newer drivers, but also now almost a locker room leader himself, and carries a huge weight of experience, and once again displaying the absolute best of his ability here at Monza as well, here on lap 4 of 9, as he now sprints down through towards the Rogier chicane. He's 3rd place at the moment in the classification, as you can see, just ahead of Moritz Lerner, another BMW car, of course representing the Maus team, who I must say has improved immensely already in this second round. Obviously the first round did not go very well for Maus. If we look at Moritz Lerner's finishing position in the first race at Spa, he was 11th off the back of that. So this is the perfect way to come back for Team Maus. And obviously the likes of Yuri Kasdorp, Dennis Schrödinger, as well as Maximilian Benneker, they're going to look at this with, I'm sure, a lot of positivity because they're starting on the right foot.
I mean, look, I think we could maybe give Maus a hard time, right? We're saying, obviously, they didn't do this and blah, 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 blah. They still had 2 cars in the final. I think it's more, the thing was that it was the 2 cars that I don't want to be harsh, it was the 2 cars that we would have...
2 of the big players.
Well, yeah, we would have expected Benneker and Lerner to be up there if the other 2 were. Now, I will say, Dennis Schrödinger on debut for the Maus team was very impressive. 5th, 1st, and 3rd. I don't know what I mean. It was a 3rd, 5th, and a 6th. That's better. I can read the right line. Still got a podium. Then, had 2 top 6s for the team, including a top 6 in that final race. Really, really good. Yuri Kasdorp, 5th, 6th, and 11th. Also worked through in the final. Also scored some decent points. The reason why we're saying it's not a good round for Maus is because we expect the other 2 to be right up there with them, and at the moment we're seeing a little bit of dropping back here once again from Moritz Lerner as he drops back behind Jamie Fluke. Bit of a gap appearing between 3rd and 4th position, and you've got Dane Warren here working his way into the mix, but now dropping in behind. Nearly a second now separates the top 3 from Jamie Fluke. What's going to happen here? I'm sure Warren's going to go for a move. When I talk about patience of like Marcel Chinchik and stuff, yeah, Dane Warren's not a patient driver as he works his way through into 5th. Moritz Lerner is now on the cusp with a big moment there through the Rogier. He could be passed here by Statsenko.
Yeah, I think he could be. Remember, he started 3rd on the grid as well, and he's already sunk another 3 places. He's down to 6th on the cusp of getting eliminated here, and I think he knows it. The last thing he would have wanted to see was Dane Warren coming out of the Rettofilo chicane, but I'll tell you what, he doesn't have to worry about him being behind him because now he's in front, and Dane Warren is only going one way, and that's forwards. He is now on the tail of Jamie Fluke as well, and is opening the door, coming into the Ascari chicane out of the Seraglio straight, and has got the move, one and done, even prior to the apex. Dane Warren up to 4th. Remember, he started 8th. I did see as well Vasilios Beliziotis made a crucial error coming out of the Rettofilo chicane as well, which did hamper him slightly, but here comes Statsenko.
Yeah, Virtus Pro trying to work their way through. Stetsenko looked to the inside, was unable to commit, working down to the final corner. We've obviously passed halfway through the race. We've got just 4 laps left to go in the opening quarter-final, and things did not go well for Maus a week ago, and it's looking like it might very much go the same way as they all try and break the slipstream. Dane Warren pulls the train over to the left-hand side of the circuit, what would typically be the racing line, as Jamie Fluke goes for a move, as does Mikael Stetsenko and Moritz Lerner, side by side, 2 rows deep, working down to the first chicane. Big move to the inside from Stetsenko in the battle for 6th position. The final transfer spot, obviously a bit elbows out there for Moritz Lerner. This side by side is going to take them all the way to the Rogier.
This is such an important moment in the race. We're on lap 6 of 9 and we're coming into the crucial final moments in this first quarter-final here in round 2 at the Temple of Speed. But back comes Stetsenko. He is not giving up coming out of Curva Grande, and now a run through the Rogier awaits as now he goes toe-to-toe here with Moritz Lerner. Stetsenko around the outside, commits to the line, and a bump in behind there as well from Lerner. And on the return, Belenciotis out of nowhere is on his outside coming through towards the first Lesmo. Moritz with the better run, coming in towards the first of the Lesmos, now comes through Lesmo 2. He defends against the Williams for now, but is he set to lose more places, Lewis?
I mean, it's let Enzo Benito and Bonnehaus back into the fight for the final transfer position, as well as they focus on the Alassian Williams car of Vasilius Belenciotis, working their way down into Ascari at the moment. It is Mikael Stetsenko in the lead of that train, at the head of the position. The final transfer spot at the moment into the semi-finals is his. The other 2 drivers that were a part of that group, Dane Warren and Jamie Fluke, have both checked away into the distance. It's really now about these drivers. There's 5 of them, 4, 5 of them, I can count them right, that are all battling for this final transfer spot. As to which one it's going to be, I don't know. You'd have to say though, Moritz Lerner, after dropping back to the pack, he's certainly not a favourite to go into that 6th position.
I know he's lost a fleet of places. Hard to fathom that obviously they've gone from 3rd now to 7th in the split, well, in the pure manner of a few laps, 4 laps to be perhaps precise, as he now makes his way down through towards the first corner. We're on lap 7 now, 9 laps in total, remember, so 3 to go, including this one, as now they fly out of turn 2 and then coming in towards Curva Grande. He's still on the tail of Stetsenko. He hasn't lost tread on the back of the Aston Martin, can't afford to either, because if he does sink backwards, then he's in trouble, as they now look to fly around this next right-hander with a trip coming up through towards the Rogier chicane. Now would be a good time to open the door here, Lerner. Send a message in return against Stetsenko, but not this time. He will renege. We'll have a chance though coming through out of the Lesmo section. Serralio does offer opportunity. We've seen Dane Warren exploit that coming into Ascari, and Moritz Lerner needs to do something ASAP, because we're right on the cusp of the end of this race now.
Yeah, I mean, look, we were talking about, we kind of brought up a couple of times at Spa how the BMW might have had higher tyre wear. And it did seem as though it was more rear related, or at least overheating rather. Let's give it its proper term, really. And whilst that could be a problem here, obviously a lot of traction zones around here, there could be a lot of overheating on that rear tyre, I do get that. But when you have the other BMW, so Enzo Benito and the BMW M Team Redline Racing Bulls, now right on the rear end of Moritz Lerner, when you've got Kaiki Oliveira battling for victory here in quarterfinal 1, I don't want to be that guy, but you can't really blame the car, at least as far as I'm aware at the moment. I think there might have been an approach to this race, maybe getting a little bit too aggressive early on, and it's, obviously those problems, they snowball.
Yeah, I would agree with you, because at the end of the day, if it was a BMW problem, then you'd expect Oliveira to suffer the same fate. Obviously being stuck in 3rd at the moment. Lerner, though, being traipsed upon now by Enzo Benito. So BMW meets BMW this time, and now Benito looks to open the door. He might get 2 for the price of 1 here, because Stetsenko isn't too far ahead, but Benito opts to stay behind. Has obviously chosen the mathematical approach and leave it till later, coming out of the second half of the chicane, and now making his way in towards Curva Grande once more. You can just see there up the road Jamie Fluke on the tail of Dane Warren, as they now curtail through this next right-hander coming through out of turn 3 down through towards turn 4 now as they enter the Rogier chicane. Another look up the inside once more from Enzo Benito here on Moritz Lerner again. I think Lerner was also having a look on Stetsenko as well, as they now exit coming out of turn 5. Lesmo 1 coming up next before they then take Lesmo 2 and then the run down the Seraglio Straits once more. We're on the penultimate lap of the race. The next time around will be the final one here in quarter-final one. At the moment, no stopping Thomas Tatler, but Cinczyk still very much there and will no doubt be in full pursuit of maximum points, because that's what Team Vitality need in order to join Porsche Coanda at top-end supremacy here in this session and indeed in this championship. And Tatler whipping the rear tail out on that Porsche as they fly through Ascari. He holds the lead for now, but I'm just waiting. I'm sure Cinczyk is waiting to pull the plug on the final lap.
Yeah, a driver who currently sits 7th on the all-time winners list. Marcel Cinczyk, he needs another one. He needs to go up to his 16th victory in R1 competition. Thomas Tatler has just 2 to his name. Kaiki Oliveira has just 2 to his name. And the Aston Martin, it does have a victory in R1, courtesy of the only non-Porsche victory at Spa, of course, in the hands of Darren McCormack. Here comes the move for the race lead. Marcel Cinczyk will get to the outside in the start-finish straight as we work our way down to the opening chicane on the final lap. I'm sure Kaiki Oliveira will have something to say about this, as Thomas Tatler will have to try and send one down the inside. Clobbers the curb on the inside, clobbers the side of Marcel Cinczyk. The Hungarian's able to hang on from Kaiki Oliveira. A bit of a flash of the lights, basically saying, don't worry, I ain't overtaking you because I fancy a victory later on. Let's get ourselves through all of this and not let anyone else join in. But a bit of argy-bargy between the top two.
Yeah, Tatler refusing to give way and wanted to hold the lead. Remember, 25 points on the line for a win here, and Tatler wants them all, wants to finally tick off his first win of the season. Has had 2 P2s already, 2 out of his 3 visits to an R1 competition here so far this season has led to a podium. Statsenko has got a queue of cars in behind though. Moritz Lerner refusing to give up as we take a look in picture-in-picture as we fly out of the final Lesmo section here in quarter-final 1 and now venture down the Seraglio Straight. Statsenko with a train of cars. Benito part of this fight as well as they go nose to tail still on the run down towards Ascari. Moritz Lerner looking for a major result, an integral result here for the Maus team. He's going to surely go for it. And late in the day, Statsenko went to defend and fell Lerner back in 7th place. He was unable to close it, was unable to make the move, but there is a run down through Alboreto to make it happen, Lewis.
Yeah, there's going to be a big duel here for the final transfer spot. It certainly isn't done yet, and to be fair, Renzo Benito's even going to have a part of this. Bit of elbows coming out from Miguel Statsenko as Thomas Tatler in the bottom right. Oh, and Moritz Lerner's been off the road, and Moritz Lerner will not be working his way through. Statsenko might not either, as we'll see across the line. Thomas Tatler to take his 3rd victory in R1. Marcel Cinczyk, though, backs up a poor Spa with a brilliant 2nd place, and Kaiki Oliveira onto the podium. Those transferring at the moment, Dane Warren, brilliant drive from him. Jamie Fluke for the MSI, and who knows from that pack behind, because at the moment it's Statsenko. But could there be a penalty? We'll need to take a few more looks at that great drive, though, from Thomas Tatler. And a worthy, very worthy 3rd podium of the season, 1st victory of the season, 3rd victory overall.
Yeah, I think the first victory, I think, is the most integral point of view. I think on that one, Lewis, I think he needed it. I have to say, 2 2nd places in succession back at Spa. Now, finally, he's got a win under his belt for the first time this season. We say finally, we're still in the very early stages of the championship, but of course we are at the halfway point of the knockout phase. So for Team Falcons, every result matters. Every point counts, because bear in mind, he is flying the flag for that Falcons team and has brought home a bountiful amount of points for them. That is their first win at Falcons this season, but also what a message sent by Marcel Cinczyk as well, Lewis. Great return after the difficulties back at Spa. I can only imagine, though, there's going to be a different feeling at the other end of the camp at Maus, who could yet lose Morrison, depending on how penalty decisions go. I think regardless, so he's going to be in trouble here.
I think regardless, he's out. Like, no penalty. If there's a penalty that's going to come out, it'll drop Statsenko behind Enzo Benito and probably Moritz Lerner, but it's not going to promote Moritz Lerner into the point. So we'll have to wait and see. Race control will probably take a couple of looks at that. That's fine. We'll say, here's a fun fact. Right, so Thomas Tatler has had a victory now in all 3 years they've been running this competition, because he did have a victory in 2023, did have a victory in 2024, and obviously now has a victory in 2025.
But obviously has come back now and brought his very best. I think we're actually in an interview with him now. Thomas, is he there? Are we talking? Thomas,
I'm here.
Thomas, can you hear us? Yes, you can. Thomas Tatler, what a result. Monza is certainly your friend here today. Your first win of the season. You must be delighted.
Yeah, really happy. I struggled quite a bit in practice and just having the consistency. So yeah, happy with being able to do something in qualifying and then a pretty simple race.
You had such a superb performance though back at Spa, second place, then maybe a slightly disappointing ninth in the final though. The Porsche though in general looks really strong at Spa. How much confidence do you have in this car moving through into obviously the semi-finals? Do you think it's going to be an easy run of the finals? Do you think maybe you got a chance of winning the whole thing today?
I think the car is fast enough to win. I don't know if some cars are not, but it's also not easy. Like, it's not the easiest balance in Sector 2. But yeah, I'll try my best and see what happens. I mean, obviously, there's gonna be some quick drivers also in the Porsche in the semis and finals. So it's not gonna be easy, but I'll do what I can.
Well, Thomas, we'll let you get on and obviously prepare for a busy, I'm sure, semi-final. But congratulations, and we'll catch you later.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's Thomas Sattler, everyone, of course, who has managed to take a first win of this campaign. Lewis, you want to take us through the highlights?
Yeah, indeed, and I'm sure there's plenty of it. Obviously, the initial race start. Look at those two drivers on the right-hand side in the front couple of rows, and even look in the mid-pack, though, for a bit of a Dane Warren move. Big move to the inside. The inside line was really integral to some of these drivers working up the order at the opening portion of the race. That's where Thomas Sattler was able to work his way past Marcel Cintic, and where Keke Oliveira was able to work his way past the mouse driver of Moritz Lerner. Also having Jamie Fluke making some moves on Moritz Lerner. We'll come back to those highlights in a moment. It's fun. It's a work in progress. But I think the big talking point there, moves being done early. If I'm starting on the right-hand side now throughout the rest of the evening, I'm very confident, which is great. But I think one thing we haven't really spoken too much outside of the race about Dane Warren's drive. I mean, sure, I know most of the moves were done early, but it was a great drive to get into fourth.
Yeah, I mean, to move from 8th, I think, to immediately get into 6th, obviously the start was phenomenal. I mean, to jump straight off the line and gain the places, you're absolutely right as well. But I have to keep an eye on that for the next few races, I think, over where the drivers start on the grid. You know, if the even numbers obviously do ascend higher than the odd numbers, obviously they do get beneficial lines. But yeah, it was a phenomenal effort. I mean, you could just see from the results here, getting into 4th. What a result, Lewis.
Yeah, it really is impressive there for the Porsche Commander man. Obviously, behind Keke Oliveira, Marcel Cintic and Thomas Sattler taking a third victory in R1 and a first of 2025. Jamie Fluke, great drive as well for MSI, all the way up into 5th position. And at the moment, provisionally Mikhail Statsenko inside that top 6 and transfer. Of course, these results being provisional, we will update you as soon as we can. We will still focus on QF2, don't worry. Enzo Benito then outside of the cut line, Vasilis Beletsiotis, Bonnerhaus, Moritz Lerner, Augustin Tolashi, and Gabriel Solomon. I mean, my heart goes out to Moritz Lerner, one of the nicest guys on the grid. We both get along really well with Moritz, as does pretty much everyone in the R1 paddock. To have qualified so well, to have felt so confident, and then to have dropped back bit by bit by bit, and then to lose it all, final corner. At least he gave it. Yeah, he gave it everything, right?
He did. I mean, I think he's going to be bitterly disappointed, I think, off the back of that, because he was right on the cusp. We thought Maus were on the cusp of something brilliant. Obviously, returning off the back of a really difficult Spa, weekend last time out, and now to come back and all of a sudden see what was a brilliant qualifying to then slip through your fingers during the course of a race is just heartbreaking, especially when you consider their pace had them 3rd on the grid, Lewis.
Yeah, look, I think it's showing that Mouse do have a bit more speed today. It is a bit of a shame that they've already lost one of their heavy hitters, but you just got to focus your way forward. You can't worry too much about that. I did say, you've got to start out strong, and alas, unfortunately, it's not quite worked out for them on the opening race. But still, their eyes will be moving on to the next race, where they do have one of the drivers who worked his way into the finals last round, because representing Mouse in quarterfinal 2 will be Dennis Schoniger. So fingers crossed we got into a good result. That said, I'm looking at the list. I know we say this all the time with all of our races. Strong entry list, pretty terrifying. Obviously, out there we've got Jordan Caruso, who was arguably the most impressive debutant last round. We've got Darren McCormack, we've got Daniel Pajtor, we've got Luke Bennett out in action, Han Yajovski, who was super strong for the Vitality team. Yeah, it's going to be a tough one.
especially with Jordan Caruso, that did not finish outside of the top 5. In our last run at Spa, obviously one victory to his name in the semi-final, so he's got semi-final form already, a win under his belt. So the pressure is, I don't want to say it's completely off, but it's off to a certain degree because he knows how to win in R1 now. So we'll have to see how he gets on with that. But you're so right though, Dennis Schrödinger, obviously representing Maus in this next session. I can tell you, Lewis, that he is fastest in free practice and has gone faster than Marcel Chinchik's practice run. So there's something in the locker here for Dennis Schrödinger. And I must say, this is a very different Dennis Schrödinger to the one we saw when R1 first arrived back when we were in Poland in Katowice a couple of years ago.
Yeah, exactly. He's kind of one of the drivers that was in it right at the start. And then wasn't a part of R1 for a while, then made a triumphant, well, I'll say a triumphant return. It was an all right return last season. Did make it into the final in the first event last year. But, had a bit of an up and down run, looked pretty impressive. But the way he looked in the round, of course, last time out, honestly, a completely different driver. Looks very impressive, looked confident, and I want to see more of this. I know how good Dennis Schrödinger is, but then we know how good the entire grid is. So
we do. That is absolutely true. One driver we have not seen yet so far this season is this man, Kamil Pawlowski, who did not feature back at Spa, but marking his first start of the season here for Team Falcons, now here in round 2 at Monza, currently registering a 35.3 in the first sector. Bear in mind, he is the first runner, so we could yet see these times trickle downwards as time rumbles on, but making his way down the Seraglio Straight, we'll soon find out as to what Sector 2 can bring. We just witnessed, of course, Team Falcons taking victory with Thomas Tatler in our previous race. And didn't he just do it in style as well, and seemed definitely very happy with his performance, and without any shadow of doubt could be on the cusp of taking his first final and round victory here should he continue that run of form, much like Charlie Collins did in the last session. 35.5 in that middle sector, still purple at the moment, pretty strong. First sector though, he has lost the purple first sector, but he's only 51 thousandths off that time in that first sector, so we'll see where he lands as he crosses the line, and we'll see where the others follow on in behind, as now he makes his way out of Alboreto. Needs a big run up through towards the start-finish line to register his first flying lap here in R1 competition this season now, and as he does so, that's a 35.5 and a 1:46.429.
Yeah, which, I mean, it's fair, that last sector wasn't so great, but the other sectors were really actually quite good for him. In fact, his middle sector was faster than his teammate Thomas Tatler went in the previous session. Next up, though, Luke Bennett going fastest in the first sector in this session so far, losing quite a bit of time, though, in the second sector. It was going to be around where Kamil Pawlowski's lap time is at the moment. Maybe slightly faster. We'll have to wait and see across the line. Is slightly faster, 46.377. I'm not so sure that'll be pole position.
No, Jack Keithley back next. A little bit slower than Luke Bennett's time in that first sector. Middle sector, 35.6 was the one that Bennett put together. 35.5 for Keithley, slightly faster than Bennett in that middle sector. Not touching, though, Pawlowski's middle sector time. That was, so rightly, as you so rightly said, faster than his own teammate Thomas Tatler, as we now watch the TC Esports driver make his way up towards the line this time. Of course, the car represented Thibaut Courtois' outfit, going first fastest actually, 1:46.358. That's competitive and quite a statement to surpass Luke Bennett.
Yeah, that's actually a really good lap time for Jack Keith. You can see how happy he was across the line. Everyone trying to aim for PBs, obviously. So hard to do in this session. When you're in the qualifying, you get just that one lap. I know a lot of drivers, a lot of people watching were saying it's really weird how they only get a one lap. We've said this before time and time again. I love that they only get one lap. Super pole sessions are so good. You've got to get the most out of your car. You've got to balance risk. It's so difficult, and it really it puts the best generally towards the top. An all right lap there from Gregor Schill to go to 4th position, but obviously the back of the pack so far. Here comes McCormack.
Yeah, the big signing for Virtus Pro heading into the new campaign. Had so much success coming through the online phase with Williams in last time out when we took to the circuit in R1 competition. Dara McCormack back, though, after a successful time at Spa. Now here at Monza, goes to the top with a 1:46.123. That is a phenomenal lap to surpass Jack Keithley and should solidify his place at the top. Those are the kinds of times we've seen in free practice.
didn't seem particularly pleased, miffed, or anything with it. It just seemed like, yeah, cool, that was a lap. That was nearly a tenth faster than Marcel Chinchik went in the previous session. That's a very impressive lap time from McCormack. Someone that's not impressing on the timesheets, Erhan Yovsky. Decent first sector, fair enough. Middle sector, he's definitely had a slowdown. 3 seconds off the pace across the line. It'll be last place for him.
Yeah, it's a stark contrast to Marcel Chinchik in our previous session. That 149, not ideal at all. 35.3 in the first sector for Daniel Pajtor is not bad at all. 35.6 though in the middle sector, would have probably hoped for a 35.5. But Pajtor proven to be successful for the Williams team, along with the likes of Dominic Blyer, who he now leads the team with. He'll be looking for a big final sector now to see whether he can get anywhere close to former teammate Dara McCormack's time, as he now comes across the line, and only enough just to jump ahead of Macedonian Erhan Yovsky. That's not ideal at all.
No, not great. Really back of the pack. That will potentially end up being Johan Hart, though, into the final corner. Someone who did show some good speed back at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. Also showed some. We expect that from Johan. That's fine. He is a feisty Frenchman indeed. Out through the final corner for MSI after seeing Jamie Flute progress his way through into the top 6, out towards the line. Can Johan Hart get himself amongst that? No, he cannot. 46.5. That's just behind Gregor Schill.
Yeah, disappointing run there for Johan Harth and Robbie Stapleford. Now looking to return after a very disappointing run at Spa, where he finished 12th in the first quarter-final. Or one of the quarterfinals anyway. Now making his way around the final corner at Alboreto corner. 35.3 in that first sector is around the ballpark. 35.6, not horrendous one bit. Needs a mighty final sector now to try and turn it in his favour. Goes fit fast. It's just ahead of Gregor Schill. That's better from Stapler.
Here comes Henry Moore then. Did actually had some really good speed in practice and in his personal practice going into Spa, but unfortunately didn't quite capitalise on it, and then obviously had a bit of a disconnection as well for the race. Looking a little bit slow here at the moment in qualifying. Has just celebrated though his 17th birthday, so happy birthday to Henry Moore. That'll make us all feel old. Fantastic. As he'll come up towards the line. Henry Moore probably going to be about 0.6, 0.7. Indeed, that's where he goes. 8th position behind Daniel Pajtor.
I was 17 once back in 2010. Well, that's
scary, isn't it?
That's extraordinary. Jordan Caruso now making his way down through towards Alboreto. 35.4 in the... Certainly not taking to this as easily as it was at Spa. He actually finished second slowest in the practice session, so it wasn't an ideal practice run for Caruso. Let's see if he can turn things around this time in qualifying as he makes his way up towards the line. He will hop into 7th place. The Porsche Coanda team not necessarily running too well in qualifying. He'll be hoping for better in the race.
No, but look at the chasm between Dara McCormack and Jack Keithley. 0.2 of a second, probably one of the largest pole margins that we've seen in R1 history. That's a monstrous gap for anyone to throw their hat into the ring for, and no one's been able to do it. I mean, everyone's setting good lap times, but McCormack's is so clear of everyone. Let's see if Dennis Schillinger could do so. Only 6th position for him. I believe it was 7th, but I'm not sure because Johan Harth's lap time did not throw him into the mix. But McCormack, that was seriously impressive.
That was a statement from Dara McCormack, who will start on pole position ahead of action that we've got coming up later on now, very shortly I should say, but a brilliant start to time at Monza from the Irishman, and looking to continue their rampant form that Virtus Pro have to offer. Of course, Scott Kevin Ellis Jr. coming up later on, representing Virtus Pro too, but that is just the start that McCormack was looking for, and that was some golf, wasn't it, Lewis? Taking pole by nigh on near enough 0.2, over 0.2 of a second. Extraordinary.
Yeah, now sadly, I don't have the stats on pole positions, weird enough, but I can tell you that is one of the largest that we've ever seen here in R1. I'm wondering when Josh Rogers did that lap time back in the Nürburgring when we did the Esports World Cup the first time in 2023. Obviously, it was Gamers 8 back then. I wonder if that lap time had a similar margin from pole to second place. That was very impressive from Josh Rogers, one of the best laps I've ever seen. McCormack there, It was an impressive lap time. It does seem as though, maybe he's the driver to take on the mighty Porsches this season, who do have 7 victories from 8 races, of course, now with Thomas Tattler being the Team Falcons victory, but obviously it's still on a Porsche. Maybe he can take a second victory of the season. We'll have to wait and see.
And is that lap a keeper to Conor Fraser for Jack Keithley for Thibaut Courtois' team?
Yeah, no, we're not making keeper jokes. It's fine. You can. Great lap time from Jack Keithley. I've known Jack for well over 10 years in the world of sim racing. He's a fantastic driver, and really showing it there with that lap time. You can see also, I think one of the most energetic drivers that we have out there on the grid. Got a lot of emotion running through him. He always says he wears his heart on his sleeve, and he shows that a lot. Crossing that line, you saw, compare Jack Keithley's lap time 2/10 slower to Darren McCormack. McCormack crossed the line and was like, yeah, cool, all right, cool. And Jack was like, yes, get in there. Was really happy, was really pumped, was ready to go for the race. Really interesting to see that difference.
Yeah, we look at Jack Keithley though, and we sort of put him against, the likes of, Dennis Schrödinger as well. They were both in Williams during the same period of time when R1, of course, first came about. So it probably does mean a lot more to those two as drivers, doesn't it? Because obviously we know Darren McCormack, he's got this reputation that he's built in the R1 championship. He's been fighting for championships and, tooth and nail with various contenders. You'd almost expect Dara to perform, whereas Jack Keithley, he is perhaps still searching to prove himself, Lewis, and being at a new team, especially one such as TC Esports, not necessarily known, as a, should we say, a team that has been established for a long period of time. They've just taken the jump into motorsport. They've coupled that with a run in sim racing. These results really do count, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, look, qualifying's great, and having a good lap time onto the board is great, and having a good position at starting is great. But you've got to capitalise in the race. Jack Keithley's a feisty racer. He's a touring car racer, to be honest, so I'm sure he'll be getting his elbows out, as will quite a lot of the grid. Getting a good result here, it can restart your season. Jack Keithley is so experienced in the world of sim racing. This is kind of one of the ones. This is where R1 I think is really, really interesting. Where RENNSPORT is obviously brand new, basically, and R1 is still a new competition, and we have drivers coming across from other simulators into R1, and they're almost treated like rookies despite having 10 years of sim racing behind them. But then when you get people like Darren McCormack, who's taken part in over 100 races versus Jack Keithley, yeah, it's a big difference. I mean, you saw the QR code there. You can go and check out all of the results from Darren McCormack, of which he has 103 races in R1. You can go through and see all of his 18 victories and results, how he got it, who he beat on the way to it, all using that RENNSPORT app. So go back, scan that QR code and spot all of it. If not, you could build an annoying spreadsheet where all the drivers will come to you and ask for the stats. That's what McCormack did to me earlier on in the week. He was like, how many podiums have I got? I've got the stats for it. Don't worry about it, mate.
He's got all the numbers, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go through the starting grid from back to front ahead of quarter-final 2. Back row, Johan Harth lined up alongside Erhan Jovski to get things underway. A very Jekyll and Hyde performance so far for Team Vitality here at one of the circuits they've been so successful at. Henry Moore in 10th, Daniel Pagtor 9th, Jordan Caruso in 8th alongside Gregor Schill. Again, a slack qualifying for Porsche Coanda. Robbie Stapleford in 5th, Dennis Schrödinger in 6th, with Luke Bennett in 3rd, Kamil Pawlowski in his first start this season on the second row. But on the front row, Jack Keithley, what a performance, but it's Dara McCormack for Virtus Pro once again on top, looking to move through to the semi-final once more, as he did back at Spa, in hopes of progressing to the final as well later on. So that is our grid. The cars now all lined up. Prediction time for you, Lewis McGlade. Who's it going to be?
Are you serious? You're
I'm doing it in return. Really? You're getting it back, mate.
But come on, it's you know who I'm going for. I went for him like 3 times at Spa. Yeah, I'm going with your pole sitter, Darren McCormack. Could be Luke Bennett, but then again, we know that inside line does tend to progress the position, and trust me, Jack Keithley will get a little bit aggressive here at T1. I still think McCormack's going to come on top. He's got the pace.
Well, time to break out the wild card. I'm going to go for Kamil Pawlowski. Get your comments in the live chat, everybody. I like what I see from the Team Falcons man. Let's see if he can do something special here at the Temple of Speed. We have got the pace car now into the pit lane. It is now all on Dara McCormack and Jack Keithley as they roll up towards the line. And eventually, when the lights go green, they'll slam their foot to the floor, accelerator, press firmly down as they put pedal to the metal. And it's go, 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 go. And it's Dara McCormack with a great start. Not so good, though, for Luke. Well, Luke Bennett got a better start than Jack Keithley on the run down through towards turn 1. There you can see Jack Keithley on the inside and going late on the brakes. And you can see Dennis Schrödinger forced to go onto the off track track and weave his way past the bollards and rejoin the circuit. Now, will this cost him any degree of time? He is currently sat in 4th place. It has cost him a little bit. He's down into 5th and sinking. Jordan Caruso has fought his way tooth and nail up into the top 4. That is absolutely stunning from the man who had a difficult qualifying session down in P8, almost a carbon copy of his teammate Dane Warren, as now Schrödinger gets his elbows out and breezes past Gregor Schill. He'll now take 5th place.
Yeah, that was very elbows out there. I mean, it kind of had to be a bit of a mistake there down into the opening chicane. Kamil Pawlowski's received the George Morgan commentator curse. It doesn't exist, it's fine. But on this occasion, maybe it does. Our 94th driver in R1 history. We're closely approaching 100. Kamil Pawlowski getting pushed down by Henry Moore, who's worked his way up inside 7th place. Could potentially be eyeing up a transfer spot, but Pawlowski was looking to the outside as they worked their way down to Ascari. Back into single file, though. Can't be affording to lose too much time here.
Yeah, it looks like patience has taken a back step as far as Kamil Pawlowski is concerned. He's going to look to try and force his way back up through the field, but first and foremost, he needs to get past the Guild Esports car of Henry Moore, who's sat in 7th. Guild also looking for a major turnaround in their fortunes. Currently arrive into this Monza round with the least number of points against their name. And obviously, it'll be Henry Moore that'll be one of the drivers looking to turn that around. As we look further back, Erhan Yujovski trying to fight his way back up through the field. Of course, a very, very tough qualifying session for the Vitality driver. As now we're on board with Jordan Caruso. What a start he had, Lewis. From P8 up into P4 as now Luke Bennett has a look down the inside of Jack Keithley.
Yeah, Jack Keithley tried going defensive a bit late there, and now Luke Bennett sent one through. Bit of contact as well in the background as Henry Moore makes contact with Gregor Schill, and it's all starting to kick off here. Daniel Pashtor has been off in the Atlassian Williams in the background as Henry Moore was trying to get past Gregor Schill and into the transfer spot. I don't know how that worked out. Obviously, we didn't have a high up angle there. We were quite low, so I'm sure race control, they will be taking a look at it. You know how it all goes. We're not race control. We're just two idiots in the comedy booth with given a microphone in, ready to shout about it. But there was a bit of elbows out racing. Henry Moore's got really good pace here, though. He's showing it. I mean, that qualifying, it does not do his pace justice.
No, not at all. They need it to as well, Lewis. Of course, they had a very, very tough round back at Spa last time out where none of their drivers made it through to the semis. And so they'll be looking for at least one of them to get through this time, because that will be obviously an improved performance. They arrived into this round with 6 points, basically, against their name, which is a really, really tough visit if you are the Guild Esports driver. But you never know. There could be brighter days to come as they now fly down through towards Ascari once more. Kamil Pawlowski still on the tail of Henry Moore as they come out now in towards the next long straight. Then comes Alboreto Corner, but Dara McCormack still remains on top and is cruising clear. Now, we saw this not too long ago, Lewis. Do you remember the gap he built back at Spa? He did something very similar. Drew his competitors outwards, really strung them along. He eventually broke over a second to nearly 2.8 and kept growing it. He was an absolute animal back at the Ardennes Forest, and now back here at the Temple of Speed, he is showing that pace again.
Yeah, it would move him clear at 4th on the all-time winners list if he's able to do so. At the moment, he's locked in 4th position with Luke Bennett, who's obviously in 2nd position to race, and Kevin Siggy, your Esports World Cup champion. So, yeah, it's pretty high honours up there, but it does seem as though it could be a 19th victory for Darren McCormack, who is absolutely flying this afternoon. 0.8 of a second the margin between Henry Moore and Gregor Schill. Schill just about pulling out of slipstream range, potentially, from the Guild driver as Kamil Pawlowski is searching backwards to Erhan Yujovski in that Vitality. Could he be able to work his way through here? The answer to that question is no, not quite yet. Whilst we have a little bit of breathing room, I just want to confirm something. If you did join us for quarterfinal 1 and you were wondering about the official results, they have been confirmed. The 6 drivers from that race are unchanged from those results. It'll be Tatler, Chinchik, Oliveira, Warren, Fluke and Statsenko, the 6 drivers moving their way through into the semi-final 1, which will see them go against the top 6 from this race.
Obviously, the contentious moment in that one, Lewis, was the battle between Statsenko and Moritz Lerner, and Lerner not going through, which obviously is going to, I'm sure, hurt him. Obviously, it didn't look like he was going to go through anyway, even despite perhaps Stewart's intervention, but still, it's not an ideal result for the Mouse team. who are looking to come in and try and change their fortunes a little bit. At the moment, though, Dennis Schoeninger giving him a good chance of at least achieving something and moving through into the semi-finals with at least one car today, and currently 2 seconds off the top where Dara McCormack currently sits as we now watch them come through Curva Alboreto once more. There is Kamil Polowski. He's still got the Macedonian of Erhan Yojovski now making his way up the inside. Just a little look there in the Aston Martin, and the Porsche might be on the brink here of losing out, and not just from the Aston Martin being honed by Team Vitality this season. Look how close to touching they truly are, as now Erhan Yojovski looks to the inside on the run down towards the Retta video, as does Johan Hart, who goes late on the brakes. My goodness me, that was a very major moment that could have ended in tears. Somehow he dodged past Henry Moore's guild car. It looked like he was bound to hit something, but Johan Hart has got to give those places back.
Moritz Lerner, eat your heart out. My goodness, that was giving me flashes right the way back to Germany in the opening year when we saw Moritz Lerner do something very similar, right into the side of the middle of the pack, allowing Marcel Chinchik to check away and win the spring season championship. I mean, look, that was pretty crazy. Like you say, the MSI driver already dropping back, but I mean, just a costly mistake. It's easily done though down there. We've seen it in real motorsport. We've seen it in sim racing time and time again. That's why we see some whoppers down there at the opening chicane.
Very fortunate he didn't hit anyone in front, actually. I bet Henry Moore is thanking his lucky stars as now we take a look at a replay. Now, this is where it all unfolded. This was the initial battle that we, of course, witnessed. Johan Hart, of course, would come later on. A bit of tagging there. This is what led to the off-track, actually, with Gregor Schill. Took the off-track over the bumps in the road, as you can just see there, over the sleeping policeman and back out onto the circuit. Would unfortunately, I'm sure, have to give up some of that time. But he currently sits a couple of seconds ahead. But I think that's more to do with the battling that has happened further back, as we now once again watch them come together with Polowski and Erhan Yojovski fighting over P8, as now Yojovski has that inside line on the run down through towards turn 1. Just ahead of them still is Henry Moore, and certainly Polowski is looking to take the fight, or certainly put Yojovski to the sword in return, as Yojovski looks to try and rip that P8 away from him on the run down through towards turn 1. Who's going to have the upper hand? It looks like there's more of that Porsche ahead of that Aston Martin, which will favour him coming out of turn 2, but the switchback might be on hand here for Erhan Yojovski. Not this time. He'll remain on the tail through Curva Grande. This battle is not over yet.
No, certainly not, but they are battling over minor places because they'll be saying their goodbyes to Monza after this race at this point, because there is no opening ahead of them. They're dropping off the back of Henry Moore, who again is comfortably off the back of Jordan Caruso, who's actually been passed himself by Gregor Schill. Maybe the Porsche Commander driver is going to struggle and going to allow them potentially the opportunity to work their way up the order. Of course, if you do get a slowdown penalty in the race, it's 3 seconds of slowdown versus 5 seconds of slowdown, which you'd normally get in qualifying. And yeah, there's a fair few places to get it. Let's see what happened with Johan Hart though, and how he ended up spearing nearly into the pack.
Yeah, got caught in behind. Erhan Yojovski's Aston Martin decided to open the door and just went right up the inside. He was so lucky not to catch anybody. Henry Moore could have been a major victim there in that exchange, but unfortunately for Johan Hart, or either fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how you look at it, he is now towards the rear of Daniel Parashtor. As now we once again see Erhan Yojovski have a look up the inside on the run down through towards Curva Alboreto. Once again, wheel to wheel between Polowski and Yojovski. They'll stay side by side now. Porsche meets Aston Martin again, and this time Yojovski has got his car ahead of the Porsche this time as they venture down the straight in through towards turn 1 again. In the distance, Henry Moore is quite a ways in front, and by extension Jordan Caruso is over a second ahead of Henry Moore, so it's going to be very tough for Moore to get involved in this. Daniel Parashtor, who's looking for a major revival here and able to have a look at the inside as we now see those two go wheel to wheel once more. Yojovski though with enough car in front of Kamil Polowski to retain that P8, but Parashtor now is their main threat.
Again, these points are really, really important, you know, for these drivers to be scoring points for teams. Yes, they might be going out, but going out with the highest amount of points could be very important when it comes to the seeding, when it comes to who you're battling, when it comes to what's possible once we get to week 4 of this online championship. Again, we will go over that a bit more in detail. We'll probably go over it a little bit more next round. Obviously, that'll be the final round of the seeding stage before we get into the groups. We'll cover that off, we'll go into detail on it, but really what you need to focus on now as an audience, for one, who you're supporting, and for two, Who's scoring points for the team you're supporting? Where are they? How much is being scored? Is anyone closing down on Porsche Coanda? Because my goodness, are they clear of the field?
Yeah, I mean, they came in here with a plus 200 points advantage. Extraordinary stuff from Porsche Coanda in that opening round to be where they are, and they certainly won't be caught at this in this vein. At the moment, they've got 2 out of 2 going through at the moment, because Caruso sits on that all-important P6 position and currently sat 5 seconds off the leader, Dara McCormack, as it stands. We're running on board with Daniel Pastore on the run down through towards Alboreto, still firmly in the back of Kamil Pawlowski, who is still on the tail as well of Erhan Yovski. Once again, we could see a 3-wide exchange on the run down the long straight. One thing I will say about Yovski, he has brought that gap in between himself and Henry Moore down a little bit, but then he's got to find something on Jordan Caruso. Is it too little too late here, Lewis?
Potentially, but I mean, well, realistically, yes. Obviously, they're not going to be able to get through into the top 6. But again, you've just got to focus on the battle that you have. You've got to focus on scoring as many points. Bit deep on the brakes there, and Kamil Pawlowski goes straight on, as we saw from Dennis Schoeniger earlier on in the race, straight over the escape road. One thing that we've kind of ignored a little bit here, though, as Pawlowski drops in behind Daniel Pastore and might even lose out to Johan Hart. Let's look at the top of that leaderboard. What was the gap? It was, what, 1.1 seconds? Luke Bennett has been closing the gap in to Darren McCormack.
Look at how far away he is from Dennis Schoeniger, as well as we see in the background Johan Hart at the inside of Kamil Pawlowski coming into the Rogier, and Hart has indeed moved up into P10. So a great effort. And there's Pawlowski. I did wonder where he was actually on the escape, but unfortunately he's been caught napping coming out of the Rogier. It's certainly gone from bad to worse. I promise I'll never tip you again, Pawlowski. I do apologise.
Yeah, you've ended his whole career. That's it. He's been fired from Falcons. It's your fault. That's fine. That's fine. Don't worry about it now. Kamil Pawlowski, cracking driver. Obviously, great to see him here on debut. But unfortunately, it has been the debut of nightmares for him. We'll be scoring nil points from this one. 12th place doesn't get any points until you get into the final. And so, yeah, down there, he's not going to score anything unless there's some major dramas. So let's focus our way up ahead. Gregor Schill having to fend off Jordan Caruso. Any big battling between these two, and they might bring in Henry Moore. Let's see what happens to Pawlowski here. He just misses his braking zone. Whoa! Nearly into the back. I thought he would have just gone straight on like we saw from Schoeniger, but no, he actually rejoins the circuit there.
Yeah, no, actually managed to rejoin in clean fashion to a degree. Obviously, nothing's clean about the initial moment, but Jordan Caruso looking to yet find more places and gain a little extra. Obviously, like we said, points mean prizes in the R1 Championship, and they're just trying to boost their current standing from P6 and move up into P5 if they can. And all these points are all important. Of course, the difference between 6th and 5th is 2 points. If you do finish in 5th in the quarterfinal or semi-final phase, you will take 10 points to add that to your kitty. And then if you're in 6th, it's 8 points, as we watch them come out of the Rogier chicane now and then head in towards the first of 2 Lesmos. We are now on lap 8 of 9. Penultimate lap of the race. You can just see there the concern on Gregor Schill's face. Big race for him, in fact, because, of course, for BS Plus competition and Gregor Schill, he'll be looking to go 1 place higher than where he last moved out of quarterfinal phase. Remember, he finished 6th last time, as we see the moment again between Pawlowski and Johan Hart, and that's what led to the spin, hence why he was a little bit delayed coming out of the Rogier chicane. Almost a rubbing of salt in the wound there, Lewis.
Yeah, I think at that point, you know, frustration's brewing anyway, and a little bit of contact with Johan Hart, and around he went. It is what it is. It's kind of one of those ones, just brush it off, move on, focus on the next round, and keep your fingers crossed. Like you say there for Gregor Schill, keeping your eyes focused on that. It is a really good drive thus far from the BS competition driver, and considering where BS competition were obviously in the previous race, Kike Oliveira right up there getting a podium. Look, they're moving 2 drivers through at the moment. Things are looking positive for BS competition.
They are, and they've got a couple of other drivers to look forward to as well. Nikodem Wisniewski and Ferris Stanley, who obviously have reasonable form in the past as well. But it's going to be a huge ask here for Schill to keep Caruso in behind here on the final lap. We are on lap 9 of 9, and we know how good Caruso is. Or does Caruso just renege and hold on to P6, Lewis? Hedge your bets.
I'd have a go down into the Parabolica, but it would be sort of like a half-hearted, I'm going to see if I can actually try something, but not more than that, you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of that half-hearted look, but you're not like fully committed either way. You're not going too aggressively. You're seeing what's what. That's all I'd go for if I'm in Jordan Caruso's boots. Look, he is a Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup champion, is Jordan Caruso. He's a winner here in R1, right? He knows what he's doing behind the wheel of a race car. He'll already have a plan in his mind. He's actually dropped a little bit back off the rear end of Gregor Schill, so he might not even have a chance to go for something and just accept, hey, we're moving through into the semi-finals, where guess who was victorious last round? Yeah, Jordan Caruso.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't too dissimilar from the performances we saw from Caruso back at Spa. Of course, the last time finishing 5th in the opening quarter-final that he took part in. And then after that took a victory. So if lightning strikes twice, maybe he'll move from 6th to 1st this time around. But Dara McCormack on his own and clear back again to 1.2 seconds. Another dominant display from the young Irishman for Virtus Pro. In new colours, in a new team. It doesn't matter. In the Aston Martin, he'll make his way up towards the line. Thumbs up to the camera as he takes victory in quarter-final 2 here at Monza. Temple of Speed shines bright with an Irish flag waved above, and it's McCormack who takes it. Jordan Caruso finishing in 6th place will secure his move into the semi-finals as well. That is back-to-back semi-final visits as well for him. He'll be absolutely thrilled with that. But it's all about Dara McCormack. A fantastic victory, like we said, for the Irishman, who's been so successful. There's a lot of heritage in this championship. Moved from Williams to Virtus Pro, and he still keeps on winning, Lewis McGlade.
4 consecutive podiums to start out the season as well. Had a victory, then a third, and now back into victory lane. Very impressive from McCormack. And much like what we saw at Spa, like you were pointing out, really dominant, like kind of hammers in the lap times early on, breaks the field, and then kind of moves himself clear and then starts controlling the race. Seriously impressive, especially to do it around here where slipstream's so important. I don't know how he does it.
No, he's just in a different world, isn't he, in comparison to many drivers, but obviously led the Williams team near enough. They've had to plumb for different leaders now with Pajtor and Blyer, obviously, but now has become essentially the team leader at Virtus Pro, really alongside Kevin Ellis Jr. with so much experience. We'll move across now and have a little chat with the one, the only Dara McCormack right now, race winner as of our last race. There he is, Dara. Welcome back to the winner's circle, my friend. Another wonderful display, and I must say, like we said last time out, new colours, same result. That form is continuing. You just seem to be in a dominant spell at the moment.
Yeah, cheers, George. Hello to Lewis as well. Yeah, just a nice race. I saw the carnage behind, and once again, I just took my opportunity. I was like, I need to go, minimize track cuts, minimize incidents, anything. Just full focus and basically just pump out some quali laps, and that's what I did. Yeah, good to see Luke in P2 as well, a friend of mine. So yeah, really enjoyed that race. It was a good one.
We were having a little chat the other day, and you said you had, I think, 49% podiums. I correct you, it's 48.5. It is now 49% on the dot. So there is at least that, a 51st podium, which is superb. One thing that me and George both noted, though, is that you pull away from the rest of the field like very early in the race. You did it back in Spa, and you've done it here as well. Is that part of the game plan, or is that just kind of how things unfold over the opening laps? You're not trying to like burn the tyres out early doors or anything like that?
Well, what I really want to do is just break away as soon as I can, and that's I've been in a fortunate position in both knockouts or quarterfinals so far where I could. There's been issues behind, and I can just focus on ahead. I see that 0.7 gap, and I'm like, all right, it's time to break that slipstream, because it's around 0.75 is where the effect really slows down. So yeah, I was like, I need to just get away as quick as I can.
That's the phrase some people use. Offense is sometimes the best defense. Brilliant stuff from Dara McCormack. We wish you all the very best. We'll see you in the semi-finals.
Cheers, George.
Thank you very much. Dara McCormack, everybody, winner in quarter-final 2. And we'll take a look at some of the highlights, best moments from that race as well. And there were quite a few. Not necessarily best moments for some, though, as we saw a spinner right at the very start. A very tricky beginning there for the ERA Esports team. Robbie Stapleford not getting off to the best of launches. We did, of course, see some side-by-side action as well on the run down through towards turn 1. Erhan Yuyovski going toe-to-toe with Daniel Pajtor coming into the Retafilio chicane. And then there was was a little bit of contact further up where Gregor Schill had to take the off track coming out of turn 1 at the Rettifilio. This spice would continue though right through the course of this race, and we saw a little bit more this time from Johan Harth, who was chasing the tail of the Macedonian in front. And also for the Team Falcons car that was sat just in front of him, and Pavlovsky went up the inside, a very aggressive moment, went late on the brakes, missed his braking point, and luckily enough did not make contact with anybody else, but had to rejoin and give those places back. We then saw Pajtor going toe-to-toe as well with Pavlovsky. Pavlovsky had a very different moment, but fairly similar in a sense that he went off track and had to rejoin, but found himself towards the rear. Then both that went off track at turn 1 met again, this time at the Roger. Johan Harth with a little bit of contact, which was enough to send the Porsche around and spinning at the Roger chicane, and once again salt in the wound for Pavlovsky. This is how our race results panned out. Dara McCormack, your winner, and he won it by 1.2 seconds ahead of Luke Bennett for Team Redline. He'll be moving through to a semi-final as well. Dennis Schrödinger continuing his really good form for Team Maus. They needed that after what happened to Moritz Lerner earlier on tonight. He was in 3rd, then Jack Keithley in 4th. Great result for him after a very promising qualifying session being on the front row. Gregor Schill also moves through for the 2nd time running. Jordan Caruso will move through as well in hopes for bigger results, and Henry Moore is out, as is Erhan Yuyovsky. Drama there for Team Vitality once more with Johan Harth down in 9th, Robbie Stapleford out, as is Daniel Pajtor, and Kamil Pavlovsky at the rear of all the runners. So a tricky outing for Pavlovsky. We look at it, obviously bounce back Team Falcon still though, with Thomas Tatler moving through to the semi-final later on tonight. But that was a helter-skelter 2nd quarter-final there, Lewis.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, do you know what? The rest of the evening is going to be like that. We know it's going to be like that. It's going to keep building and building and building. It's exactly what it did at Spa. And it's where like that tactic of pulling away for McCormack worked really well there. But then obviously the main thing I think at Spa was that qualifying obviously didn't quite get the pole position at either of the other races. That's, in my opinion, I don't think it's a requirement to be victorious. We saw that obviously Tatler won from the front row. I think if you want to be victorious in this, though, you kind of need to start from those front couple of rows, and you need to make that move early. I think genuinely, if you're not 1st or 2nd, maybe 1st, 2nd, or 3rd on that opening run into the out of the Roger, rather, I think that's it. I think you're not being victorious. Either way, they're in practice for quarterfinal 3, and you can see some of the names out there, including the World Esports World Cup champion. That is Kevin Siggy. You've got Charlie Collins out there, the Spa victor. You've got Max Benneker, of course, got knocked out in the quarterfinals at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. You've got Tobias Pfeffer, who made an excellent showing on pace on debut at the previous round. Ferris Stanley had a top 4 finish in the quarterfinals as well. So many good names. We've got one of the drivers with the highest percentage of top 6s, Yuri Toman. Everyone's got a big stat behind him, haven't they?
This is one rostrum of drivers that I think you can lick your lips over. I mean, look at those times up at the top of the shop there, Lewis McGlade. If you're doing a 1:46.1, we've seen that in prior sessions, you know, you're on the right path at this moment. I can tell you, if you're Max Benneker right now, you're probably chuffed. He's currently fastest in that free practice session, and he needs to be as well. This is such an important round for Benneker and an integral round for Maus as well, Lewis.
Yeah, I mean, look, the thing is, though, with those lap times in practice, if you're thinking they're going to be setting those in qualifying, not 100% the case. Of course, in practice, they get multiple laps. They can go at it again and again and again, and there's no pressure on. Whereas in qualifying, all of the pressure is on. You know track position is king in R1, and, of course, you get just one single lap to get it right. You go off track, you get a slow down penalty, you spin it round, whatever, your lap's done, it's toast, it's cooked, and you need to be so clean, so consistent. In this one, looking at that grid, I'm expecting the pole time to be a 0.2, maybe a 0.1. Of course, we have only seen 1.1 this afternoon, and that was in the hands of McCormack.
Yeah, and obviously we know how great McCormack is, but we also know how brilliant Charlie Collins is as well, Lewis. And we saw him pull out all the stops last time at Spa. Has yet to come in this season to each and every single session that we have had so far in R1. He's been out on top every single time in every race that we have witnessed so far. 3 races, 3 victories, and that trend could yet continue at Monza.
Yeah, which oh, here we go. We're challenging the stats. I cannot remember what the longest string of victories. I think it was 4, and I think it was in the No, it's two drivers did it, and they both did it in the Esports World Cup. I have just checked. Here we go. Sebastian Job got 4 victories on the bounce in the Drivers' Championship, and then in the Teams Championship on day 2, Max Benneker also got 4 consecutive victories. Well, 3 on day 2, and then picked up the victory on the opening race of day 3 as well for him. So those two have both got 4 consecutive victories, and as far as I'm aware, that is the longest streak of victory. So Charlie Collins could do it. He could extend. He could break the record.
5. He could do 6.
He could. Do you know what? Do you know what, mate? He could do 7. Who knows?
Goodness me. Hey, let's not be...
Between now and the end of time, he could take every single victory, and we'll never doubt who the best driver in sim racing is. That probably won't happen, but still.
Let's calm down, Lewis McGlade. There's no way at all. But come on now. 35-3 in the first sector for Michael Schmiedel. Promising first sector, middle sector, not too far away either. Around the ballpark, Lewis.
Yeah, a couple of tenths off in that middle sector, unfortunately. But for some of the drivers that have been coming through, would have seen some faster sector times from them. But he's still holding that first sector. It's decent in that first sector. It's going to be a couple of tenths off where we'd expect maybe a 0.4, a 1 minute 46.4 potentially here for Michael Schmiedel. It's a 0.5. Okay, not too bad. Dropped another tenth or so in that final sector. It's not a bad lap time, though.
No, tricky though for Danny Moreno, 35.4 in the first sector, but more alarmingly is that middle sector, 35.7, which is not going to serve him well for the TC Esports driver as he now flies through the final corner at Alboreto. As we said before, has carried such a long history in the world of the F1 Sim Racing World Championship, has now since moved across to sports car machinery for Thibaut Courtois' team, and now making his way up towards the line. Goes purple though in the final sector, so faster than Michael Schmiedel, but only a 146.6, and that will surely get beaten.
Ferris Stanley showed some really good speed back in Spa, worked his way through into the semi-finals. Unfortunately, got knocked out in the semi-finals, but still has been showing some great speed for BS Competition, who've got 2 drivers working their way through into the semi-finals. Can he make it 3 from 3 for the BS Competition team out through the final corner? The second sector is decent, about a tenth off where McCormack was, but it should be faster than Michael Schmiedel. It is indeed. It's a 46.436. It's not going to be pole, but it is decent.
Yeah, it is decent. We've seen plenty of 146.4s, so it's very much in the centre of the dance floor. Przemysław Lamenek has gone purple in the first sector, though. 35.3 in the first sector, met with a 35.5. That is more where we would expect him to, well, certainly expect the best times to be. And obviously, Ferris Stanley, who initially set that 146.4, could yet see his time surpassed by Przemysław Lamenek, who is shouting at his screen, pushing, motivating himself. But he goes fastest anyway, 146.421, and just about clear of Ferris Stanley.
Yeah, that's a decent lap time from... should we still call him Lemon M?
Lemon M. He's not got the blonde hair anymore, though.
No, but it's a cracking name, isn't it? Here comes Yuri Toman, looking a little bit... the word maybe is a little bit harsh here, but disappointing on this lap time. Half a tenth off in the first sector, nearly a full tenth off in the second. As he comes up towards the line, probably a 0.5. Oh, whoa, what a final sector. Well, I'll pump the brakes on the disappointment. Sorry, Yuri, he hurt me.
I think he's looking for an apology, Lewis McGlade.
Yeah, I'll post it to him.
Wojtek Fiala now setting his first lap of this session as well. 35.399, 35.593 in the middle sector. First sector isn't bad, and the middle sector isn't terrible either. So Fiala could yet join Przemysław Lamenek, maybe even challenge over P2 as he now climbs up towards the line. He certainly does, and also joins Toman in a 146.3. So mere hundredths away from surpassing Team Vitality. Next up, in his first appearance this season, Marko Pejic.
Yep, someone who has been a victor in a final, of course, the 6th round ever of R1. That was at the Nürburgring. He was able to take the Mercedes-AMG Petronas Esports team to a 1-2, him ahead of James Baldwin. Can Marko Pejic pull off some fantastic lap time here? It's going to be around where Ferris Stanley is, certainly is, drops directly behind him with a 0.462.
Yeah, solid 0.4 from Marko Pejic. Tobias Peffer, who was actually, I must say, a shining light in the quarterfinals phase for Williams at Spa. It all went slightly awry, though, in the semis, but still a major result. Finished 3rd and took a podium. That's 1 podium in 2 starts for Tobias Peffer, as now he makes his way up through towards the line. Currently set with a 35.3 in that first sector, 35.5 in the middle sector. Right in the centre of the dance floor goes 3rd. Second fastest past Wojtek Fiala. That's 3 in the 0.3s.
Yeah, great lap there from Tobias Pfeffer. Like I said, the issues that befell him at Spa were kind of none of his fault. He was just involved in a really big fight. Hopefully he'll avoid that one here today. Here comes the champ, Kevin Siggy, out through the final corner. At least of the final few drivers, John Robertson is a great driver, but there's 3 really heavy hitters here. Siggy, Collins and Benneker. Could anyone challenge Yuri Toman's time? Yes, they can. Siggy across the line to go top of the session, but look at this from Collins.
Well, we said, could he go and make it 4? Well, we could yet see him achieve 4. Should he go from lights to flag? Should this time be fastest? He's got to beat Kevin Siggy's time of 1:46.295. Charlie Collins has gone purple in the first sector with an unceremonious 35.270 and a 35.4 in the middle sector. Can he make it a perfect trio? He's lost the middle sector purple time, and Benneker's behind him as well and coming. Can he go fastest, though? It is a 1:46.206. Enough for provisional pole.
Could it be a big final sector incoming, though, from Max Benneker? Dropped about a 1/10 of a second to Charlie Collins in that first sector. Gained a few thousandths back in the middle as he works his way into the final corner. Out through it, though, he's got a 46.206 to beat. And is he going to be able to take on Charlie Collins and stop the streak of victories, as Max Benneker does have 4 victories in a row himself, and he's looking down the barrel of seeing another driver join that record as he goes to second.
Oh, Max Benneker with a very different outlook here in this session in comparison to his first quarterfinal back at Spa. Well, he's totally turned this one around. He's going to join Charlie Collins on the front row at this rate. John Robertson coming back as well. 35.4 in the first sector is certainly not in touching distance, and neither is the 35.6. But let's see where he lands. Could yet find himself around the P9, P8 area, maybe even a little bit behind that, maybe even just ahead of Danny Moreno. And it is only enough for 11th fastest. But what a lap from young Charlie Collins. Start as you mean to go on, and that's exactly what he's trying to do. Pole position once again and looking to make it 4 from 4, Lewis McGlade.
Very, very impressive from Charlie Collins. Like you say, at this point, could be the favourite to make it 4 from 4, but then looking at those drivers around him, Kevin Siggy, looking at Max Benneker, these are drivers that are going to go aggressive, especially the likes of Benneker, who of course needs to start scoring points. Kevin Siggy knows that obviously Porsche Commander have scored so well back in Spa, and Redline need to go after that as well. So I'm pretty sure it's not going to be an easy run to victory here if he's able to do so. There's going to be a few elbows out down into that first corner.
I have no doubt about it, and I'm sure Max Benneker will be one of the drivers looking to try and really turn his fortunes around. Really had it tough in that first event as I dropped my pen onto the floor. Didn't need it anyway. But yeah, Max Benneker starting on the front row. He's going to be going toe-to-toe with Charlie Collins. What a hench grid this is for a quarterfinal. Absolutely unbelievable. Some of the biggest names you would have seen in sim racing. Yuri Toman, whilst it looked like an ugly lap on his part, Lewis, it actually didn't turn out to be as bad as perhaps many would have thought. Yeah,
really good final sector. That was the important bit. That was the saving grace there for Yuri Toman, and he'll know that. But of course, Toman is one of the most consistent drivers in R1. We noticed that even back in the very first season as to how consistent Yuri Toman is in this championship, and he proves it time and time again. I'm sure he's going to be absolutely fine in the race. Then again, I'm sure of a lot of things, and I'm not so sure it's going to be clean into turn 1. That's what I'm not sure about, George.
Well, we've seen a few moments at turn 1. Hopefully no more Johan Haas, put it that way.
That's a big one.
It was very close, I have to be honest. How he did not collect anybody is beyond me. But what an exciting quarterfinal 3 we have coming up. Of course, it was Benneker who was fastest in free practice, but not quite as quick in that qualifying session. But I tell you what, only on the cusp of those .1s, we were very nearly into .1 territory. Charlie Collins just mere thousandths away from it. He is just so clinical, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's kind of one of those ones. If I'm Darren McCormack and I've seen that Charlie Collins has set a .2, and I've seen that Marcel Chinchik set a .2, and I've set a .1, not a high .1 either, a really low .1. I'm sat there being like, yeah, sorry,
bragging rights.
I've got it. Looking at quarterfinal 4, seeing Josh Rogers and that, like, maybe he won't be the only one of the .1s by the time we move into the semi-finals. But yeah, for Collins, it is a good lap time. The fact that he's consistently able to deliver so far this season could be a turning point for him as a driver. This is his 25th race in R1, which doesn't sound like many, but obviously with how these races work, it kind of actually is quite a few. To be honest, he's only got 4 victories, 3 of which are the 3 from last week.
For this season. Yeah, absolutely unbelievable. I mean, but his races to wins ratio is going to look very impressive if he goes through the entirety of this campaign with victories galore. Yeah. I mean, it could be on the cards here.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's got a long way to go and challenge some of the top percentages. Don't worry, top percentage of victories you'll have, no shock, is that of Sebastian Jobe. 36.1% of the races he's done in R1, he's been victorious. But of course, he's a substitute driver this season for Redline, so that's fine.
Yeah, no, absolutely phenomenal. Not actually featuring in the grid for this campaign, which is unbelievable to think, especially with what he has under his locker. But has actually been doing a lot of real-life racing stuff as he works with the Red Bull team. But incredible stuff. Obviously, some other drivers we can keep our eyes peeled on as well. Wojtek Fiala, not a bad visit either as well. Again, Virtus Pro, obviously they do have the names of Dara McCormack and obviously Kevin Ellis Jr. under their belt. But the name Wojtek Fiala, I think, should also be mentioned as well, Lewis. Just sheer, just a great performance really in quali. He's still got every chance of going through to the semis.
Yeah, I mean, look, the thing is with Wojtek Fiala, like I said, I've commentated on quite a lot over on a set of course competency, and he is a quality driver. Again, he's one of those ones that's teamed up a lot in the past with people like Darren McCormack, so pretty confident jumping into that and already kind of having someone that he's used to being as a teammate. I'm sure he'll be pretty confident. Virtus Pro looks pretty quick. There's been the pace in the Aston Martin since we've started. It's not as if they've started and they've been on the back foot. We'll have to keep our fingers crossed. Just so you know, there might be a little bit of a delay here before we jump into quarterfinal 3. They've had to restart the server. So if you hear us waffling on a little bit too much, don't worry about it too much. You are not missing anything. Now's probably the perfect time to jump out there, go grab a couple of snacks, because this race is probably going to be pretty elbows out, as we would expect, as will the next 5 races, to be honest. All of them until we see that final race at the end of the evening. They're all going to be a bit elbows out.
Yeah, we're yet to see a few others as well. Obviously, we'll get around to quarterfinal 4 later on with the likes of Joshua Rogers, who's going to be looking to make his first appearance of the night as well. Other names we've got to watch out for, of course, we've spoken briefly, I think, a little bit about Kevin Siggy, but he is obviously one to watch and someone who was so successful recently at the Esports World Cup as well. And it just felt that that victory at the Esports World Cup as well, Lewis, was kind of career-defining for Kevin Siggy. We know how brilliant he has been in many realms of sim racing, but to go as sim racing ventured onto the global stage at something as prestigious as the Esports World Cup and be a champion, not only that, taking the team's crown with Team Redline, talk about sending a message. I mean, he is one of the very best, isn't he?
We did have a good few chats about it in Saudi Arabia last year. How, again, I know I've been in sim racing for a long time, but I've been in sim racing for what, 10, just over, well, I've been driving in sim racing for 12 years now. And I remember seeing Kevin Siggy the first time back in 2013. We were racing together in the 2nd division of the Touring Pro Series Virtual Carrera Cup. He was racing for a team called Positive Sim Racing. My goodness, a long time ago and a lot has changed. Trust me, I couldn't challenge him these days. Couldn't really challenge him then, but that's fine. Obviously, to see him rise through the ranks and then join Redline, go and win the Esports World Cup. He's been a top-level sim racing driver for a long time, right? It's not as if like he's been working his way up bit by bit, year on year. He has been a top-level peddler for a very, very long time. But it's just so good to see a driver who's had such longevity in sim racing continue to show that. You know, you have all these new young drivers coming along, the likes of Luke Bennett, Darren McCormack and stuff that come along, and he's still able to put in those lap times, still able to learn and grow as a driver and build on his career.
Yeah, no, absolutely. He's won so much in his history, and obviously, quite rightly, an esteemed member of Team Redline, has been part of the fold and has represented them throughout the entirety of the R1 Championship that we have, of course, have seen since its inception back in Katowice. Doesn't mind sustaining the odd injury as well in the name of sim racing, as well as we saw last time.
My head hurts.
Yeah. Oh, we remember it well. Goodness me, silly Siggy. But yes, no, we've got obviously other names to watch out for. Big race in hand here for Semislav Lamenek. I mean, obviously not the best of qualifying sessions, just outside the top 6. But as we've seen from the Porsche already, from Porsche Commander, for example, who've had examples of Dane Warren and, of course, Caruso, who started in P8 and then move up to P4 and then sequentially moving higher up the order. It's not out of the question if we see Lamanek all of a sudden peruse his way through into the top 6.
Yeah, I mean, does have a little bit of work, obviously starting from 7th spot, but then we've kind of said this a little bit of, if you're starting that far down, I kind of want to be on the inside, on the right-hand side as the drivers go down into the opening chicane, and for that you need an even numbered position. So your 8s, your 10s, you know what an even number is, no, I'm playing to you. But I was more saying that for the likes, of course, Ferris Stanley, he'll be starting from 8th position. Those are the drivers that if I'm in that position, I'm a bit more confident to move up the order. If I'm on the outside going into that, you kind of don't have an option or any room to move. So for people like Przemysław Lamanek, it's I don't know. I'm not actually so confident.
Well, you're hoping for a decent start as well, though, aren't you, Lewis? Because all about, to gain that track position and find that portion of circuit, maintain your place out on track. Appreciate, obviously, it's a rolling start, so it's not as if you're starting from a stagnant position. But as you roll away, you want to ensure that you do time your application of the throttle at the right moment, as soon as those lights go green, and then give yourself the best chance to open up the door. Even if you are in that odd number position, and it might go against you, nothing means to say that you can't try and find that position out on track should you get a better getaway than say, for example, the driver that's alongside you.
Yeah, and it's also about being the right level of forceful into the opening chicane, which is a very fine line to tread. You've got to be a bit sendy, a bit aggressive, a bit elbows out. But obviously, any fine line over that, you're sending someone off the road. You're causing a large crash. You're really kind of sending a message to the team, to all the other drivers on that opening stage. And the thing is, if you do go a little bit too far elbows out, of course, race control will be on you. You're probably not going through because you've spun someone out. You might have spun out yourself. But also, and this is the thing that we kind of really need to touch on. You're racing these drivers week in, week out. They'll be racing these drivers for the next, plenty of consecutive, like eight more consecutive weeks, and then you'll be racing them again in Saudi Arabia. If you're irritating them now, trust me, they are going to make your life a living hell. Look at what Darren McCormack said in the previous race. It was great to see Luke up there. One of his, closest competitors when it comes to the stats, when it comes to somebody's battling for victory. But they're mates. They get along. Right, and that's kind of one of those interesting things. You're battling with your mate. Sure, you'll get a bit elbows out, but it's when it goes over that line. You're not mates. You're those fierce rivals. You won't give them an inch once they get to you. That's where like I say, the job can become a little bit more difficult.
And we have seen crosswords in sim racing before as well. I mean, we had, obviously, I remember Kevin Siggy
up again. Yeah,
I was going to bring Kevin Siggy up from Gamers 8. You might remember, of course, a couple of years ago when, of course, we went there in the, I'm going to call it the prior edition of the EWC, as it was back then. But we saw, obviously, the reaction that Kevin Siggy and Team Redline had in the final stages that we, of course, witnessed. But the cars now making their way around in a practice session before we get into racing action. There is the man himself as well. I mean, tempers do flare up, Lewis, and quite rightly so. These are competitors at the end of the day. Call it what you will. Sim racing, it is essentially, esports is a sport, and therefore these drivers want to win. There's big prizes at stake.
Yep.
And if you're Kevin Siggy and you're starting where you are in P3, obviously you want to hold position, and equally if you're Przemysław Lamanek in P7, you need to make those gains.
Tobias Pfeffer got a bit slow there on the exit of Sky. I was a bit concerned, but that's fine. I was actually going to go back to your argument conversation because I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to remember the first argument that I saw in R1 back in Katowice. I do remember. I don't remember exactly what happened. I just know it was racing at Spa. There was an instant lake.
Was it Game of Muscle and Crimsix?
It was not, but that was less of an argument, more of an interesting interaction between two odd human beings. Obviously, we love James, we love Ian. Both of them were great. No, it was between Graham Carroll and Rainer Talvar.
I do remember this.
I do remember getting the little bit of in your face. I was just sort of like, oh, it means something. And to be fair, that's quite. I wouldn't say you want you don't really want the in your face arguments. I get that, but it proves to me that you're passionate about it. This matters, and that's why like we all kind of love Kevin Siggy, because he does get a bit angry, he does get shouty, he does smack the wheel around, he does smash his head into it every now and then, he does have an argument, because it matters to him. It is important to him. He wants to win. He wants those podiums. He wants the prizes. And that is so important to have that level of drive. That's why he won the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, no, I think it does simply come down to that level of grind and determination, and especially when you're in that LAN environment as well, and the atmosphere it's just palpable. It's bubbling. You know, we've been in those major arenas. I remember when we were in the Gamers 8 arena actually for the very first trip to Saudi Arabia, and it was just so massive. And the big lights as well. The occasion was huge. Obviously, we had spectators watching as well, and as well as the people watching at home. It's a lot of pressure for many of these drivers, and many of them thrive under it. And I would say if you have got that level of passion, if you have got that ability to show your emotion, then you can thrive in that environment, obviously. And I think, obviously, if you're Kevin Siggy, I get the vibe that Siggy thrives under that pressure.
Yeah, quite a few drivers do. Some drivers don't, some drivers do. But either way, we'll have to wait and see when we get to Saudi Arabia later on this season, of course, on the road to Riyadh this season here in R1. We'll take a look, though, at the starting grid for quarterfinal 3. Danny Moreno starting from 12th position alongside John Robertson. Then we've got Mikael Schmiedel having a bit of a struggling lap there in the ERA car. And to be fair, they've not had a great afternoon thus far. Marco Pajic there at the back of the top 10 as well in 9th position, with Ferry Stanley in 8th. Finished in 4th position in the quarterfinal last round at Spa, with Przemysław Lamanek outside of those top 6. Wojciech Fiala for the Virtus Pro team will start just behind Tobias Pfeffer for the Atlassian Williams. And then we've got Yuri Toman inside the top 4, Kevin Siggy in 3rd position, Max Benneker, and the 3-time winner in 2025, 3 from 3, is Charlie Collins, looking to make it 4 on the bounce and join the record of 4 consecutive victories. Do you think he's going to do it, though? Or do you think Kevin Siggy? Do you think Max Benneker might sneak their way through? Maybe another Yuri Toman victory?
I'm thinking Charlie Collins, Lewis McGlade. I'm sticking with him. I just think the momentum's in his favour. He has shown that he can carry his momentum, carry the form onwards into sequential races, and I don't think that'll change in a different round.
Do you know what? I would love to agree with you, but again, I'm going to disagree. I'm going to go. Look, I think Collins might do it. I'm going to lean a little bit more towards Kevin Siggy, who, well, never mind. I'm going to go towards Charlie Collins. What has happened to Kevin Siggy? He has not gone on that race start. I'm not going to call that a commentator's curse. I didn't quite get it out. But what has happened to Kevin Siggy on that start? Failed to launch and has dropped right the way back down into 8th position. Here we are then at the front, and Max Benneker's going on the attack, trying to work his way past Charlie Collins straight down the inside, keeps it within track limits. Fantastic move from the mighty Max Benneker as he works his way through into the race lead. Charlie Collins settling for 2nd as Yuri Toman, Przemysław Lamanek, John Robertson and Tobias Pfeffer the top 6. What happened to Kevin Siggy? It looked like he had the pit limiter on.
Well, he's in free fall now, Lewis McGlade. He's down in 10th place, and I can't imagine he's happy, and those emotions, I'm sure, are burning bright here at Monza once more. Well, what this does mean is that Max Benneker leads the race regardless. Yuri Toman in 3rd, Charlie Collins down in 2nd as well. Przemysław Lamanek now into 4th place, has got a meteoric rise, a meteoric start. Remember, he began in 7th place coming into racing action, so he's now looking to go through to the semi-finals, and Tobias Pfeffer looking to do the same. He's on the cusp of making a potential overtake here on John Robertson. Doesn't want to lose tread on the top 4 either, and Robertson also looking for a big result on his return to R1 action. But down the inside from Pfeffer, who takes it with aplomb up into 5th place for the Williams driver, and now next on his list, Przemysław Lamanek.
Yeah, I've got to say, though, for John Robertson, of course, started this race in 11th position, worked his way up there into 5th. That was obviously because the row that was on the left-hand side, they were able to continue. Kevin Siggy's false start or slow start, however it was, no one could overtake in that line, allowing everyone on the right-hand side to work their way through. And that's why John Robertson had gained so many positions. But that has really put the cat amongst the pigeons and basically made it a random order. It's very unfortunate for everyone behind Kevin Siggy, who I'm sure was having a very frustrating start to this race. Here comes Robertson once again, but he's going to stay behind Tobias Pfeffer as they set their sights on closing down the top 4. Bit of a look to the inside, though, coming in from the Virtus Pro driver, Wojciech Fiala, trying to make a move there as he goes side by side with the guild driver of Marco Pajic.
Yeah, well, last time there was only one driver that made it through for MSI at Spa, and that was Jamie Fluke. But this time, John Robertson has his own opportunity. Marco Pejic, a cork in the bottle for the likes of Wojtek Fiala and Michael Schmiedel as they round Curva Grande once more. Wheel to wheel, they'll go down into the Rogier. This time around, you can just see their defensive efforts from Pejic. Wheel to wheel now between Fiala and Schmiedel just losing. Gets a tap in the rear as well from Kevin Siggy, who has returned and now looking to really work his way up the field. No doubt there's a lot of frustration there carrying that car, and he needs to fight his way tooth and nail to get past each and every single driver from P10 now. He currently sits. He needs to get through Schmiedel, Fiala, Pejic, and through John Robertson to secure a place in the semi-finals.
Yeah, and it is possible. It is definitely possible for Kevin Siggy to do it, but like you say, getting past each one of them is going to be its own differing challenge. Schmiedel will put up a fight, but I know Michael Schmiedel is someone that Kevin Siggy is well versed at racing. Of course, they have been teammates for a long time. Michael Schmiedel's raced for Redline on an awful lot of occasions, and here, well, he's going to go on the attack at the Virtus Pro driver of Wojtek Fiala. So that gap has grown quite a lot ahead of them. It is potentially closable. Bit of a door bang as well. And there goes Marco Pejic, Michael Schmiedel out wide. And that will, of course, be the move potentially here for Kevin Siggy.
Yeah, Marco Pejic currently sat in 7th with Wojtek Fiala for company, just around 7/10 between them, but that gap's going to close as now Siggy moves up into 9th now, and Schmiedel looks like he could be on the cusp of losing another place, because here comes Ferris Stanley, here comes Siggy again, up the inside of Wojtek Fiala now, Virtus Pro against Team Redline, wheel to wheel they'll go, and Siggy, smooth moves, straight into P8, and now, I'd imagine, very smart move there from Fiala, I would say, allow Siggy, as, should we say, the faster driver, close that gap and tail him, get a nice bit of slipstream, a little bit of drag, and I think Schmiedel will happily do the same as well. Stay behind, get the toe.
Look, Siggy is the fastest driver in that group. There's no doubt about it in this championship. So realistically for the entire group, as I think Wojtek Fiala's just sent one down the inside of Kevin Siggy, and so their chances now potentially moving through seem to have gone up in smoke. I don't get that. I do not understand that at all. If you've got Kevin Siggy to the front of the field, I think you were right on the money there, George. I would sit behind Kevin Siggy and be like, hey, mate, you do what you got to do, because Marco Pejic and John Robertson, they're realistically not that far down the road. You can probably catch them. I might not be able to. And alas, now, that gap being 2.2 seconds, unless drama happens, I don't see it.
I think you'll look back on that move, Wojtek Fiala, and say, perhaps I shouldn't have done that and just offered the opportunity for Siggy just to close that gap. But yeah, he's made the decision. He's made his bed. He's got to lie in it. At the moment, he's 2 seconds away from John Robertson, and Siggy is locked in behind and will obviously look to perhaps make a place back coming down the long straight once more as we take a look at Michael Schmiedel's car, who's currently sat in between, 2 cars in front, 2 behind. Ferris Stanley, Danny Moreno, last of the runners at the moment for Thibaut Courtois' esports team, as they now fly down through towards turn 1 once more. They're going to begin their lap 4 of 9 now as they sprint down through towards turn 1. And once again, Siggy on the tail of Wojtek Fiala as they now look to get set to go wheel to wheel once more. Siggy knows he has to try and distance himself from Fiala because he knows that Fiala isn't going to give an inch as he now moves ahead into that P8 place and will lead this second contingent in an effort to close the gap on John Robertson. Now, will Fiala take a different step? Will he wait in behind, or will he go on the attack again?
Honestly, I think it matters less now. The fact is that Kevin Siggy now not only has to close up the 2-second gap between him and John Robertson. Again, I think that's potentially catchable. But then it's the extra 8, 9, 10th of a second, maybe even a second between what will be John Robertson and Marco Pejic. That's the difficult one. That's the tall order. That's the one they could have cleared when that gap was only a second and a bit before Wojtek Fiala went for that move down into the Rogier. I think that is a catastrophic miscalculation from the Virtus Pro team there and Wojtek Fiala. But again, that's racing. You can't say, oh my God, you're racing. What are you doing? This is a racetrack. You're supposed to be racing. But sometimes racing means thinking outside of the box, means thinking bigger picture, and sitting behind sometimes is the better option. And unfortunately, yeah, it was then.
Yeah, well, Siggy has already closed the gap by 0.5 of a second, so he is showing that pace once more. You can just see there John Robertson getting closer into the POV of Kevin Siggy as we stand. He's currently 4.9 still off the top where Charlie Collins currently sits, but Collins is near enough 6.5 clear of Max Benneker as that gap starts to close up a little bit on the run around through Curb Barbaretto, but has now gone straight back out again. Benneker joined by Yuri Toman in behind for Team Vitality as they now sprint down the long straight, down through towards turn 1, where the longest straights you'll see see in the R1 Championship. And now it looks like Yuri Toman is going to look to the inside of Max Benneker in a battle over second place and looking for further points because Vitality need them. He now rushes up alongside Mouse and moves up into second, but equally enough, Benneker knows Mouse need points as well. Remember, it's all important in the knockout phase in order to secure your placement in the group stages. Higher up in the group you are, the closer you are to an automatic move into the Esports World Cup, where surely, if Porsche Commander continue in his vein of form, will surely go. Back comes Benneker up the inside, does have a look, does not opt for the move. Toman will remain in second place.
Look, I'm going to say this right now. After the performance they had at Spa, after the performance they're having here, Porsche Commander, they're already in Group A. Right,
yeah.
That or no, like that's it. Unless they have the most unreal disaster at Hockenheimring, and even then, even if none of them scored any points, they didn't make it out of the quarterfinals, they didn't score any points, still you would need unbelievable rounds from everyone else. It's not happening because it's not like them being overtaken by another team. Yeah, sure, I'd see that happening, but they would have to be overtaken by 3 teams. I don't see that happening. I think they are already in Group A. They're already done. They're already sorted. That's not a problem. Which, you know, is obviously a comfortable position for them. Obviously, they're still going to be racking up the points. They still obviously want to be push themselves forward. But it's an interesting thing to note that they're already realistically in Group A, ready for the group stages.
Well, I mean, if they maximise their points offering here in this, you know, in this particular race with Charlie Collins, then we look ahead to the semi-finals and they do the same again. And it's I would say for certain that they would not only go ahead and park themselves in Group A, but I would say it's almost a certainty that they will get that automatic move into the EWC. Obviously, that comes into the dynamic group phase that obviously we need to look at. But remember, there are other avenues for qualification as well, folks. Of course, we do have, another qualification phase when we actually get to the EWC for the final grids to be decided. But that's long into the future, and we can worry about that at a later time. But Charlie Collins, interestingly enough, we've been watching Yuri Toman and Benneker go at it. Collins has advanced the gap now to 1.2 seconds, so he has got pace in his back pocket, almost taking the Dara McCormack approach.
Yeah, exactly. It's starting to light things up here. He's starting to pull away comfortably and is looking to take control of this race. And like we said, take yet another victory. 4 consecutive victories. It's only been done twice. Sure, we've had a few of those drivers where they've had the clean sweep on the round. Obviously, Sebastian Jones done it, Luke Bennett's done it, Josh Rogers has done it, and Charlie Collins has done it. The thing is each of those times, look back into the first season when we did this, Josh Rogers took 3 consecutive victories, won the round with a quarterfinal victory, semi-final victory, and then the final victory, and then finished second. Exactly the same thing happened to Luke Bennett. Other times where 3 consecutive race victories has happened. James Baldwin's done it, then finished 12th. Getting that 4th consecutive victory has been so hard. We've seen plenty of 3s, but very, very few 4s. Looks like we're going to have a third 4 though.
Yeah, no, I would definitely agree with that. He's looking really, really comfortable up at the front is Charlie Collins. Kevin Siggy now on the tail of John Robertson, managed to close that gap by quite some margin. In the last couple of laps anyway, he was really registering those really, really big laps to try and bring that gap closer. Now looking to surpass John Robertson and ideally put a cushion in between himself and Wojtek Fiala. And Fiala has not left the rear here of Kevin Siggy and is actually going to join Siggy on the run down through towards turn 1 in looking for a move of his own as they go wheel to wheel. And it looks like John Robertson isn't keen to oblige whatsoever. Outside line for Siggy as they make contact. You can just see there Siggy just turning that wheel, looking for the traction on exit. Now coming around Curva Grande. And just look how close that Mercedes AMG GT3 is getting to that BMW M4 as they circulate coming out of Curva Grande on the run down through towards the Rogier. Wheel to wheel now between Robertson and Fiala, but Fiala has nowhere to go as they now run through the next chicane. Robertson will hold on, and now Siggy getting a better exit than anybody, coming out to that bottom echelon of driver, now moving through the first Lesmo into the second, but he's got an almighty gap to find in order to close down on Marco Page to gain a top 6 place, and we've only got 2.5 laps remaining.
Yeah, we know that aggressive wheel-to-wheel racing. Kevin Siggy, obviously an he's a touring car driver. He can get his elbows out. John Robertson's basically just looked at that and been like, "Hey mate, hold my beer. I'll one-up you on you're a touring car driver. Yeah, I'm a rallycross driver. You want to talk about contact? Visit me on the track." And he did dish it out there a little bit, did John Robertson, but still, Kevin Siggy's always got more pace in him. He's always going to pull through. Unfortunately, that's as good as it's going to get for Kevin Siggy. John Robertson could be passed here by Wojtek Fiala. Less so down to the Parabolica, more likely down into the opening chicane.
Well, if something happens, and I mean, Kevin Siggy be hoping that something happens in Ps 4, 5 and 6, but at the moment it looks like they're just going to maintain the train further up as we can just see them scooting on down through towards turn 1. It is still Charlie Collins in control, and he's 1.4 nearly, I would say it won't be long before he hits 1.5 between Yuri Toman and Collins right now, but we've got more battling further back as they now scrap over the remaining points-paying positions here in this fight here at Monza. Down the inside comes Michael Schmiedel, who does manage to get his nose alongside and past Wojtek Fiala, all but briefly, as Fiala now takes it back and will now hold on to that 9th place, and Schmiedel down in 10th with Ferris Stanley locked in behind, watching it all unfold. It's John Robertson who's essentially leading the train of cars and is the cork in this bottle over P8 positioners. Now Wojtek Fiala sprints down through towards the Rogier. Still Schmiedel waiting in behind, waiting for the opportunity to pounce, but he knows one mistake, Ferris Stanley will take it.
Yeah, indeed. There will be a chance for Ferris Stanley to pounce here. I have no doubt about it, especially whilst they're held up behind Robertson, who is definitely, at this point, I'm not trying to be unfair, doesn't have quite the experience in R1, doesn't have quite the experience in RENNSPORT as the group. Unfortunately, Fiala obviously doesn't have that much experience either. But, you know, it's working for Fiala a little bit better. Little bit slow in that group, slowing down the whole group, keeping that group really, really tightly together, and they're going to have a pretty big final lap. Probably not quite as enjoyable, though, as the final lap that Charlie Collins is going to get, 1.5 seconds clear at the front of the field.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty busy final lap, I would say. Definitely in the bottom end of this 12-driver soiree around the Temple of Speed here in quarter-final 3. We've got one more quarter-final to bring you after this one, folks, and then we move into the semis, where the top 6 performers in the quarters will then do battle over the finalist spot and see whether we get Charlie Collins as a second in a row final winner or round winner in this run to the EWC in the knockout stage, as now John Robertson is now met toe for toe once more by Wojtek Fiala, who now goes around the outside here in a bid to try and take the place away up the inside coming out of turn 2, and does indeed move into 8th. Great move from Wojtek Fiala, but in terms of closing up to Kevin Siggy, that's going to be easier said than done, because Siggy now has nearly progressed 2 seconds up the road. Back comes John Robertson on the run out of Curva Grande as they now go wheel to wheel again, coming down in towards the Rogier. Outside line here for Robertson as he looks to now flex his muscles coming through this next chicane. Will he hold position? He leaves the nose in, decides against it, a little loss of the rear, makes contact with Michael Schmiedel, who now progresses into the barrier. A massive crash, and out goes Ferris Stanley as well. Danny Moreno moves on through, but John Robertson around all together coming out of the Rogier chicane. Just the bottleneck came too soon. He left the nose of the Mercedes in on that fight, and unfortunately it caused him to go all squirrely and lose a fleet full of places. Michael Schmiedel, of course, was the crux in that fight, and Robertson paid the price ultimately.
Yeah, it is what it is. It was a tough fight between a lot of them. By the way, Max Benneker, they're going up towards Ascari, just got past Yuri Toman, so it's going to be a slightly better result for the Mouse driver, which is fantastic. However, in through the final corners, there's battling happening behind for second place. Charlie Collins is going to make it 4 consecutive victories, making him just the 3rd driver in R1's history to make it 4 in the bounce. Can he do 5 and set an all-new, brand-new record? We'll have to wait and see. Collins across the line to set his 5th victory in totality. 20% of the races he's done, he's been victorious in. Incredible stuff. Max Benneker then, 2nd position. Yuri Toman in 3rd. Lemonek, Pfeffer and Marco Pejic will be the top 6 to move through into semi-final 2.
What a performance from Charlie Collins, your victor here in quarter-final 3, and making it 4 in a row in the R1 Championship. so far in this knockout phase. He is currently undefeated as it stands this season, and will look to make it 5 and set the new record in the history books of the R1 Championship to go 5 undefeated in a row. Could yet do it. Let's wait and see. We have got semi-final action coming up later on, but first and foremost, we need to find out later, or coming out shortly, I should say, as to who's going to join him in the second semi-final later on when we do quarter-final 4. But what a performance, a dominant performance as well, Lewis. Benneker couldn't get close to him. He was far too busy with Yuri Toman in behind. Just a sheer, scenario of just watching Charlie Collins blitz the field once more, just as he did at Spa.
Yeah. I mean, look, that was a lot of fun. Again, just shows the quality there of Charlie Collins. I was having a chat with his brother Bryn about the speed, pace, and consistency of Charlie. He's such an incredible talent in the world of sim racing. He keeps showing it every time we go racing here, and it's kind of annoying. I'm not going to lie. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Like I say, 5 victories is incredible, but to do it like that, it is incredible. I kind of asked a question though. If they go into the semi-finals, let's say for example it's Charlie Collins and Josh Rogers starting on the front row of the grid. Do you kind of, as Porsche commander, go, nah, right, let's try and make sure that Charlie wins this race, because then 5 consecutive victories is a new record for most consecutive victories? Probably not, but still, those records, they probably mean more to us as commentators than them as drivers, but it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I think regardless, it's a record in the book, but probably not a record that necessarily Porsche Commando would be proud of, I would suppose. I suppose proud in the sense that they've put him in that position, but then on the other hand, if you're Charlie Collins, maybe you're more focused on doing the work for the team. But, I mean, do you want to take us through the highlights, Lewis? Take us through this particular session?
There were a fair few, of course. It all kind of kicked off right at the start of the session when Kevin Siggy just didn't, unfortunately, get going. A bit of an issue there on the start, and he was thrown into the middle of this pack and the battle for 7th position, getting past Wojtek Fiala, as Fiala was also fighting him quite hard for what was 8th position at this point. Just down the road was John Robertson and Marco Pejic, but of course they unfortunately wouldn't be able to close their way back in. Charlie Collins, who'd lost the lead on the start of the race with an aggressive Max Benneker, was able to find his way back through though into the race lead on the run down into the open chicane, was able to check his way into the distance as Yuri Toman also made a good move here down into turn 1 on Max Benneker up into 2nd position, but that would kind of allow a bit of a gap to form between them and Charlie Collins as he would check out into the distance. Eventually the group behind would close up to the rear end of John Robertson. This was the move that Kevin Siggy put on Robertson before Mikael Schmiedel on the last lap or late in the race was really sending one down the inside on the penultimate, and then there was this fight, Wojtek Fiala down the inside into the Roger, leaving a bit of a nose down the inside for John Robertson, and wow, I mean, you pick this apart, just absolute calamity into the barrier. All 4 of those cars would brush, and it would be a victory for Charlie Collins, comfortably so at the head of all that. Again, great drive. Bit of a drama, bit of a mess with that, but then I've kind of thought, when you're below that cut line, when you know that you're going to be below that cut line, just race, just have a bit of fun. I get it.
I suppose the ratio of risk and reward sort of favours the risk element, doesn't it, as soon as you're in that bottom 6. So, you've got to go for it, just get maximum points really in that stint. And for Michael Schmiedel, I sort of got the vibe that it was quite overzealous of him, probably to take the line that he did, perhaps even seeing that the Mercedes was a little bit squirrely. Didn't look like there was a lot of room there, Lewis.
No, it's kind of one of those ones that I do agree with. When you've had Robertson having those moments and then kind of moving over to the left-hand side of the circuit, if I'm in Schmiedel's point of view, I'm seeing that as the closing door. And you want to go to the other side, obviously, because it's a closing door. You want to go for the bit that's open. Is what it is.
Yeah, it certainly is. Obviously, we'll be looking ahead now very shortly to the next session, and we do have an interview, I believe, standing by as well from our race winner, Charlie Collins, who is back again on top here in R1, continuing the great form from Spa. Charlie, you've gone 4 from 4 this season. Can you make it 5 from 5?
Well, first, hello guys. Good to hear your voice, George, and good to hear your voice, Lewis, as well. No, thanks, guys. Yeah, no, it was a good race. Hoping to make it 5 from 5, but let's see. I think it's really tough around here to put the laps in qualifying. You kind of see quite big gaps from what your laps do in practice to what you do in qualifying. So I think just a big focus on executing, and I think that will be the biggest thing, to be honest.
Well, 5 victories in a row would be the largest record in R1's history. So you've got that to go for. That's fine. We'll keep our eyes focused on that. You say there about your lap times being a bit slower in qualifying than maybe where you show in practice, though. Why is that? Is that tyre heat? Is that maybe a confidence thing? Are some drivers better at getting the most out of that lap, getting the heat into the tyres, or whoever it is? Like, where does that time go?
Yeah, so I think of course, there's like quite a lot of different factors, but I think the main one is just the pressure and it being the first race of your evening. I think everyone practices all week with the same setup, so you're just driving the same kind of lap over and over again. So your personal best is going to be really optimized. And then when it comes to you only have one attempt, if you get an off track, it's over. So people kind of take it a little bit easy. So yeah, I think it's just the usual pressures, to be honest, from any qualifying. I think usually you'll see it get faster and faster through the night as people kind of start to get used to the pressure.
Well, you seem to, I was going to say hoover up the pressure rather well and perform even in the most, I suppose, even in the most dire of circumstances. Congratulations, Charlie. Again, unsurpassed, unbeaten, 4 out of 4, potential 5 out of 5. We wish you the best of luck in the semis. Cheers, guys. Nice one. Charlie Collins, everybody. Of course, race winner in our most recent quarter-final. Take us through the results, Lewis.
Yeah, of course, 4th consecutive victory of the season for Charlie Collins. Max Benneker, though, pouncing after a poor Spa, up to 2nd position after making a move on Yuri Toman there on the last lap into 2nd spot. 2.5 seconds down. I'm sure that'll be a bit concerning, but I think they all got a bit more focused on each other once Charlie had checked out. Yuri Toman there in 3rd position. Good drive from him. Przemysław Lemonek, 4th position. Superb stuff as well. Tobias Pfeffer, Marco Pajic, both working their way through in that top 6. Then a 2.5 second gap back to Kevin Siggy, who definitely had the pace to be in the top 6, but of course an odd start, and unfortunately it was kind of over before it even started really for him. Wojtek Fiala there in 8th position with Danny Moreno in 9th, Mikko Smiedel in 10th, Ferry Stanley and John Robertson, after the bit of contact later on in the race, would drop back to 12th position and comfortably off the rear of the field, but did actually have some good pace in that race. Also showed himself up in the top 5 after that early drama. I think we have to focus on that, though. Big shame for Kevin Siggy. I don't even know what happened.
Yeah, no, it was a disaster really at the very start. Not quite sure how that initially occurred. But a dramatic moment nonetheless for Kevin Siggy. No doubt he's going to be feeling a little bit aggrieved at it. I suppose the one respite he does have is that he scored the maximum points he could have got, finishing outside of the top 6, Lewis.
Yeah, but I mean, look, this is Kevin Siggy. This is someone who expects to win. This is someone who expects to battle for podiums. This is what I'm going to say. Whatever's happened here, Kevin Siggy is not a new driver to the world of sim racing. He's not a rookie. So for me, there is something technical that's happened, whether it's in sim or whether it's with his rig. It can be so many different things that can go wrong. Maybe the button doesn't release. Maybe it's a problem on his computer. Like there's so many things that could have gone wrong. That's not an operational issue that Kevin Siggy would have missed releasing the pit limit or releasing this or missing the lights going green. That's not what's happened there. It's been something else. But Kevin Siggy still, as he is, a professional, made the most of the situation, got the best result that he possibly could, because that's what Kevin Siggy does. He just gets on with it. I'm sure Andre Kunschmann, obviously the person running the strategy for the team, probably had a little bit of a shouty Kevin Siggy to deal with for a few laps. Alas, it was dealt with, and the result was all right.
It was, I suppose, maximising despite the issues, I would say, but a very contrasting visit in comparison to Spa. But you join us now in the quarter-final 4 phase, and we're in the qualifying session now. Jimmy Antonez is the first visitor out on track. Just want to point out, though, Lewis, we've had our first 146 flat in free practice, which was set by Kevin Ellis Jr. for Virtus Pro. So it could be a tasty, should we say, view on what could be to come for Virtus Pro. They've already seen Darren McCormack go through, and we could see Big Kev join him later on. We'll wait and see. But Jimmy Antonez getting us underway to kick things off with a 35.4 in the first sector. Generally, 35.3s is where we've seen the, should we say, more optimal times. That 35.7 is certainly not going to help him in the middle sector. Let's see where Antonez goes. I'm expecting a 0.6 in this somewhere as he crosses the line. Oh, bang on. 146.608 and moves to the top, albeit for now.
You joining me in this prediction game. It's quite good fun. It's really surprising.
It's a good game.
You're surprisingly accurate. I'm like, wow, this is great. All I'm looking at is some second times. They're going to guess. I'm so good at this. Nikodem Wisniewski, a driver who has caused the largest crash I've ever seen in sim racing around this circuit. That was a long time ago. I'll give you that. Back back in an R-Factor 2 in a championship called GT Pro. I think it was back in 2021, 2022. Huge crash. Won't be causing that one today. There's only 12 cars out on grid. Across the line, it's a 46.4 for him. I don't think he's particularly pleased with it. It's not that great.
No, very middle of the park, I would say, when you're in the 0.4 territory, I think, at the moment, from what we've seen already in prior qualifyings. Nicholas Matteo, who now joins the grid as well here, part of the TC Esports team. We saw Danny Moreno taking part earlier, who profited off the major crash earlier on in our last race. He's done a 35.6 in the first sector, which is 0.3 off. Not a great lap, this one, and I think he'll be feeling ever so frustrated. Has actually registered a 46.9 off the back of that one, so definitely not pleased with that. But Josh Rogers, different end of the spectrum. We got a 35.2 in the first sector, Lewis.
Yeah, really good first sector. The second sector is pretty decent as well. Yeah, I know it's a little bit slower than Wisniewski, but Wisniewski's middle sector was actually pretty decent. You really went in the a little bit, 10th or so faster than that, but still, it's pretty handy. This will be maybe a 0.2, maybe a mid 0.2. Let's call it a mid 0.2 as he crosses lines, a high 0.2. Damn, miles away.
You were close, Lewis. You were close.
Thanks.
Matt Emery up next. 35.4 in the first sector. Met with a 35.6. Again, probably a 10th out from where he needs to be in that middle sector. This is sort of going to be around the area of where Jimmy Antonez, I would suggest, is at the moment, that 146.6 area. But I don't think this is going to surpass Antonez in that third place, but will likely topple Nicholas Matteo, who set that 146.9. Matt Emery, we welcome him back to R1 once more. He had a tricky visit last time out back at Spa. Does jump ahead of Antonez, in fact, by a mere 0.003 of a second.
Here comes Big Kev, though. Like you said, top practice coming into this. If he's able to work his way through into the final this afternoon, it will be his 100th race in R1. Someone who we know has got he's got the ability to get the job done. I'm pretty confident he'll be able to work his way through into the final this afternoon, especially showing that pace and seeing what we saw out of McCormack as well earlier on in the day. Across the line, he's going to go to the top of the session with a 0.224 provisional. Pole goes to Kevin Ellis Jr.
Yeah, approximately just under 0.2 of a second off where he was in free practice, but that 146.224 is absolutely spectacular and will, of course, be a challenger for pole position ahead of our visit to Monza once again, this time in quarter-final 4. Yuri Kasdorp on a very prosperous return for Maus was one of the highlights for their team outside of Dennis Schröninger, who is now making his way towards the line now. Yuri Kasdorp, 35.5 in the first sector isn't great, though, but he will go fourth fastest nonetheless and has managed to secure his place behind Nikodem Wisniewski.
Yep, indeed. So we've got Thibaut Casbon up next. I remember, what was it? Actually, I can't remember. I just remember him racing for a position around here, and it was a very defining one. It must have been at the Esports World Cup, or it was Gamers 8, of course, back then. I think it was against Brzezinski. Chaotic races. He's had some good racing memories around this circuit. This qualifying lap might not be super up there. It's going to be like a 0.5 or so as he crosses line. It ends up being a 0.433, so decent final sector. Ends up in fourth position. Here comes Jeff Rietveld.
Yeah, welcome return for Jeffrey Rietveld because he's gone purple in the middle sector. 35.5, though, in the first sector is probably 0.2 outside of the spectrum of where he would like to be in terms of fighting for pole position, or at least provisional pole position. As now we watch him come around Kerber Alboreto. Of course, we witnessed the drama of Kevin Siggy in the last round. Of course, Redline will be looking to bounce back this time with Rietveld tasting top end success. Goes fifth fastest, though, with a 146.4. Lost a little bit of time, I would say. I would say most of the time is actually lost in that first sector, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. But still, got a couple of drivers coming up that could potentially challenge a decent position up there, could potentially challenge a front row. Ibrahim Khan, not one of them. Sorry, mate. Just straight under the bus. Khan out through the final corner. I mean, the first sector is actually really, really good. The second sector loses a tenth or so more than what he'd want. This could be a higher 0.4, lower 0.5. There we go. Ends up going into sixth spot. This is going to be a big one, though, for Don Blyer and for Jakub Masiejewski.
Yeah, he's a 10th out in both of the first two sectors is Don Blyer. Needs a mighty third sector in order to pull something out of the bag. This is looking like he's going to be around 0.4 territory once again. But if he can whip the tail out, then blast it down the home straight, you never know. He could dig up something special and maybe even find himself in third place. Let's see whether he can do so. the team leader at Williams. Of course, we saw Pajdo earlier on this evening. Can Blyer topple it? Yes, he does move into third and ahead of Nikodem Wisniewski by mere hundredths.
I'm seeing big gaps appear. We saw this, of course, with McCormack. Is bigger gaps happening between the first and second, and then everyone behind. That's why Don Blythe, despite setting a lap time nearly 2/10 of the pole, is able to go into third position. Could be in the same kind of vein for Jakub Matuszewski. I think it's maybe lost a little bit too much. This is a purple final sector. Might have to settle for 7th place. Let's see what it is across the line. He does set an incredible final sector and goes to third.
That is an exceptional lap, but no one could beat Big Kev. Kevin Ellis Jr. on pole position ahead of quarter-final 4. Was fastest in free practice with a 1:46.067, but a little bit slower than that by just over 2/10. But he is still on pole. A fantastic run from Kevin Ellis Jr. And once again, Virtus Pro with another driver at the very front end of the order, much like Dara McCormack was not too long ago. Do you think lightning will strike twice for Virtus Pro here, Lewis? Do you think Kevin Ellis Jr. will run away with this one?
Look, I know Kevin Ellis Jr. is a quality driver. I do believe in him. He's got some stats maybe slightly against him in the sense of, for one, obviously the last round did not go very well, but that's, it is what it is. We'll remove ourselves from it. He's a quality driver and can remove himself from those previous results. But the big one is that, of course, of all of the races that we've had this season, only one driver in a non-Porsche has been victorious thus far, and that is his teammate McCormack. Every other race has been won by a Porsche, obviously Porsche Commander for most of them, and then it was the Falcons car, of course, of Thomas Tattler. Fair enough. I do believe Kevin Ellis Jr. can get this one done. If I were telling you my result now for the race, my prediction would be Kevin Ellis Jr. is going to win this race.
Well, he carries a lot of pedigree, doesn't he? A lot of potential. He was one of the shining lights back at Apex Racing Team alongside the likes of Jamie Fluke and Johan Harth as well, just to name a few. Do you think, though, he was definitely a reasonable level above the rest of his counterparts at Apex Racing Team? Definitely, I would say, probably the shining light.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those interesting ones. Like, every now and then, Johan or Jamie would really give him a good run for his money. Even obviously back in the first season, even Pete would give him a really good run for his money. But from a consistency basis, the one that would deliver week in, week out, it was always Kevin Ellis Jr. that was the top driver. Again, we saw that in Gamers 8 when he was able to work his way through into the Drivers' Championship finale with that epic one-lap duel on lap times against Marko Pejic. We've seen him win racing. He's got 4 victories in R1 in totality across the board. He's looking at, tonight he could be competing in his 100th race, which not too many drivers have passed that threshold. He is a good driver. He is one of the top drivers in R1. So seeing him win this race, yeah, it's very possible. But, he's got to beat the likes of Josh Rogers.
Yeah, who is obviously a very good competitor, who's obviously competing at the top of his game. We know that Porsche Commander is seemingly at the top of their game right now. Do you think Jeffrey Revel will be slightly disappointed that he wasn't able to hook up after getting the purple middle sector?
Yeah, I mean, it's Jeff Revel, man. He's not happy unless he's winning. He's a good meme machine, though. Not had Veracity tell us any names to introduce him by, though. So that's
she's slacking.
Yeah, exactly. Come on, Jeff. What are you doing? Obviously, yeah, Jeff Revel, again, a driver who won the very first race in R1. He knows how to win races. He'd be disappointed to not be on pole position after setting a purple middle sector. It's the longest sector around here, but sometimes the sectors work better for some cars and not for others, so it could be a bit more of that as well.
Yeah, strong consistency as well for Jakub Matuszewski. He was actually second fastest in free practice, but went third fastest in qualifying. Again, seems like a candid competitor who can perform on his day. Again, inside a Porsche as well for Team Falcons. And, obviously, whilst Thomas Tattler has obviously been the mainstay at the team, Matuszewski's been known to get the odd result. He could surprise a few tonight.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's a really quick driver. Seen that before again, of course, and maybe a victory's on the cards for him this afternoon here, but we'll have to wait and see. I think really importantly, though, like I say, that final sector was really, really good. It was kind of looking like he was tracking to be that sort of 4th, 5th, 6th, which would have been fine. But the fact that final sector really came together, the fact that he was able to stick the car there on the second row and comfortably so, it shows the speed that we've seen a couple of times from Jakub Matuszewski, and like I say, having the leading light in the team of Thomas Tattler, it's pretty handy.
Yeah, certainly is. Well, let's take you through the grid from back to front, everyone. Ahead of the quarterfinal 4, we have got Nicholas Matteo starting P12, joined at the hip with Jimmy Antonez for MSI Mercedes. We got Matt Emery in 10th for Guild, Yuri Kazdorp in 9th for Maus. We then have Ibrahim Khan in 8th, and then in 7th place, Jeffrey Rietveld for Team Redline. And then heading into P6 territory, we then have in that P6, I should say, Thibaut Kajibon was in P6, I think, based on what we did see. Nikodem Wisniewski in P5, Dominic Blyer for Williams there in 4th place. Then came Jakub Matuszewski in 3rd. Front row is going to Joshua Rogers, but Big Kev, Kevin Ellis Jr. could not be stopped. Rampant in practice, setting the fastest time and then fastest in qualifying ahead of quarter-final 4. Keep your eyes peeled, blink and you'll miss him, because Big Kev is a-coming. And he'll be leading them off, heading down through towards Alboreto. Predictions, Lewis?
Well, I know you're going to go for Big Kev, so I'll go for the other side of the front row and I'll go for Josh Rogers. I was going to say the graphics team there were really testing your memory there, George, as to who qualified in 6th, because it popped up just after you said it.
I'm just a magician. What can I say? There we have it, folks. Get your predictions in the live chat. Great to have you all with us as well ahead of this quarter-final 4 phase. We have got Kevin Ellis Jr. and Joshua Rogers on the front row. Jakub Matuszewski could cause a stir, though, getting off the line. He's known to do that. We've seen some really good results from him in the past. Had a decent time in quarter-final action back at Spa, where he finished P4. And now as they make their way up towards the line, he's going to be tested once again alongside Dom Blyer, as now the front two and the rest of the train carry down through towards the start-finish line. They pick up speed, and it's pedal to the metal, and it's go, 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 go. There's Josh Rogers in the bottom left of your screen, getting a good start as well, and there's a flurry of cars in behind, including Dom Blyer, and also Jakub Matuszewski looking to challenge on the outside line. A very aggressive line taken from Ibrahim Khan coming in towards turn 1, but it's Rogers who leads the way. Kevin Ellis Jr. is now forfeited to 2nd. Dominic Blyer down in 3rd place. There's a flurry of them now going wheel to wheel, heading in towards Curva Grande, including Thibaut Kazubon. Nikodem Wisniewski part of this as well, as they now run side by side. Just ahead of them, you've got Matuszewski and Dom Blyer going at it over 3rd place. Matuszewski's got his number. Here comes Ibrahim Khan down the inside as well in the Porsche. They're going 3 wide further back as they look to find their way over the Rogier and cut in the chicane. It looked like Yuri Kazdorp, who took a very aggressive line coming through into sector 2, but Kazibon has held station in P5 with Wisniewski in 6, Jeffrey Rietveld just behind him as they ran Lesbo 2.
Yeah, Kazdorp didn't really have another option there. It was 3 wide going into it. Khan was forcing the issue and Kazdorp skipped over the inside. So dropping back there to 9th. Bit disappointing for him, but that's just sometimes how these races go. You've got side by side with Matt Emery and Nicholas Matteo, but Matt Emery drops in behind, trying to make sure that Matteo can keep on the rear end of Jimmy Antunes. Front of the field, though, great move from Josh Rogers. Got a bit aggressive down into T1, was able to force the issue on Kevin Ellis Jr. Now has a half-second lead over Kevin Ellis Jr. The Flying Scotsman, though, he won't be done. He'll be closing his way back in. I've got no doubt about it.
Yeah, no, Kevin Ellis Jr. leaving the rear of Joshua Rogers at all. Obviously, if Rogers thinks he's going to get a run like Charlie Collins is, it's going to be easier said than done, because Big Kev is on a charge and looking to topple that Porsche Commander straight away as they venture onto lap 2. And just see there as well, breaking out of the aero, Yuri Kazdorp. The same can be said for Jeffrey Rietveld, who's going on the attack of Nikodem Wisniewski over that 6th place, and the all-important 6th place to send you through into the semis. And that's exactly what Rietveld has done. He's moved into 6th place now. Wisniewski relegated to 7th, and Ibrahim Khan seemingly holding back the force that is Yuri Kazdorp.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, Khan's actually had a pretty good start. It's got aggressive, but it looks confident aggression, which I like. It's not that nervous aggression where you kind of like, oh my God, what do I do? Let me just try and send it. He knew what he was doing. He knew what he intended to do and executed the game plan that Ibrahim Khan. 8th position for him in a chance potential to move through into that top 6, which Jeffrey Rietveld currently holds. But of course, Rietveld, Nikodem Wisniewski, 2 very, very competent drivers when it comes to being able to piece together a solid result here. But everyone's, well, they're bowing to the speed and consistency at the moment, it seems, with Josh Rogers and Kevin Ellis Jr. They've got 7/10 of a second over Dom Blyer. You can see the top 2 come through the bottom of shot there. They're building a bit of a gap on the rest of the field.
Yeah, Jeffrey Rietveld currently sat in 6th and on the bubble of elimination at the moment. If it stays like this, he will go through to the semi-finals. He's got one of the more learned minds in sim racing, not only a driver, but also a race engineer as well. Has been working very hard with the RB team during the F1 Sim Racing World Championship, but also at the same time has spent a great deal of time out on track and was a big player and a big part of why Team Redline managed to win the championship back at the EWC last year, as now they stream down through towards turn 1. You've got Joshua Rogers up at the very top, but being challenged still toe for toe by Kevin Ellis Jr., who has not yet moved from out of the aero of Rogers' car just yet. They still remain manacled together, but the important factor is both of them have managed to nearly enough, I would say, broach over a second. The gap is now extended. Dom Blyer effectively in 3rd, and I think that's probably the best he's going to get right now, because Kevin Ellis Jr. and Rogers leading the way are now starting to move onwards and upwards, and Jakub Matuszewski, I think, can smell blood. He is currently in 4th, but I'm sure he'd fancy a move into 3rd for extra points.
Indeed, as we'll stare at Jeff Rietveld here, you can see the emotional lack thereof on his face. He's so experienced, isn't he? He's pretty chill with it. He gets a little bit disappointed when things go wrong. A bit of a slide there. There you go. See a little bit of communication. Basically, whoops, a bit of a slide there at the Roger as he drops back into the clutches of Nikodem Wisniewski, who has jumped around a bit on teams. Of course, we've seen him race for Williams. We've seen him race for G2. Now we see him race for BS Competition. It's the first time that I've seen Nikodem Wisniewski. Bearing in mind, I've known him for 10 years. The first time I've seen him not teamed up with Jakub Brzezinski. Very bizarre.
Well, they moved together, didn't they, to G2, if I remember correctly, and yeah, incredible. And they're finally separated. They're almost like twins. But yeah.
When I first knew them, obviously they were racing for a team called Sport Poland, and then they moved from that, which ended up being Feeder Ragnar Simulators. Then they moved from that team together to Williams, and then from that team together to G2. And yeah, now well, the breakup's official apparently.
It's almost buy one get one free, isn't it? I suppose in many ways. Seemingly not anymore. Wisniewski currently sat in 7th and still very much in the, should we say, in the proximity of getting through into the top 6, but he's got to get past Jeffrey Rietveld. But like we've seen many times before, that's easier said than done. But nevertheless, the two BMW M4s are going to go side by side on the run down through towards turn 1 this time, and Wisniewski gladly relieves Rietveld of that P6. And now in the top 6, he will look to try and close the gap between himself and Jakub Matuszewski, but that gap is a second now. As it stands, in fact, it probably won't be long before it actually enlarges to 1.5 unless he does something quickly.
Yeah, it's really, this is now the battle again. 6. As much as this is a big pack race, we see this all the time here at the Temple of Speed. They are separating in their groups quite quickly at this early stage in the quarterfinals. I wonder if that will be the case when it comes to the semi-finals and the finals, because of course everyone, especially at that level, they're all running basically the same speed around here, right? And whilst that can be a good thing, because everyone's running the same speed, maybe you'll say it's easy to stay in a pack. You go side by side and then you lose the slipstream of the car ahead. As much as you're running the same times as, say, for example, Nikodem Wisniewski versus Jakub Matuszewski, you can't then close because you're running the same time. And you're far enough away that the slipstream's got very little effect. So it can kind of be those races where, as much as everyone's got the same speed, and that's great, it can actually mean that it separates into smaller battles quite quickly.
Well, that's where the finer details of a driver's ability comes into the foray, does it not? I mean, we saw that from Kevin Siggy in the last race, where it was on him to try and close the gap to John Robertson to try and move into that P7 position. Obviously not enough to move into the top 6 and gain qualification, but obviously without Siggy, then the rest of the group wouldn't have caught up with Robertson, no less, I wouldn't have thought, in that last race. So credit had to go to Siggy, but Wisniewski's now got to try and do the same in order to A, protect himself against Jeffrey Rietveld, but also, on the other hand of it, give himself a better opportunity of getting qualification by closing up to Matuszewski. But that's not going to happen just yet, because Rietveld's on the attack. He's only interested in one thing, and that's a move inside the top 6, and he does, and a tap in the rear from Jimmy Antonez in behind, and there's a bigger crash, because around as well goes Nikodem Wisniewski into the gravel, met with Ibrahim Khan on the escape coming out of turn 2, and then they're wheel-to-wheel coming out of Curva Grande. Side by side they have remained, and they've lost out majorly against all those further up the road. It's gone out by over a second. It's now starting to get rather fraught. Antonez Lewis now has lost 2 seconds to those in P6. Rietveld has been handed a freebie here, Lewis.
Yeah, it's done. The top 6, they'll be confirmed. Bit of a mistake there from Martinez, straight into the rear end of Nikodem Wisniewski there, down into the opening chicane. And like I say, that's so unfortunate for Wisniewski. But then it was handbags of dawn between this lot. My goodness me. Nearly 4 wide going up towards the Roger. That was never going to work. And like I say, coming up towards that Curva Grande, they're all going all over the place. Just a bit messy, really, to be honest. But yeah, sometimes how it goes. And I did see Nicholas Matteo carve up Yuri Kasdorp, who I'm pretty sure won't be too pleased about that, as obviously Matteo was trying to fend off Yuri Kasdorp and was more focused on trying to get past the Mercedes, the MSI car that Jimmy Antunes is behind. I mean, yeah, what wild scenes.
Wild scenes. Not the first time we've seen it tonight either. We saw it all unfold in the race prior. But like we've already said, Jeffrey Rietveld now has been handed a real lifeline now. The gap now is really sprung out to nigh on nearly 3 seconds. It's actually around 2.5, I would say, if you want to be picky. There's probably around 2.4 in that, I would say, at this point. But it's been, given to Rietveld on a silver platter, who can now focus on trying to close up to Matuszewski. Here comes Matteo again, and Jimmy Antunes, wheel-to-wheel coming through turn 1, and the TC Esports driver certainly looking like he's ready to certainly send it into fisticuffs right now, and he's now reunited with Yuri Kasdorp, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. I can tell you something, that was not actually an intended move. I'm pretty sure of it. I think he got on the brakes, realised he was a little bit too late, and then forced the issue down the inside as Yuri Kasdorp drops in behind. Matt Emery knocking at the door, and the Mouse driver unable to work his way through. Nikodem Wisniewski back into the fight. Big nearly 2-second gap back to Ibrahim Khan. Khan could be able to rejoin this fight, considering how heavily they are fighting around here. Somewhere where fighting's not happening, don't worry, ladies and gents, there's all that happening up ahead of all of this. Not too much fighting happening up there. They're all being a little bit patient. It will kick off on the last lap, I'm absolutely sure. Kevin Lenz Jr. will have a good chance to go for this.
He definitely will, and he'll want to take it as well. It'd be massive for Virtus.pro as a team, who actually arrived here on around 106 points coming into this round of the championship. And they're looking to do battle with the likes of Team Redline and obviously by extension as well the Williams Sim Racing team. But this has been a big bold step for Virtus.pro, who could yet seal the deal on them being, should we say, the second best team in this championship. And with the likes of Big Kev, Kevin Ellis Jr., and also coupled with that of Dara McCormack, and you've got Wojtek Fiala picking up some decent points as well. You've got a stable team there, Lewis. That could at least take the second fastest spot, just behind Porsche Coanda.
Yeah, indeed. Mikhail Statsenko is a quality driver as well. I mean, look, we'll have to wait and see how Virtus.pro can do it. This is what happened to Ibrahim Khan. We're still slightly alongside Nikodem Wisniewski leaving the Roger, and then basically got sent off into the barrier. It's all kicking off again here, Georgie. Here comes Yuri Kasdorp. He's been off the road, and now Nicholas Matteo is back through. Goodness me, it's like watching you take a lap around Spa in a touring car.
Oh, treasured memories, Lewis McLean, as we now watch as Nicholas Matteo now makes his way out of Curva Grande down towards the Roger, being met toe for toe once more by Yuri Kasdorp, and certainly no love lost between these two as they now make their way out of the second chicane here on this very lap 7 of 9. And we're currently at the 2.5 lap remaining mark, and it won't be long before we see the fisticuffs come out in between Joshua Rogers and Kevin Ellis Jr., let alone Nicholas Matteo and Yuri Kasdorp, who will be looking to maximise their points-paying positions aside of not being able to make it through to the semi-finals. Nose to tail, they're going to remain, though, heading down the Seraglio straight, and this time Kasdorp looking to get the move one and done. Coming into Ascari, is he? No. Opts to Renee. Probably the smart decision in this exchange, and wait for the long straight to sort of hedge your bets, I would say, in this Monza scrap, because in behind he has got Matt Emery and Nikodem Wisniewski, who is not short of pace, and also in all this, Ibrahim Khan looking to try and fight back, as well as we now rejoin that Yuri Kasdorp battle, heading down through towards the Alboreto corner, still chasing after Nicholas Matteo. Matt Emery glued to the rear of Kasdorp's BMW M4. So now pirouette out of Alboreto and down the long straight. It's a long road down through towards the Reto Filho. Matteo could be finding a BMW going side by side with him very shortly, and couple that with Matt Emery. It's going to be a very fraught fight here, Lewis.
Yeah, there's going to be, again, a little bit going on here. There goes the look down the inside as you were predicting, and there goes the bigger look down the inside as you were also predicting. Matt Emery did have a look. Yuri Kastorp sent it over, and he's done that to himself. He sent it in too hard. He is absolutely fuming, but he sent that one in maybe a little bit too hard, at least from that angle that I was seeing. Gave Matteo no room there on the exit. Whether you say you have to or not, it's up to you, but either way, it is Kastorp that's sent to the back of the field, and he is fuming.
It's handed a huge opportunity to Matt Emery now, who has moved up into 8th place. So more points in the offing for Guild, who really need them after a very, very tough first round. They've already had difficulties with the drivers on the grid, of course. We've already seen the likes of Marco Page competing as well for his first stint in R1 competition this season. And not to mention Henry Moore as well, who has also taken part here tonight too. But Bono House, of course, who was the first of the drivers to step up in quarter-final 1 as they now sprint down the Seraglio straight once again. It's Joshua Rogers out in front. We're on the penultimate lap of the race. The next time around will be the last before we then move into semi-final action, where the top 6 from this very race will join the top 6 from our previous quarter-final, and they will then dice over the next top 6 battle to make it into the final. But Matt Emery now streaking down through towards the final corner at Alboreto corner with Matteo in full flow as well. I'd imagine we could see some stewards' decisions off the back of this one, Lewis, but here's the lead fight.
Yeah, let's see if Kevin Ellis Jr., he's going to go for it this time by and try and take yet another victory, as Josh Rogers is closing in on 40 victories here in R1 and is trying to make sure that that's not going to happen this afternoon. Bit of contact between the pair of them as Rogers was trying to close his way back in, but Kevin Ellis Jr. to the outside, sends it round the outside at the opening chicane and will work his way through into the race lead. But George, this is not done yet as we get to Curva Grande.
Not at all. Joshua Rogers still stuck in behind and is switching now to the inside at Curva Grande. It'll become the outside on the entrance into the Rogers chicane. The Porsche squeezing between the grass and the Aston Martin belonging to Kevin Ellis Jr. as they now come down into the second chicane on this lap 9 of 9 and around the outside from Joshua Rogers. What an illustrious overtake. A brilliant move. But back comes Kevin Ellis Jr. down the inside now, coming into Lesmo 1. Toe to toe. These two juggernauts of R1 are now meeting again, and Kevin Ellis Jr. takes the lead of the race here on lap 9 of 9, and now down the Seraglio straight he'll look to bring it home for Virtus Pro.
What a quality move, what a quality display between two of the best drivers in R1. That was absolutely fantastic between Kevin Ellis Jr. and Josh Rogers. Still another opportunity or two for Rogers though as we work our way down into Ascari. He's got the Parabolica left to go. If he gets a good drive off of it, there might be an opportunity for yet another victory. A 38th one for Josh Rogers if he's able to do it, and yet another one for the Porsche Commander team this season.
This is not over for Rogers as far as he's concerned. He wants to chase all 25 points here in this quarter-final 4 and smells an opportunity. There's also a battle over third, and Rogers does move through and take the lead of the race. Kevin Ellis Jr. forfeiting the lead, but is going to try, I think, and gather a run heading down the long straight through towards the start-finish line. But Coanda are going to go back-to-back with Collins and Rogers, or are they? As they do sprint side by side, it is Joshua Rogers, your winner here in quarter-final 4. What an incredible display between the two front runners. Kevin Ellis Jr. thought he could take it from lights to flag. He was unable to do so, but a magnificent fight. Rogers, though, scooping up all the points necessary in this fourth quarter-final, will stamp his place heading through to the semis, and Big Kev will also be joining him as well. But that was a pleasure to watch, Lewis.
Yeah, really, really good drive. And like I said, a 38th victory there for Josh Rogers. He wins all 3 races today. He'll be the first driver in R1's history, of course, to pass the 40 mark. He's got 8 more wins than Sebastian Job. So, yeah, he's pretty clear on the all-time winners list at the moment. And again, just keep showing it time and time again. But really importantly, it's another win for a Porsche, which means the only non-Porsche driver still is McCormack. But Kevin Ellis Jr. gave him a good run for his money. I think if this was the final, this was the last race, maybe Josh Rogers would have won again, fair enough. But Kevin Ellis Jr. would have fought harder down into that final corner, would have left himself alongside. Great battle, though. I think that's one of the best, wheel-to-wheel battles that we've seen in R1, certainly this season, between two drivers there on that final lap. Brilliant stuff.
It was truly special, wasn't it? I mean, credit to Kevin Ellis Jr., who gave it his absolute all towards the end. I get the feeling there was some sort of good competitive spirit, I think, towards the end. I think Kevin Ellis Jr. kind of thought, well, perhaps he was a little bit overzealous in that fight with Joshua Rogers, perhaps even reneging the place to a certain degree, coming around the final corner, kind of patting Rogers on the back. I mean, what a result, though, for Porsche Commander. Again, if I'm not mistaken, that's 4 of their cars now going through to the semi-finals once more, as they did back at Spa. They're in a very good place right now, Lewis, at the moment. They've got back-to-back victories in quarterfinals once again. And I have to say, looking ahead now to, yet another semi-final, it looks like it's theirs to lose, really.
Yeah, 2024 was basically pretty much all the way through. We were kind of looking at Team Redline. It did look like it was Team Redline through and through. And to be fair, actually, we kind of had that a little bit in the full season as well, didn't we? Where it was the only team you were really looking at when it comes to the points. There were runaway winners, which was obviously R8G back then, and even Team Redline in the very first season, of course, back in the spring season. Like when we do have these teams that kind of run away in a season. Once it comes to LAN, everything kind of changed a little bit. But it does look this year so far very much is Porsche Commander so far.
Certainly is. We can go across now and have a little chat with your winner, Joshua Rogers, off the back of that truly incredible display in that final lap. It was Big Kev against the man we're currently seeing on our screen as well, Joshua Rogers, Porsche Commander, on an unassailable trajectory at the moment here. About to say Charlie then. We've already gone from him. We'll go to Joshua. Josh, what a phenomenal race. You must be absolutely thrilled. Your team and yourself, you're in great form, as you always are generally.
Yeah, the team's doing great. It's been a very nice start to the season so far. All of us through to the semi-finals. Hopefully we can continue that momentum. But yeah, no, awesome race. It was good working with Kev, to be honest, throughout the start of the race there, because we had a little bit of a gap behind, and it was honestly in my best interest to keep him in the draft as well. So we were able to pull away and left it all down to the wire on the last lap. Lots of close racing, but always respectful, and it was good fun. It was an enjoyable battle.
Do you have to be really, really tactical in these races? Because you've got to kind of be working with other drivers, like you say, like with Kevin Ellis Jr. there, where everyone's running at very similar speeds, and it's all about how and when you battle. Is it more tactical than we've seen at say, Spa or even Monza in previous season?
I wouldn't necessarily say more tactical, but still tactical for sure. In that situation at the start of the race, if Kevin and I started battling, that was only going to bring P3, 4, 5, 6 into the battle, which is obviously not what we want. When you have that gap, it's good to keep it. So, it's... I think in general, Monza is probably one of those tracks where you can be a little bit more tactical than others because it's so draft focused. But at the same time, it's kind of a general trend, I think, across every track at the moment. But yeah, it's, the mind games are definitely there for sure.
Well, that's 3 podiums in the last 4 races, Joshua. Well done. Incredible result. We'll see you in the semis.
Thank you. Cheers, guys.
Brilliant stuff. Joshua Rogers, everyone, a winner once more. His second win so far this season in this competition. Let's go through the highlights of what was a truly remarkable race. We saw plenty of it, I can tell you that much. Jeffrey Rietveld obviously was working tooth and nail to secure his place, and did so, obviously finishing 6th after the dramatics that we saw from Jimmy Antonez earlier on, managing to brush past the likes of fellow BMW M4 competition cars before then making an unassailable rise through the order. This is where we saw the backmarkers fight. Yuri Kazdorp, you can just see in the distance as well. There was the tap of the rear from Jimmy Antonez as they came together, and then onto the grass and into the gravel, I should say, did go the BS Plus competition car as they now scoop through out of the first 2 corners. It was wheel to wheel again, making their way through once more as, of course, we saw into the barrier go Ibrahim Khan. Really, really tough visit for him on his return. He looked really quick as well at the start. Could have very easily brushed into the top 6. This was the moment once again. Yuri Kazdorp getting caught, and into the rear we saw his reaction after contact with Nicolas Matteo on the run out to the Rettifilio chicane. A tricky moment for Kazdorp, who pretty much assured his place outside of the top 6 with that moment. And then we saw this magnificent ending to this race where it was Kevin Ellis Jr. and Joshua Rogers going wheel to wheel right through the entirety of the first and second sectors. Kevin Ellis Jr. with a magnificent switchback coming through towards Lesmo 1, tried to find his way, made a little bit of contact. I think that was the contention egregious moment that might have led to him feeding the position back to him, heading through towards the Parabolica. But nonetheless, a great performance from both drivers. And Joshua Rogers came out of it, your race winner. Yet another win going Porsche Coander's way here tonight, and he'll go through to the semi-finals, along with Kevin Ellis Jr. in second, 86 thousandths between them. Dominic Blyer in third as well, with Thibaut Casubon in fourth. Jakub Matuszewski in fifth. Jeffrey Rietveld in sixth place for Team Redline. And then we lost Matt Emery, Nicholas Mateo, Nikodem Wisniewski, Jimmy Antonez, Ibrahim Khan, and Yuri Kazdorp finishing last of the cars at the rear in 12th place for Maus. And unfortunately will not be persevering and going through to the semi-finals. But it's all Coander at the moment, Lewis McGlade. No stopping them. And they've got Charlie Collins as well as Dane Warren. They've got them all going through to the next semi-final, and with every chance of getting all four into the final as well.
Yeah, we have a little while to wait before we'll see if Charlie Collins can break the record and make it 5 victories on the bounce. That'll, of course, come up in semi-final 2. Semi-final 1, I mean, look, it's going to be a tough one. I think realistically the favourite coming into this, the driver who set the fastest lap coming into this, is the only driver who's got into the point ones. It has to be Darren McCormack. But we have seen this a few times from McCormack where it looks really, really strong, and then qualifying goes awry. I think qualifying was his big enemy last season. Hopefully has rectified those problems, because seeing those point ones, seeing Darren at the front, it seems as though to a degree it's him and Kevin Ellis Jr. are the only ones that can take on the Porsches, well, at least the Porsche Commanders outside of Thomas Tatler, who's also in a Porsche.
Do you think Chinchik can, though, as well, Lewis, after his performance in the opening race? I mean, there's every chance, but he's got form around Monza. While obviously, I think Vitality this season have been very much Jekyll and Hyde. This is a track that does kind of favour them.
Yeah, I mean, there is potential. Look, you can never count out Marcel Chinchik around this circuit. We know what he's like round here. But at the same time, when it comes to that consistency and delivery, I think maybe McCormack in the race might be a little bit higher than Chinchik. I mean, he's a little bit higher. Well, so let's have a look. Let's consult the stats here, George.
We love stats.
That's what we're here for. Marcel Chinchik has 109 races in R1, 15 of which have been victories, meaning his percentage is 13.8%. Whatever, you read into that what you will. McCormack has 104 races, so 5 less, and in those 5 less has taken 4 more victories. And that's why I think McCormack's better is not the right word, right? Because that's a skewed terminology. Yeah, I think McCormack has the higher chance of being victorious, but then the reason that Marcel Chinchik has actually taken less victories is because he's taken more podiums and is more consistent across the board, and that's why he won the Spring Season Champion back in 2023.
But is that just a question of ideology, Lewis?
Potentially, it's anything. It's anything. So you approach. Sometimes, Marcel Chinchik shows the patience, right there, but sometimes he doesn't have the edge on the speed, like for example, we see from McCormack. That's the kind of the big thing. Either way, well, we can talk about stats and numbers all day long, but we're here to talk about qualifying because that's where we're at. Gregor Schill will be the first driver in semi-final 1 to set a lap time, and it is a 46.6 across the board. But look at that tower and look at how many heavy hitters we've got in this session. The next up is Jordan Caruso.
Caruso really made a name for himself, of course, a Porsche Super Cup winner, but also we got to factor in that he is taking part here in R1 and looking to elevate himself to the top, though he is 41 thousandths off in the first sector in comparison to other cars around this track, and also in that middle sector it isn't quite as great. That final sector is decent though, and will go fastest into the 146.4s. That last sector is saving grace, but here comes Chinchik.
First sector really not good, really is a couple of tenths away from the band. 35.5, really you do need to see those 3s. I mean, I think as much as someone's got close to a 2, that's not really necessary, but somewhere in a mid 3 would be pretty handy. The middle sector is decent though. I think this is going to be more the 0.4, 0.5 kind of area for Chinchik if he nails the final sector. It's actually a 0.3, so it really does nail the first sector. I wonder if that Aston Martin's not quite so strong in that first sector actually.
Well, speaking of strength, I can tell you that Schoening is very strong in that first sector. A 35.3 is certainly right in the centre of the dance floor. That is where you want to be. 35.4 in that middle sector isn't bad either. And inside the 35.5, so we've seen many drivers operating here tonight, as now the BMW M4 looks to make its way down the long straight. Schoeninger in back-to-back semi-final visits, looking for back-to-back finals as well. It's a 35.4 in the final sector, enough to go fastest, and the first 46.2 of the session.
Yeah, it's not going to be the only 46-2. I could predict that we're going to see twos out of McCormack, Bennett, Statsenko, maybe not, but maybe Warren. There's a few more twos out there. Let's wait and see. Jamie Fluke then into the final corner here at the Parabolica and up towards the line. The sectors, they're tracking for something close to a 0.5, maybe slightly ahead of Gregor Schill there in fourth position. Actually, again, sets a really good final sector and goes into third.
Only 1,000th faster than Jordan Caruso. That is extraordinary. Thomas Sattler, who very much took the fight to Charlie Collins and the Porsche Coanda team in our last round back at Spa, gave a good account of himself for Team Falcons, finished second in those first two races. Of course, on return here now with a victory in Monza this time around to venture into the semi-finals. And this isn't a bad lap at all for Thomas Sattler, and could very well find himself in second place and will and join the 0.2 club.
Yeah, superb sector there. Final one from Thomas Sattler. Here we go with Kaiki Oliveira. That middle sector is lacking. That first sector is excellent, though. We'll see what the BS competition driver can do after a fantastic performance earlier on in the day in the quarterfinals. Seeing a few BS competitions out there. Obviously, we always saw Gregor Schill. They're having a really solid day here around the Temple of Speed. Let's see what the BMW M4 can do as he works his way out towards the line. 46. Oh, he had a slow down the final sector. We didn't see that going through the Ascari chicane. That's such a shame.
Yeah, and it places him right to the tail end at 1:49, which is already 3 seconds near enough off the top times that we have seen from Dennis Schrödinger and Thomas Sattler. We got Statsenko coming up next for the Virtus Pro team, and a strong driver on his day, Mikhail Statsenko. First sector isn't the best, but that middle sector 38.2 is well, should we say, well adrift of where he would want to be. No doubt a slowdown, I think, involved there as well, and that's a 1:49.225 and 3,000ths away from Kaiki Oliveira, but here comes Dara McCormack.
Yeah, let's test this theory. The Aston Martin wasn't so great in the first sector, is what we were kind of looking at with Chinchig's lap time, because he came strong in the final sector. That first sector's pretty fast for McCormack. Is it going to be another 0.1? Can he beat his good friend Dennis Schrödinger out towards the line? Let's see what it is. He was like, yeah, that's all right. In quarterfinal earlier on in the day, as he crosses the line, yeah, he's like, yeah, that's all right. It's another 0.1. The only driver to get into the 0.1 state, and he is deep in them as well.
He is absolutely, tenacious out there at the moment. First 1:46.1 of this session. And I have to tell you, that looks good value for pole position. But we do have two other great drivers. Well, you can count Jack Keithley in this, because remember, he had a front row start earlier on tonight. 35.3 in the first sector isn't terrible. 35.6 so in that middle sector isn't the best. Needs a mighty final sector in order to get himself into the midfield. And I think he'll do just that. 7th fastest, just behind Jordan Caruso.
Here we go then with Dane Warren at the moment, tracking as around nearly 2/10 off of the lap time that Darren McCormack has set. But if he sets a good final sector, I mean, he's still going to be on the front couple of rows, as is the gap between McCormack and Dennis Schrödinger. So it is an impressive one there for McCormack. Let's see what Warren's reactions out towards the line. Didn't qualify too well earlier on in the day. Across the line, ends up in 4th position. Still gets himself a 0.2 onto the board. Here comes Luke.
Yeah, this isn't a bad lap at all from Luke Bennett as far as he's concerned. It's been a rough day, really, in parts for Team Redline, but looking for something to certainly jettison him from the bottom to the top here in this session. That purple middle sector will go a long way to achieving that. 35.4 in that middle sector, met with a 35.3 in the first sector. It's a 10th outside from what we have seen from Dara McCormack. Needs something mighty, though, in sector 3. Might get it. Enough for 4th fastest, ahead of Dane Warren. Redline and Coanda meet again.
Yeah, indeed. Really excited to see how things are going to unfold in this race. But one thing that we do know, this driver's looking pretty quick. Was dominant in the early stages of his quarterfinal race against Luke Bennett. Will he be able to do the same thing once again? It is McCormack on pole position. A 0.133. Devastated that it was a 100th or so slower than his quarterfinal lap time. Still pretty good.
Very good, I would say. What a lap from Dara McCormack, and again sending a clear message to the rest of the grid, suggesting that it will be Virtus's pro day, I would say, here at Monza at the Temple of Speed, and that is a sheer declaration of speed there from the Irishman, and looking no doubt to stamp his place heading through to the final in order to try and close the gap on Porsche Coanda. What I will say definitely is looking good for Virtus Pro in terms of enlarging their own points situation. They've already broken a century of points so far this campaign off the back of Spa, but they're also looking to try and close that gap between themselves and Porsche Coanda, despite how tricky that will be, of course, because Coanda do have 4 cars in semi-final action, but still, they can do their utmost to secure a second automatic spot to move through to the Esports World Cup, which is what they'll be chasing for, so hopefully they can, and certainly with results like this, you wouldn't count them out of it, Lewis.
It's kind of one of those ones where you're always going to be sat there thinking maybe Porsche Coanda's catchable here in the seeding phase before we get into the group stage, but at the moment, realistically, I'd be sat there looking at it being like, do you know what? They're gone. They are gone. They are almost uncatchable. It is what it is. So let's focus on grabbing ourselves second position. Let's focus on being the best of the rest and using this series to work forward before getting to the Esports World Cup and then challenging Porsche Coanda for it. At the moment, here today, there's been no doubt in my mind as to who the fastest driver has been thus far today. That is McCormack. He's the only one in the point ones. Like I said, he's deep in the point ones. Maybe a point 0 is even possible for him, whilst everyone else is languishing in the point 2s. He's been so fast, but again, qualifying round here, sure, the time's great and it's much quicker than everyone else. But the fact is, this is a big slipstream race. If he doesn't get the start right, if he gets caught up by anyone else down to turn 1, then it's basically all over. About breaking that slipstream early. We heard it in his interview earlier on.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, with Dara's mentality, obviously, he seems to take the offensive approach as rather than defensive. He's using offensive efforts in order to essentially put out the defense at this point. But, to be a driver that can go from setting point 1s in free practice to then doing them in an actual qualifying situation, does that suggest that he is far more resolute in comparison to the other drivers on the grid?
Certainly seems calmer. I mean, that's what Charlie Collins was saying in his interview, wasn't it? Where he was basically saying about the difference in times in practice versus qualifying. That, sure, there's the car, there's the tyres, there's this, there's that. But realistically, quite a lot of that is just like, this is your one lap. So you kind of want to take a % or 2 off and get after it. And some drivers are better at that than others. Some drivers can leave the dial on 100%. That's what Josh Rogers has been so good at in his R1 career. That's why he's had so many victories. He's got that ability to leave the tap at 100% and go after it. And there are some drivers like McCormack who just leave it at 100% whether it goes right or wrong.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And also now we've got other drivers, other contenders, obviously, for the throne at this point. I mean, we've got to give credit where credit's due to Dennis Schrodinger as well, who, again, another unbelievable performance for Maus, who have been certainly up against it in many ways. We saw what happened to Yuri Kasdorp. I mean, Max Benecker's still got a chance, though. He performed brilliantly. We'll be seeing him later on this evening. But, with the loss of Moritz Lerner and Kasdorp, it's going to be tough for them. But take us through the starting grid, Lewis.
Yes, indeed. The starting grid for the first semi-final of the evening. Mikhail Stetsenko, Virtus Pro at the rear of the field. It is a semi-final sandwich with some delicious Virtus Pro bread. Kaiki Oliveira starting from 11th position with Gregor Schill there in 10th. Jack Keithley, despite that excellent qualifying in the quarterfinals, couldn't quite back it up with 9th place. Jordan Caruso outside the cut-off line there in 8th position alongside Jamie Fluke, who did work up inside it quite nicely in the quarterfinals. Marcel Cinchik will start from 6th position with Luke Bennett. Had a front row and was really challenging Darren McCormack earlier on. Rather, he started from 3rd and then challenged McCormack. Has to do so again. Then it's Dane Warren. Thomas Tatley's got a victory this evening. Then it's Schoeniger on the front row alongside his good friend Darren McCormack. McCormack looking for yet another victory. If he takes 3 on the bounce, then obviously Charlie Collins can't make it 6. So at least there's that.
That is true. That is absolutely true, which would be a shame for Charlie Collins. Obviously, he's looking to surpass and break records. But going back to Dennis Schrodinger, I mean, what a performance from him. Like we said, we spoke about his genesis and how he's changed, obviously, since we perhaps first saw him. But he's got a huge opportunity here, Lewis.
honestly one of the most improved drivers thus far, and actually has a really good record of going from semi-finals to finals. I'm pretty sure actually it's 100%. I will double check that stat, but I'm pretty sure every time he's got into a semi-final, he's got into a final, and could be backing that one up here today as well. Should be a fun race. Of course, McCormack will be starting from the pole position. Hopefully we'll have no dramas like what we saw with Kevin Siggy back in the quarterfinal stage, where he was unable to get going. You can see the big wide grouping between the two lines as they move either side and get this show on the road. Semi-final one racing down towards the first corner, and it's a better reaction to the start of the race there coming in from Dennis Schoeniger, but he's got no assistance from behind from Luke Bennett, who might try and make a move down the inside, but he's got Marcel Cinczyk making it 3 wide there about on the second lane as they try and force their way through. Cinczyk with a big move down the inside, forcing over Thomas Tattler and Jordan Caruso, and of course Luke Bennett there straight over the inside line, running through the opening chicane. Bit of a flash of lights from McCormack to Dennis Schoeniger saying, I'm not going to attack you down in turn 1, let's let them all sort themselves out and let's hang on to where we're at the moment. Bennett right on toe though as he tries to look down the inside, working his way down into the Rogier. Bit of a calamitous opening corner of the race. It's getting even worse here for Cinczyk.
Yeah, Cinczyk who's had a couple of major moments now at either chicane, and another major moment as well, and this time for Jamie Fluke, who goes to the rear. We saw something similar with Jimmy Antonez in the race not too long ago, and now he's behind Mikhail Statsenko, who after that very difficult time in qualifying has now moved up from 12th into 11th place and chasing after Kaiki Oliveira. Jack Keithley in 9th as well. There is Cinczyk, who is now looking to recover. That is twice he's met trouble at the chicane, but this time has managed to come out in P6, but on the bubble of getting eliminated. But he has got a little bit of breathing space between himself and Jordan Caruso, who sits in P7.
Indeed. Wow, yeah, that was absolutely frantic. Oh, my goodness me. Big slide in the background. That's Jack Keithley, who's gone for a huge one going through the exit of Ascari as he drops down to 12th position in the rear of the field. Big drama there, but you're absolutely right. The top 6 have checked away a bit clear of the group, but trust me, Jordan Caruso, he's got the pace, he's got the fire in him. He could close his way back down onto this group.
And we know there's nothing that can upset Porsche performance. And there you can just see him. He's not too far away out of shot. Marcel Cinczyk, though, is going to try and make assurances for himself. He's on the tail now of Dane Warren, who is equally alongside Thomas Tattler. We know that Tattler doesn't give up without a fight. Dara McCormack taking the race lead away from Dennis Schrodinger, who is now down into second. And now they're met with Luke Bennett in third, with Thomas Tattler and Dane Warren going at it on the run out of the first chicane. As they now run wheel to wheel, coming through Curva Grande once more. It's Porsche v Porsche, with an Aston Martin waiting in the wings. There we can see Dane Warren in the bottom left of shot. He's got the inside line coming through Curva Grande, and here comes Marcel Cinczyk around the outside. He's going to try and make it 3 wide, coming into the Rogier now. Wheel to wheel they'll go, and the rear end is gone on Warren's car, and he's being curtailed and spun, and the reaction says it all. And of course, no doubt the frustration on display. He's reset to the pit lane. The only reprieve he has is that his teammate Jordan Caruso has now moved into the top 5, which would mean a place in the final, but that is not the way you want to lose in a semi-final like this.
Just really messy, really messy. I'm sure we'll take replays of it, but Dane Warren not happy, and so the chance of having 4 Porsche commanders into consecutive finals, well, that one is done. Does mean though the fight though for the final position to transfer has been turned up to 11. Big move down the inside there, and big contact as well between Mikhail Statsenko and Gregor Schill as Marcel Cinczyk was getting his elbows out in that Vitality car, working their way through the Ascari chicane. My goodness, this is not as clean as we saw in the quarterfinals.
No, I mean, to be fair, we usually expect the early stages of a race like this to be, fairly, we tend to see, I don't like using the term procession, but generally we do see a procession at the very start. It generally all comes to the foray towards the bitter end, but at this moment we have seen it dialed up to 11 at the very start, and in the first half of this race. We're just in the first third, in fact. We're only on lap 3 of 9, and alongside goes Gregor Schill. Down the inside here, this time of Marcel Cinczyk on the run in towards turn 1, and they're going to battle now wheel to wheel as we see the Virtus Pro car of Mikhail Statsenko just lose that rear end ever so slightly coming out of turn 1 after contact with Gregor Schill, and now Cinczyk on the tail of him. They've got Jordan Caruso still in 5th place, who probably can't believe his luck right now, because he has moved all the way from P7 all the way up to P5, but has got a queue of cars in behind that includes Marcel Cinczyk, who is desperately looking to get himself into that top 6.
I've had a couple of drivers tell me that I can't say that the driving's bad because I don't understand what it's like on this grid at the moment. I don't care. The driving's bad. It's not been good there down to that first chicane. Seen a lot of big dives with 3 laps into this race. And we've seen
a lot of desperation,
a lot of just like being forced to move over and skip the chicane. We've seen a lot of that. We've seen a fair amount of it today. Fair enough. You can kind of let it slide every now and then. Of course you can. But when we've had it quite a few times in the opening few laps of this race, it is a bit poor. I know they're fighting really hard. Obviously, we want to see it. But when you compare this racing and you tell me, oh yeah, the racing's really, really hard, this and blah, 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 and all this, that, and the other, and then you go back to the quarterfinal and see that excellent bit of racing between Josh Rogers and Kevin Ellis Jr., yeah, it's possible. Let's see more of that.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely achievable. I mean, like you so rightly say, we watched that incredible last lap battle, which is what we like to see. But yeah, no, certainly a very desperate moment. In fact, several desperate moments at the very start of this one. And we're just about to head into the halfway point. In fact, halfway through this lap will be the halfway point. And now Marcel Cinčić looking to pull the plug on Gregor Schill's time and tenure in P6 as he looks to go around the outside and move into that 6th place now. So it's now Team Vitality. Here comes now, desperately at the inside, Gregor Schill and Keke Oliveira. Now, BS Plus don't want their 2 cars to take each other out. That would be an embarrassing moment at a very fragile spot in this grid and at this portion of race.
Yeah, with the potential where both BS Competitions cars could actually theoretically move through as long as they played their cards right. Must work with each other here and get past Marcel Cinčić and Jordan Caruso. Easy said than done. We haven't ignored, by the way, I do understand, Darren McCormack has taken over the race lead from Dennis Schuniger. There is a 3-way fight there for the race lead between Darren, between Dennis and between Luke as well. We are not blind to that. It's just where this cut-off line has been around the P6. It's been a little bit too dramatic compared to the norm. We will obviously revisit that fight later on in the race, so don't worry, you're not going to miss too much here this afternoon. But yeah, that was a little bit messy. Certainly not done yet though. Jordan Caruso, I'm pretty sure, will be caught. The gap's not that large. Marcel Cinčić will close back in. It's just whether Gregor Schill, Keke Oliveira and Mikhail Stasenko and Jamie Fluke can close back up with them and maybe get themselves back involved in the fight to get inside the top 5 and top 6.
Yeah, still a huge opportunity, like you so rightly said, for BS Plus competition, but they do have plenty of company in behind, with Mikhail Stasenko looking to make it 2 Virtus Pro cars making it through to the final phase that we have coming up later on. Of course, that will close out our evening here at the Temple of Speed as now they persevere and send it down through towards turn 1 yet again. It's Gregor Schill and Keke Oliveira, nose to tail. Now, one has to wonder whether they will swap or make the wall of BS competition in order to try and keep Mikhail Stasenko at bay here. Side by side, they will indeed go, but the Virtus Pro driver looking to take a little bit more than just one. He wants them both, and now he's got, for his trouble, Jamie Fluke on his outside as they now come through towards Curva Grande. Fluke opting to remain in behind and retain that P10 for the time being, but now looking to move alongside the Aston Martin of Mikhail Stasenko as now the 2 BS Plus competition cars that still continue to work together here. They are starting to lose a little bit of tread, though, away from Marcel Cinčić, who is now on the tail of Jordan Caruso and has been for quite some time now. Caruso's place in P5 is by no means safe.
Yeah, it does make sense having Keke Oliveira at the front of this. Let's take a look at the replay down into the opening corner of the race and see how things really unfolded. So yeah, there was 4 wide in there, and that's why 3 cars had to jump straight over the inside. That's down into turn 1. Yeah, you can kind of let that one pass. It is what it is. And then this all started kicking off. What's happening here?
It looked like a rear end from Jack Keithley that really kind of kicked things off, I would say, and it just kind of spiraled out of control from there. Obviously, we saw Jamie Fluke go off as well. We saw one of the BS Plus competition cars go wide at that very moment as well. So I think that was Keke Oliveira who actually went off at that point. And once again, Keithley just getting caught on the race curb. And I got to say how they avoided Jack Keithley, who was pretty much sideways across the circuit for a brief moment. That is unbelievable.
Yeah, indeed. And then we had this moment, of course, with Marcel Cinčić sending it down the inside, making it 3 wide. That
was a bit
really
much.
Irritated Damon. Yeah, he was 2 wheels on the grass with Marcel Cinčić. They were 3 wide and they're working their way in. This was always going to end up poorly. And I believe that might have been... So they've got instant points in this, which I think is through contact. I think it might have breached the instant points. He disappeared very quickly, did Dane Warren.
Yeah, I think he did. But to be honest, I can't help but feel that Cinčić was to blame there in a certain way. I mean, it looked a bit overzealous making it 3 wide, and he wasn't on the racing line.
Yeah, it's kind of always one of those ones of like, this is not always how it is, but sometimes when I do look at it, whoever's made it 3 wide, that last car joining it and forcing the issue, it's not always their fault, but you know, 4 out of 5 times probably is. By the way, as we'll look at this group, I do want to correct the stat. I said that it was 100% record from Dennis Schoeniger to move through into the final. I am devastated. I'm wrong. I'm never wrong, but I am wrong here. It was one of his old teammates. It was Daniel Pajtor. Actually has a 100% record. He's done it once. That was who I was thinking of. Dennis Schoeniger has got into the final. Has got into the semi-finals 5 times before this. Has progressed twice. So could make it 50% here.
My goodness. The stats are just peeling away from Lewis McGlynn. Absolutely
honestly,
unbelievable.
I'm devastated.
My goodness. Darren McCormack at the head of the order, though. This group of 3 have pretty much departed from the rest of the field. And just look at that gap. It's nigh on around 2.5 seconds between Thomas Tackler and those further up. As we take a look at the gaps from leader at Darren McCormack, it's actually nearly stretching to 3 seconds in itself, which is incredible. As now, once again, Luke Bennett looks to try and go side by side here with Dennis Schrödinger. 2 BMWs meet again as they look to swap over for second place, and Bennett now moving up into that runners-up spot, looking to proceed and now challenge Darren McCormack for that front-end place. They don't want to let McCormack get away, but as it stands, it looks like it could be back-to-back 25-point coups for Darren McCormack should it continue like this.
Did you notice the tap of the brakes there for Dennis Schrödinger? He was like, right, all right, you've got the speed. Get through now. Get after him. I'm going to stick with you. Smart drive from Dennis Schrödinger as he looks for another podium and potentially even maybe a victory. Who knows? As we'll go back to Jamie Fluke versus Gregor Schill. Their chances of getting into the top 6 have seemed to have faded. It's the battle for 8th position now. Fluke, Schill, Senko, and Jack Keithley all involved in this. 1.4 seconds behind Kaiki Oliveira, who finds himself 1.2 seconds behind Marcel Cinčić in that final runners-up spot. Transfer spot. Obviously, race control might have some penalties to chuck out and dish out at the end of all of this, but I mean, well, no, I say maybe they will. No, I'm pretty sure they after the opening couple of laps here today, I'm pretty sure that they'll be chucking around the rule book a little bit. But I don't want to speak on behalf of race control, but I'm sure some people might be expecting the odd pen.
Yeah, could be the odd postcard going their way, the unwanted postcard. But we have got Kaiki Oliveira closing. I would suggest he's actually broken away from this pack further back, and Cinčić is kind of held behind Jordan Caruso as it stands. But obviously, if they can slipstream each other, that will help them out. But Kaiki Oliveira is only, should I say, around 1.5 away from Cinčić as it stands. So there is opportunities here for Cinčić. We are on the penultimate lap of the race, everyone, here at the Temple of Speed. Once more, Cinčić and Caruso are nose to tail as we now watch as Gregor Schill looks to try and gain on the back of Jamie Fluke again. Obviously, Fluke gaining a place on the last lap to move up into that 8th place. And Schill was then forced to renege into 9th as they come through the Rensselaer chicane once more. There is Statsenko just in behind them with Jack Keithley. Dane Warren, of course, out of the race after what we saw earlier on that led to him moving into the pits as they now round Curva Grande here on this penultimate run around the Temple of Speed. We just saw Kaiki Oliveira in shot. Doesn't look like he's gaining all that much. Like I said, it was 1.5 seconds. It's just drifted out to 1.6. It's going to be very hard for him to get back within that slipstream window on Marcel Cinčić.
Yeah, indeed. I think, like I say, it's all sorted there. Marcel Cinčić at the moment is in that top 6, so we refocus to the other battles around the grid. By the way, if Darren McCormack is able to take this victory, you might think, well, surely he's a favourite then for the final. Obviously, he would be. He has won a quarterfinal and a semi-final, though, twice in his R1 career. Neither have translated into a final victory. It was 9th the last time he did it. It was 3rd the time before that he did it in the final. So it doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to go on to win that final, but with the pace that he's been showing here today, he's looking pretty quick. That said, yes. Luke Bennett he'll definitely go after it. And Dennis Schrödinger's not won in R1 yet, so I'm sure he's not going to let this one go so easily onto the final lap of the race.
No, I can't imagine he will. And he's on the tail now of Luke Bennett as they now run down through towards turn 1. And there's Darren McCormack in picture as well. I mean, if Schoeninger could get a decent run here on Luke Bennett and a decent exit coming out of turn 2, then, you know, Darren McCormack is there essentially for the taking as the two BMWs go wheel to wheel coming through towards the Rettifilo chicane. Now side by side they will indeed run. Inside line will favour Schoeninger to a certain degree, but Bennett a little twisty coming out of the braking zone through towards the Curva Grande. So now it's advantage Schoeninger to move into second, but just look at that gap. It's gone out to nearly 1.2 straight away, and McCormack is coasting onwards and upwards on the run down in towards the Rogier. Back comes Bennett now down the inside as they now go side by side once more, coming into the Rogier chicane here at turn 4, and now flurrying through towards turn 5 and 6 at the Lesmo. It will still be Schoeninger who holds station, holds position as we watch the scrap unfold. Further back with Jamie Fluke and Gregor Schill going wheel to wheel on the outside of Rogier.
I think they'd accepted with the 6/10 margin that it was basically done, that Darren McCormack had won the race. So they were fighting amongst themselves. Dennis Schoeninger then working his way up into second position. Like you say, you're absolutely right. You've got Jamie Fluke versus Gregor Schill, the battle for 8th position at the bottom right. Plenty of battles to see up towards the line. Plenty of looks. Thomas Tattler is closing his way in, but he won't have a chance to move his way onto yet another podium here this season. It's been so good, has Thomas Tattler. Not quite as good, though, as your race leader, who's got one final corner left to go. We've only got 3 drivers that have worked up to 20 race victories and beyond in R1. Well, we can scratch that one off the list, and we can now add a 4th onto that. Darren McCormack comes through the final corner to take his 20th victory in R1. He's gone back to back, and maybe he's going to end the streak of Charlie Collins if it's not already ended in semi-final 2. Dennis Schoeninger, great drive then at a second spot with Luke Bennett in 3rd. Tattler, Chinchik and Jordan Caruso will round out the 6 positions there. I think there's a bit to deal with, though, from race control. There's McCormack. He's going to be pretty happy.
3 wins in his last 5 races to kick off the start of the R1 Championship, and that's 5 podiums, I should say, out of 5 as well. Darren McCormack currently sat in a world of his own, certainly a standout here at R1, though he is, I'm sure, looking to chase after Charlie Collins in terms of the current points sway of things. 85 Collins had coming into tonight's round, and aside from that, of course, we talk about Darren McCormack. He's a few, I think he came into this round 62 points coming into tonight's round, but he certainly added plenty more where that came from. Another 50 points going his way off the back of the last 2 races. Truly phenomenal. What a performance from Darren McCormack, and certainly sending a message for things to come. But equally enough, credit to Luke Bennett. Back again, Team Redline showing they're not all truly toothless in this fight. You know, whilst obviously it's been all about Porsche Coanda, a little bit about Virtus Pro, Redline still have some fast drivers at their disposal. But we've also got to factor in Dennis Schoeninger, who put in another blissful performance.
Yeah, a great drive from Dennis. Again, I still maintain when it comes to season, most improved driver, and so far from what I'm seeing, he's so good, so consistent, getting up there, battling for victories. I know I said he hasn't won in R1 yet. Trust me, that victory is on its way. He will be winning races. Whether it's finals, I don't know. I don't know if he's quite there yet, but he's going to be winning races. He's showing the speed that we knew he had when he was at Williams.
Yeah, well, we have got an interview with the one, the only Darren McCormack, your winner once again here tonight. Back to back, and also 3 in your last 5, Dara. It's going well.
Yeah. Cheers, George. That was a little bit more of a tough one. You know, I had people right behind me this time. 2 of my friends as well, Dennis and Luke. So it was. I knew it was going to be a little bit of fireworks. Because, you know, we're all aggressive drivers, but yeah, managed to come through in P1, kind of played them a little bit, you know, gave each one of them slipstreams. So yeah, really nice to take home another win.
Yeah, if you get a podium, by the way, in the final race, you'll have 50% of your races on podium. I know you like some stats as well. You are also the 4th driver to pass 20 victories in R1, but importantly, you have been in this situation before, winning the quarterfinal and winning the semi-final. On the 2 occasions that it's happened before, the final hasn't gone on to become victorious. It's been a 9th and a 3rd place. Have you learnt from those occasions where that's happened? What have you changed? What's your approach?
No, I'll be honest, I haven't learned anything from that. I think it was just complete failures each time. It's happened. I know what went wrong. So yeah, it's just trying to avoid that same scenario, you know. Of course, I'll do my best to try and win it. I'd love to get another final win. It's been 2 years, and I feel like I've been so close so many times when I feel like I should have won, but it never came together. So yeah, it'd be nice to at least challenge for it again, you know. But it'd be great to take it home.
Well, in this form, Dara, you've got every chance in the world. We look forward to seeing you. You've got a final to prepare for, so we'll catch you later on. All the very best.
Cheers. Thanks, George and Lewis.
Nice one. Dara McCormack, everyone, your winner here from Semi-Final 1. But we'll take a look at some of the highlights. Lewis, take us through it.
Yeah, indeed. And there were a few highlights to look at through this race, including all of these fisticuffs going down to the opening corner. Thomas Tattler going out wide, along with Dane Warren and the likes. And then all this kicking off with Jack Keithley getting into the rear end, Marcel Chinchik being sent over the inside run as well. It was all a little bit chaotic and a little bit messy as well. It would take them all the way up to the Lesmo. Kaiki Oliveira out wide as Jack Keithley's working way through. Big moment here for Keithley. Watch the air as he clips the curb there on the left-hand side of the exit of Ascari. Somehow, though, manages to catch the car and was able to get back going. Dane Warren was not happy about this move. Marcel Chinchik would make it 3 wide in the Aston Martin as they were working their way around Curva Grande. Would look down the inside, would force the move, the 3 wide into it, a little bit of contact, a little bit of argy-bargy, and that would be Dane Warren out of the race. And obviously making sure that no Porsche, or that it won't be all 4 Porsche commanders working their way through into the final. After all that, though, Darren McCormack is able to take his 20th victory in R1, and he has been the fastest driver so far today. Could he go on and win the final as well? I mean, he's looking pretty confident as well. Dennis Schuniger there in second position, looking like a man possessed, looking like a completely different driver that we've seen from the last few seasons. He'll be in second position with Luke Bennett in third, Thomas Tattler in fourth position with Jordan Caruso down in fifth, and Marcel Chinchik inside the top 6. Only 700ths ahead of Jamie Fluke, and I think he might have been penalised by a few seconds there, and has still finished ahead of Jamie Fluke, but only just. I'll have to confirm that, but not 100% sure. Mikhail Stetsenko then in 8th position, just behind Jamie Fluke, then Jack Keithley in 9th, Kaiki Oliveira and Gregor Schill, the dream of 2 BS competitions working their way through the final. Unfortunately didn't come to fruition there with those 2, and Dane Warren retiring from the race.
Yeah, major shame for Dane Warren after the incident that he has sustained, but obviously a delighted Dara McCormack after taking victory. It means that we will not see, as you so rightly said, Lewis, 4 Porsche commanders going through to the final, obviously as a result of that race, but nonetheless, they've got plenty of contenders looking to make their way through nonetheless. In the next one, they will, of course, have Joshua Rogers and Charlie Collins at their, certainly at the mercy for the rest of the grid to take on. But yeah, phenomenal display. Again, brilliant performance from Dennis Schrodinger, brilliant performance from Luke Bennett. Some other names started to filter in, though, some promising results for certain drivers across the grid, but things did get rather messy. Do you think the drivers in semi-final 2 are going to have to try and temper themselves a little bit after that, Lewis?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit, because it was a bit messy, but I'm sure they'll all be aware of it. I'm sure the main focus, really, and this is going to go to qualifying, is can anyone else get a 0.1 onto the board, right? Now, obviously, everyone knows at home, our focus here is to whether Charlie Collins can get his 5th consecutive victory, because we love stats and love records, at least I do. But the fact that McCormack has set 0.1s in consecutive qualifying sessions, the likes of, especially for Charlie Collins, for Josh Rogers and the like, their main focus is to try and set a 0.1 in this qualifying session to prove that it's not only Darren McCormack doing it. If not, McCormack's going to stroll into that final and is going to be like, I've got a 0.1 in the bag, lads. See ya.
Yeah, no, absolutely right. I mean, that's what's integral. At the end of the day, qualifying all the more important in R1 where it comes to grid position. But not only that, if you can get that clean air at the start, it can really, really help you out. We've got some big names coming into this one. We're going from one hench grid to another. Big chance for Maus as well. The return of Max Benneker. How do you rate his chances as well, Lewis?
Good. I mean, look, Benneker, obviously, I've said this time and time again about Max Benneker, is that the round that we saw from him at Spa, you might say is big disappointment. It was a big disappointment. He didn't get out of the quarterfinals, but I wouldn't say that it's not typical, right? We have seen some of these rounds from Benneker where he has struggled to get going. He has struggled to get out of the quarterfinals. It has happened before, but always Benneker moves his way forward throughout the season. He'll find his way through. Honestly, Benneker's one of those drivers who can kind of set a performance, get a second place, get a fifth place, whatever, work his way through the funnel, and then just dominate the final. That's the kind of driver that Benneker is. He is so good and so consistent at doing that. I wouldn't be shocked if he did.
Well, I mean, the one benefit we do get from all of this is that we do get a Benneker-Rogers, and who doesn't love a Benneker-Rogers rivalry? They're going to meet again on the grid once more, this time at Monza for semi-final 2. But back with this man, Big Kev, Kevin Ellis Jr., who also seems to have adapted to life at Virtus Pro all the better, and would have obviously watched and tuned in, I'm sure, to watch his teammate, Dara McCormack, deliver the goods for Virtus Pro, and I'm sure that will give him plenty of inspiration, Lewis. And you'd be foolish to count out Big Kev.
You would be. I mean, look, he's a quality driver, and that is a good first sector, by the way. A 35.3 is a solid run in that first sector. So you would be a little bit unwise to count him out. It does look really strong, has had good results, is looking strong here. Obviously got caught up in a little bit of the drama at the previous round. Look, I'm sure the Virtus Pro team were looking at that thinking like, don't worry about it, scratch it off, let's focus on Monza. And he has focused on Monza and is showing the pace really, really well. Maybe going to win overall in the final might be a little bit of a stretch. I think Darren McCormack's got a little bit more pace in him, but I would not be shocked to see him, contending for a podium, maybe even a victory in this race. And again, if he gets through into the final, it'll be 100 races for Kevin Ellis Jr.
Well, I can tell you that we had 4 146.1s in practice leading up to this very qualifying session, and Kevin Ellis Jr. was one of them. He was second fastest. Jeffrey Rietveld was the fastest driver in free practice. Max Benneker third, Charlie Collins in fourth. Kevin Ellis Jr. 35.3 and still holds on to the purple first and second sectors, 35.4. Not bad at all for this initial run. Whoa. And it's a 146.1 straight from the off from Kevin Ellis Jr. Message sent. But is it received from the rest of the grid? Next up, Thibaut Casibon.
What a benchmark to chuck down to the rest of the field. That is crazy from Kevin Ellis Jr. 146.1. Incredible stuff. Thibaut Casibon's lap is actually really good. But compared to Kevin Ellis Jr., who might be a tenth or so down, could still be a 0.2 for the Frenchman. It's not going to be a 0.1. Surely he's not put a mega final sector in. We'll have to wait and see across the line. It's a pretty good final sector. It's a 0.250. It's a very good lap from Casibon.
That's a very respectable 0.2 for Thibaut Casibon, has to be said. Zemislav Lamanek with a 35.3 in the first sector, which is around the ballpark, but not necessarily turning up trees like Kevin Ellis Jr. did earlier on, and neither Thibaut Casibon. 38.5, also around the realm of where you'd like to be. I'd imagine this will probably be around about the 146.3s here at this extent, maybe even the 30, or should I say, sorry, he had a slowdown, I think, in that middle sector, I think in that 38.5 that he put on the board. So this is going to feature well down the pack. Misread that middle sector time, 149.487, and unless anyone else gets a slowdown, that'll be firmly rooted to the back.
Well, we've had a Falcon driver get a slowdown. We had another one get a slowdown. Oh, it's not going so well for them. Like you said, Zemislav Marek Lemanek getting a slowdown penalty, as is his teammate Jakub Masiejewski. So the two of those will be potentially starting from the rear of the field together after both receiving slowdowns. Here's Masiejewski across the line, but then we get our big heavy hitters. First of which is Josh Rogers.
Well, it looks like the Falcons' wings have failed them. They are now on 149 territory and look set to prop up the rest of the order. Joshua Rogers, purple in the middle sector with a 35.4, with a 35.3 in the first sector as well. This looks like a very nice lap indeed for the Porsche Coanda man, who has been sensational through the course of this new season so far. Looking to now return to glory here in semi-final 2, and with a big final sector could surely do that, and will by 0.003 of a second. He goes provisional pole ahead of Kevin Ellis Jr.
Told you they'll be going after McCormack's 0.1. That's very impressive. I will say this, looking at this grid, genuinely, every single one of those drivers, even your Marco Pages, Tobias Feathers, every single one of those drivers has the ability to put a 0.1 onto this board. Every single one of them can do it. Obviously, not all of them will, but yeah, we're going to get some tight lap times here. Benneker towards the line. It's going to be a low 0.2, I think, as he sets across a 0.220.
But look at this from Don Blyer. That first sector is absolutely blistering. A 35-2, 8-1 to go purple. And a 35-6, though, is a little bit toothless in the middle sector. But you never know. A big final sector could yet change the game. Coming through out of Kerber Alboreto needs a big run up through towards the start-finish line. Unbelievably, he's had that first purple sector taken away, I think, from Jeffrey Rietveld, who went fastest in practice leading up to this qualifying session. Here comes Don Blyer. Goes up to 5th fastest. That's a 1:46.2. Unbelievable to think that a 0.2 is only enough for 5th fastest, but he settles behind Thibaut Casibon.
No, I'll tell you who set that purple first sector. That will be Charlie Collins, who's gone purple in the first sector. Good lap time coming in here from Jeff Rietveld, at least in a regular session. But at the moment, it looks like it's going to be around where Don Blyer is at the moment. It's not really going to be good enough. It's not going to be the 0.1 that's really seeming like it's required in this session as he comes up towards the line. It's even a 0.3. Oh, that's not quite good enough.
We could be on the cusp here of a Porsche Coanda lockout. Of course, his provisional pole so far for Joshua Rogers, but his teammate, Charlie Collins, has put in an absolutely sensational first sector to steal the purple first sector away from the man who originally obtained it. Of course, Rogers still currently sat in first fastest, but Charlie Collins could yet put himself on provisional pole and on the cusp of making it 5 wins out of 5 this season as well in a row. Can he do that? No! That final sector seemingly slow. That middle sector wasn't great either. Only enough for 3rd fastest, but a brilliant 46.2.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a great lap time from Charlie Collins, and he can win from there. He can make it 5 on the bounce, don't worry. But yeah, that's the fact that a 2.04 is not even good enough for the front row is crazy. That is a first sector from Yuri Toman that only George Morgan would love. 23.7 seconds off. Can tell you he's not going over pole. Might even start focus on Marco Pajic now. That's not good enough from Yuri Toman. He must have had an unreal. We see a lot of slowdowns. We don't tend to see crashes in qualifying.
Well, I don't recommend touring cars, Yuri Toman. I can tell you that much. As
I've raced with him in touring cars, let me know.
As you know, comes around the final corner. I don't recommend touring cars at Spa then. Fair enough. As he makes his way towards the line and seemingly giving us a nice pirouette to end the lap. And certainly a time that'll be routed to the tail end of the order. Marco Pajic going 8th fastest with a 1:46.540. So we'll go 8th fastest. But last but not least, Tobias Pfeffer.
Yeah, again, the sector times here are pretty decent. Looks like it would be around maybe slightly slower than where his teammate Don Blyer is in this session. So around that sort of 6th, 7th, 8th kind of section. Let's see what he can do out through the final corner. Tobias Pfeffer trying to work his way into the RENNSPORT platform here as he comes up towards the line, and it's good enough for 7th place. There you go, just behind his teammate.
Stu Williams is bound together down there, but it's all about what's happening up at the top, and this man is on pole once more, and it's certainly a Porsche Coanda Virtus Pro top 3, and you've got a Mouse also in 4th place by the name of Max Benneker. What an iconic front 2 rows we have in a bid to now crown another race winner. The question is, will Charlie Collins make it 5 out of 5? That is what we're all waiting for, but his teammate could easily take the plaudits himself. Still, regardless of what's at stake in terms of all-time stats and records, the one thing Porsche Coanda can achieve is a huge points finish tonight, which will only enlarge their gap to the rest of the field here tonight. And that's exactly what I would say the priority is, Lewis.
Yeah, I mean, look, we say all the time about these stats, and you might say, well, why does 5 in a row matter? The fact that we've had as many races as we've had in R1, we've been racing for as long as we have, 2.5 years now that we've basically, or 2 and a bit years we've been racing in R1 in totality in its competition. The fact that to be fair, we only got 4 on the bounce for the first time at the Esports World Cup last year, and we got it twice. Once for Sebastian Jobe, once from Max Benneker. We've had 4 now from Charlie Collins. It's rare to be in this scenario where we can get 5. It sounds like it should happen all the time, but it really doesn't. With the amount of races they take part in, always something goes slightly wrong, and these fields are so unbelievably competitive. The fact that Charlie Collins is the Porsche Coanda that's done it and it's not Josh Rogers is baffling to me. Josh Rogers has the most wins of any driver. He could be passing 40 this round if he's victorious in this race and victorious in the final.
Yeah, we look forward to seeing whether he can obviously do that. I mean, Joshua Rogers has got every chance of victory here. Dare I say, also Max Benneker, even starting on the second row, will have a great chance at going for the win here. All it takes is one error, one mistake. We've seen many of them already, Lewis. Will it be the same volatile affair as what we saw in semi-final 1?
Yeah, why not? No, I kind of want to say no, but also at the same time, I think it kind of the nature of the circuit is a little bit more like you'll get those 3 wides because the 3 wides come from the slipstream and from the battling up to the corner. And then the 3 wides don't work in the corners, right? But who's backing out from that? Who's playing the long game? So I think we will see a little bit of that in here. And I think we'll see a lot of it in the final.
Yeah, an element of risk and reward for sure, but we've got other names as well further back. Not a bad session for Thibaut Kanzibon for a Team Vitality lineup that, like I said, have been hit and miss so far here tonight. We saw Chinchik right in the heat of the action in our previous semi-final. Tough day at the office for Yuri Toman, and also by the same extension, a tough day for Erhan Yovski as well. Just doesn't seem like it's the same Vitality from the prior 2 seasons that we have seen them in action.
No, and as much as you could maybe say they're getting used to a new car, and sure, that could be the case. They've obviously done all of their races thus far in the Audi R8, and now obviously they're racing, coincidentally, in the R8's replacement, the Aston Martin Vantage, which, I mean, look, again, we've said it before, it's a really pretty car. I still maintain that is the best livery on the grid. By a country mile, I think that livery is so good. But liveries don't mean speed. Cars, like the car is clearly fast. We can see that in the hands of McCormick. We can see that in the hands of Kevin Ellis Jr. And we can see that in the hands of Vitality. We've seen flashes of it, but they're missing the consistency, that brutal consistency, which we've seen time and time again from Vitality over the last couple of years. It seems to have gone wandering a little bit at the moment.
It does seem that way, and they need to find it back as well. And he's going to have Don Blyer starting not too far away from him as well. And Don Blyer, who's very much become that locker room leader at Williams, he's going to need to start working hard as well to try and drift himself higher up the order. But let's take you through the grid from back to front. Yuri Toman starting P12. It's been a really tough day, as we have said, for Vitality once more. He's going to be joined by Zemislav Lamenek in P11. Jakub Matuszewski starting in P10 with Marko Pejic in P9. Gilda looking for a huge result here if they can. Jeffrey Rietveld down in 8th place, fastest in free practice. Wasn't able to recapture that in qualifying, with Tobias Pfeffer alongside him in 7th place. Met with another Williams of Dominic Blyer in P6 alongside Thibaut Kanzibon for Team Vitality in 5th. Then comes Max Benneker alongside Charlie Collins, who's looking for his 5 in 5 this season, in 3rd place on the second row. But on the front row, it's Kevin Ellis Jr. met with Joshua Rogers, Porsche Commander, with a potential big plethora of points going their way should they seal the deal on a victory, but also an opportunity going ahead as well to the final as well, with 2 cars currently sat in that top 6. So huge opportunities for them. I have to tell you, this is going to be ever so tight. Obviously, whilst they're fighting for the big points here, they're going to be looking to that final as well, Lewis, because that is where those additional points come in that can really make the difference at the end of the knockout.
Yeah, indeed. It should be a lot of fun. Just to give you a bit of a note, we had a little bit earlier on in the evening. Just a slight technical issue. They'll be restarting the server. We're not restarting qualifying or anything like that. We're just restarting the server, and then we'll be back to racing. So it's going to be a little bit more of a delay until we get into the semi-final. But, good things come to those who wait. And I'm pretty sure that this semi-final is going to be pretty epic. I just don't know who's going to win. Do you really think Charlie Collins is going to get that 5th consecutive victory? Because I don't know. I'm looking at it thinking, I mean, he's won 4 in a bounce. What's the extra one? But then I'm just looking at the grid being like, I don't know.
It's going to be some achievement, I think, to do it against this grid, Lewis. And I think at the same time, starting on the second row, whilst of course it's not necessarily a precursor to suggesting that you won't win, it's so much harder, especially when you're starting behind a string of cars in front. Very, very tight chicanes around the Monza circuit. We obviously note the Retifilia. We've seen plenty of incidents there, but also at the Rogier of all as well. We've seen a couple of 3 wides go amiss. But at the same time, once you've got a wall in front of you, it's very difficult to really barrel your way through it. And not only that, it's one thing to get through to the top 2. You've then got Max Benneker alongside you, who's going to be making your life very, very difficult. And Benneker's been around for a long time. He's one of the most experienced performers out on this track. Of course, we've been following ever since he took part in the F1 Sim Racing World Championship back in 2017, and then worked his way through to top-class sports car machinery, winning pretty much everything he's been in, and now coming into R1 along with the likes of Joshua Rogers. There's so many big juggernauts on this circuit now. If Collins wins this, that would be some in my view, a big major statement.
It would be. It really would be. But again, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, I will say, like, I'm going to be honest here. I'm going to be brutally honest. We can talk about this now. The stats are skewed, right? Because not everyone's racing against the same grid all the time. So 4 in a row is different depending on what it is. And we love Max Benneker. Benneker's a great driver. His 4 in a row was on an easier grid. I will comfortably say that it was on an easy grid.
Strong words, Lewis McGlade.
I don't care. I said it at the time. I'm saying it again. Don't get me wrong. It's not a weak grid, but it's a weaker grid than when Sebastian Jobe did it. It's a weaker grid than when Charlie Collins has done it, because basically he did it on day two of the Teams Championship in the Esports World Cup, when we didn't have the teams that had already worked through into the final. We didn't have the Porsche Clans, we didn't have the Team Redlines, and that was when Benneker did his 4 in a row. Sebastian Jobe did it in the Drivers' Championship, which obviously has your Max Bennekers, your Darren McCormack's, your Josh Rogers. That's when Sebastian Jobe did that. But he also did it early in LAN, so clearly he settled himself in really, really well. He did it in races 2 to 5. Clearly he'd settled himself in. I almost think doing it from home, doing 4 consecutively on, obviously 2 different tracks here at home, when everyone's confident, when everyone's up to speed, I almost think it's slightly maybe more impressive.
There's 2 elements to this, isn't there? Because you could say doing it at LAN is quite incredible, just due to the fact that the pressure levels are more intense than ever when you've got eyes watching you. I suppose with every move you make, a mistake you make, it's a different kind of pressure, isn't it? I suppose and
everyone's at top form at home.
Well, that's it. So there's 2 ends of the spectrum, isn't there? Because you're fighting against drivers from home. Yeah. It's a different kind of battle, because you're not just contending with the drivers when you go to LAN. You're obviously contending then with everything else that's going on around you, which is a whole other thing altogether, especially when you've got a big audience, or people are tuning in from home, etc., and add that all together. But yeah, you're absolutely spot on. I totally agree. I think given the grid that we've got for this semi-final, it would be some huge achievement. I mean, what a message to send, I think, to every other team and driver across the order. And then not only that, to move through to the final and be perhaps on the cusp of making it 6 from 6. I think that would be truly monstrous, I think, on his part. I mean, what an effort that would be. But we'll have to wait and see. Nothing is done. Nothing is necessarily said. Nothing is complete just yet. But we've got to give credit where credit's due to Joshua Rogers to put in the one that he did right at the very beginning. Kevin Ellis Jr. as well has been brilliant all night long. Virtus Pro, I have to say, they're not going to go down without a fight, Lewis.
No, absolutely not. And why would they? I'm liking the fact that Porsche Carrera are being challenged by Virtus Pro. Obviously, they're being challenged by a couple of teams. Fair enough. It is what it is. But the fact that Virtus Pro are up there, because it kind of, I like it when teams that are obviously fairly new, relatively new, Virtus Pro obviously taking part last season, where they've made a play. They have they're taking this seriously. They are coming into this as a team that wants to win, as all teams I'm sure do, but they're taking it seriously. They understand that taking 4 drivers that are close to the team's heart or whatever, that have been around the esports team for a while, or that follow them, having that's all well and good, but trying to move forward with them would be hard work, or whoever. The fact that they've looked at it and gone, we need some top-level drivers. We need the Dara McCoys. We need the Kevin Ellis Jr.'s, the ones that are going to bring us the victories. And then, bring in like the Mikhail Statsenkos and the Wojciech Pelesi, the driver that they're going to be working up with, that they've kind of been working around anyway in sim racing. The fact that they've made the play and got those kind of drivers in, it shows the intent of Virtus Pro as a team, that they are taking this very seriously and they know what they need. And there have been teams before, like from the wider esports world, that have done R1 before, not to name names, where they have kind of looked at it and not then signed some of the bigger drivers until it's kind of already too late.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. And the thing is, what really strikes me as incredible is that Virtus Pro obviously would have signed the likes of Dara McCormack when he was at the height of his prowess. Really at this point in R1, where many teams would probably have been shopping around looking for his signature to join their organization. So one element you've got to fathom is that Virtus Pro would have really stacked their chips and put them to the center of the table and said, right, we're investing in our future. We believe the future is Dara McCormack. In order to fight off those other contenders, Dara would have first of all been would have had to make sure that the arrangement works for him in more ways than one, but also that the ideology of the team is going in the right direction. So there would have been many factors that would have gone into getting that deal done. We know what Dara's like. He's a competitor. He's a winner. So he's going to want to be part of an organisation that he can see a future with. And clearly, joining that and being partnered with the likes of Kevin Ellis Jr., who too has grown and blossomed in R1 as a championship, was very much there was a clear indicator from what we saw in his performances with Apex Racing Team that he was a standout figure for that team, and he was waiting for a big deal like this to come along.
Yeah,
it's a clear statement of intent from Virtus Pro, and one I can get on with.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say, by the way, because we are waffling, and that is because we're filling the time until we get into semi-final 2. It's on its way. The server's live. They're just working through it now. Then we'll be going into the race. So don't worry. We've not missed anything, and we're not missing anything. We will still see everything. I will say, by the way, talking about this, let's focus a little bit on Williams, because actually it's a good story here. Williams over the winter. This is something that not that many people probably know too much. They obviously watch this. Obviously, they've lost drivers. They've lost Darren McCormack. They've lost Dennis Schoeniger. They've lost quite a few drivers. They also lost quite a few of the people behind the scenes, right? Like Javier Guerrero went off to the
TC.
Yeah, exactly. Tilo Courtois gone over to that one. Like the fact they've lost quite a few things behind the scenes, but it's not phased the team. The team is still strong. The team is still battling. And this is obviously not just here in R1. This is across the board. I think it's testament to how strong of a structure that Williams have in sim racing, that you can lose some of those higher ups and your top drivers in one go. But the team is still strong. The team is still battling.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they've got great leadership there. I know Jake Hammond has taken a central role with that team, and they, like you so rightly say, they've blossomed across all levels, across all championships. Of course, we look back to the F1 Sim Racing World Championship, where they actually took their first ever win in the series this year with Ismail Fassi, which was unbelievable. And now they've come into R1, despite losing one of their biggest all-time players, in Dara McCormack. They've got Don Blyer they can fall back on. Daniel Pajtor is there as well, and he can surely blossom in the days to come. And I like what I'm seeing from Tobias Pfeffer as well. I think there's more there with Tobias Pfeffer. I think from what we've seen, there's definitely more around the corner. I think Vasilios Beleziotis has had moments as well where he's shown, statements of brilliance in certain areas. And I think as he sort of gets more experience in the championship, he'll then start to discover and find his feet a little bit more, and we'll start seeing him challenge for those top 6 positions. So, they're very much a team, I think, that centers themselves around development. They have a vision, and they're looking to build for the future. And if you look at the drivers that have come and gone from their team, we're looking at your Kuba Brzezinski's, your Nikodem Wisniewski's, and now obviously your Dennis Schrodinger's for a prime example. They've gone on to do great things for other teams. And whilst we make the long-standing joke that Dennis Schrodinger has become that driver now for Maus, we can also say, well, that's Williams can take the credit for that, because they were the one who really found him and put him in that position.
I actually can't. I quite like playing this game of find the ex-Williams driver on the grid, because there is a lot of them. There's a lot of them. You've got obviously you got Darren McCormack. You've got Dennis Schoeniger. You've got even when he popped up in qualifying, I was like Jack Keith. I was like, bam, there's another one. Like,
he had a front row tonight.
Yeah, exactly. It feels like half the grid is driven for Williams at some point. It shows again over the last few years where Williams had such a big connection to the world of sim racing. Do you know what? I can't remember if it was their first race. But I'm pretty sure I took part in the first race that Williams took part in sim racing, because I'm pretty sure, to a certain degree, it was at the WTCR Esports launch event. Was it WTCC at that point? I actually don't even remember. It was 2017. It was at the Nürburgring, and Williams were taking part in a 3-hour endurance race in it, and I lapped them. So have that. Anyway. Here's a race.
You're wasted in the commentary box, Lewis McLean. Get you back in the car, sir. So we watch as semi-final 2 is about to get underway, and it's to the turn now of Kevin Ellis Jr. and Charlie Collins on the front. Well, I was about to say, where is Joshua Rogers on this front end of the order? Just looking in the timing tower. I think it's just adjusting itself now as they put pedal to the metal, and it will be indeed go go, go. And indeed it will be at the very head of the order. Kevin Ellis Jr. met toe for toe as well. Joshua Rogers has actually been moved to the back of the order here. We got Charlie Collins looking at the inside as they make their way through towards turn 1 and turn 2, and Collins leads the way. It's Charlie Collins out in front, coming through towards Curva Grande, and coming through Marco Page. I think must have outbroke himself and now found himself towards the head of the order, but surely has to give the places back after taking the escape road. It is Charlie Collins though. 5 out of 5 is looking good right now. He leads the way with Kevin Ellis Jr. in second, Thibaut Casibon up into third, and further back Max Benneker looking to try and fight back into his P4 position as he now blasts past Marco Page, and Jeffrey Rietveld moving through as well.
Yeah, it'd be a pretty contentious victory if he's taken it and taken 5 with a bounce, considering why was Josh Rogers not starting with pole position? Obviously, we actually don't know. I'm sure we'll get an update from race control. Maybe he exceeded track limits in a certain way. There are certain places they're not allowed to exceed track limits. Obviously, we have the slowdown penalties in place, but also there's on the entrances into corners, dipping 2 wheels on the grass. Maybe it was something like that. I don't know. Don't want to speak on behalf of race control. But Josh Rogers should have been starting at the front. Alas, wasn't. And he's still trying to work his way through. I mean, come on. Surely Josh Rogers is getting through into the final. Surely a driver of his quality can do it.
Yeah, I would say that's probably where the fine margins of getting into a 0.1 won and lost really is, when you make mistakes going around those key areas where obviously the stewards are taking a closer look at the white line areas, and a few drivers have been known to overextend here around Monza. There's plenty of runoff there. Jeffrey Rietveld into P5 ahead of Dominic Blyer. Marco Page now sinking after taking the escape road at the very start of the race. There is Rietveld in the bottom left of screen. Actually, one of the fastest drivers coming into qualifying earlier on, was fastest in free practice, but currently sat P5. This will be enough, though, to take him through to the final, as we now see Zemislav Laminek going wheel-to-wheel with Marco Page in a battle over that P7 place, and actually going onto the gravel and has lost out as Jakub Matuszewski, who's trying to close up to the back of Joshua Rogers. Actually got Tobias Pfeffer on his rear right now as well, and Rogers all over the back of Yuri Toman in an effort to try and move up to P9. Now here comes Pfeffer again, looking to the outside of Matuszewski on the run down towards the Roger. An outside line here for Pfeffer, looking to try and get the move done on the outset now, and has tapped the rear and has well and truly turned him round as well. Both cars stagnant on the run out of Roger, and they will plummet in terms of the delta, and it's Matuszewski now at the rear of the field.
Yeah, they're out of it. That's them sorted. By the way, as much as I said about the Rogers maybe exceeding track limits and stuff, that is pure speculation. We have absolutely no idea. So before anyone says that's exactly what's happened, we don't know. No. I'm spitballing here. But
it's a possibility.
Exactly. We'll keep our eyes focused on the race. But yeah, Pfeffer, Matuszewski, those two are out of it. Josh Rogers has been returned to the rear end of the train. I'm trying to look at his gap to the cut. He's, 2 seconds behind the cut line. But importantly for him, Marco Page, Dominic Blyer is that 0.8 of a second that breaks the slipstream. That's not great.
No, it's not. We've seen this before, haven't we? Where if it's exceeded a second, then generally the aero is not in your favour, and obviously it's very, very difficult to close that gap. And we know Dominic Blyer is no slouch, and Marco Page obviously has now found himself around probably 0.8 behind, nearly 0.9, nearly a whole second in fact, as now we watch as Jeffrey Rietveld loses out to Blyer. Rietveld now dropped to 6th place. There comes Marco Page though, and look up the inside again from Rietveld, a very aggressive relook coming down the inside of the Williams driver as now Page comes out of turn 2, but has brought the gap down to 0.6 of a second. But just look at the gap in behind Page to Laminek, that's now starting to grow out to 1.3. So the actual perspective on this has utterly changed. Joshua Rogers is watching this unfold as Laminek and Yuri Toman come together, coming through towards Roger, and this is going to cause a huge amount of time loss here. And Joshua Rogers looking for the inside, touches Zemislav Laminek, I think that was, who now gets rear-ended and moved down to P10. He's going to have to rejoin, may even lose out to Tobias Pfeffer there, but Yuri Toman and Joshua Rogers, I would say, are out of this fight, Lewis.
Yeah, they're not going through, which is actually, this is crazy. So Yuri Toman coming into this season of 19 attempts in semi-finals had moved through on 17 occasions, which is obviously it's the highest percentage of the runners that have actually received multiple semi-final appearances. Two drivers, which is Daniel Pagel and Felipe Baptista, has been in semi-finals once, and they have progressed from both of those. But Yuri Toman of the full-time runners has the highest percentage by quite a long way. This season is 0 for 2, which is crazy. He's crazy. Only in 2 years, in 2 whole years, he's missed it twice. And in this season, he's missed it twice in back-to-back rounds. That's wild.
That is wild. Unbelievable. He's going to hope that's not a trend this year anyway. He's going to barrel out, but we'll wait and see. But here we go. We've got Jeffrey Rietveld on the tail of Dominic Blyer on the run down through towards turn 1. These two are basically in the elimination bubble spot, and just behind them is Marko Pejic. So the fight for P6 and qualification into the final is not over just yet, because the Guild team are hoping that Marko Pejic can be the one to give them that success route into the final that's going to come up after this race later tonight. At the moment, that's not going to be an issue for Charlie Collins, who still remains 2.5 tenths of a second clear of Kevin Ellis Jr. in second, with Thibaut Kanjibon having a brilliant race. I must say, he's ahead of Max Benneker in their fight for third at the moment, but they're all in relative proximity to one another. Dom Blyer is gapped out to 1.2 in behind Benneker and is leading effectively his own train as they hustle down the Serralio Straight. There is Thibaut Kanjibon now on the tail of Kevin Ellis Jr. and Benneker has a little gap in between himself and Kanjibon as it stands. They now strip down through towards turns, well, down towards this next left at turn 8 to the Scari, then in towards turns 9 and turns 10 before then beckoning down the next straight through towards turn 11. Collins, though, in front, in charge and in control.
Yeah, honestly, looking absolutely fantastic. Got to give a good shout out though to Thibaut Kanjibon here, in contention for victory in a season which has seen a lot of Porsches take victory here. We got 2 Aston Martins challenging the Charlie Collins 5 in a row. We'll see if Kevin Ellis Jr. is able to take one on him. Maybe Thibaut Kanjibon as well. Honestly, that would be crazy for Kanjibon to be able to do it. I'm going to double check as to how many race wins Kanjibon's actually got, because I actually don't know off the top of my head. Oh, yeah, do you know what? I kind of thought it was, but I thought it was a bit too crazy to say it. It is 0.
Yeah, I don't think he actually had one to his name. So
no.
Could be another bout of history on the way, with Kanjibon maybe taking his first, which would be a huge achievement for him, because his teammates have won many. Of course, we speak about Marcel Cinczyk being the spring season champion back in 2022, I think, when the championship first erupted. There's been, or 2023, I think, double checking. Yeah, I think yes, it was 2023, as they now make their way out of the Rogier chicane, down through towards the double right-hander through Lesmo 1 and Lesmo 2. But Collins, Kevin Ellis Jr. carrying Kanjibon now down this next Lesmo and down the long straight. Benneker's now been gapped by a reasonable margin. It's 1.3 between them, and further back Dominic Blyer becoming a distant memory outside by a second, but has still got Rietveld for company, who is still trying to keep Marko Pejic at bay. He has not left the rear, has the Guild car.
Oh, I'm leading you down a rabbit hole. I've got to correct myself again. Mate, look, I'm just going to say, it's nothing wrong with a spreadsheet. It's something wrong with this old man's eyes here. Thibaut Kanjibon has got a victory. It is one. He has got a victory. He's won in a quarterfinal, which was in round 3 of the full season back in 2023. So he has got a victory.
So the ratio of history making
terrible
moments.
with this today.
Thing is, you've got the tools, you just can't use them. It's
I'm just blind. No, I'm blind. I just can't read, mate. That's all it is.
My goodness me. Thibaut Kanjibon, though, could be on the cusp of getting his second victory in the history of R1 here tonight, but on the cusp of getting an overtake done first and foremost on Kevin Ellis Jr. and nearly opting for probably the trickiest route of all on the run down through towards turn 1. We're here on lap 6 now of 9 with around 3 to go. So now they head through the first and second corners on this new lap. And the rear, Max Benneker, the rear stepping out on his BMW M4. So now come through towards Curva Grande once again in semi-final 2. Charlie Collins still maintaining the race lead, and Kevin Ellis Jr. quite happy just to allow him to carry on and wait in the wings. But I'm sure the Virtus Pro might pull the plug later on. Here's a replay from what we saw earlier on. This was the moment where we got the rear end tagged on the Falcons car by Joshua Rogers when he was trying to make his way through at the Rogers chicane. And then, oh my goodness, we did not see that bit, to be honest. That was just afterwards. Obviously, we missed that part of the moment. So unfortunately for Williams, they were pretty much collateral damage, and that's why Tobias Pfeffer is at the back.
Oh no, that is one of the worst rejoins that I've seen. That was terrible. Oh dear. Bad to worse for the Falcons team. Unfortunately, it's not been their day, at least here in the semi-finals. But alas, we'll keep our eyes on. I feel so bad for Feathers. He's just driving along and just seeing this Aston Martin. Probably knew it was happening about half a second before it happened, thinking, great, here we go. Race has already kind of gone for Pfeffer anyway. It's just one of those things. I think it was a pretty slam dunk penalty maybe for Joshua Rogers after that as well. Tagging the rear end and sending him round either way. Let's keep our eyes focused on this. 3 laps left to go. Max Benneker's just driving around by himself. He's got a casual run at the moment. He'll be pretty happy with where he's at. He's going into a final. Like I said, probably could win it. You never know. For the load behind, though, in that final transfer spot, it's going to get a little bit dicey there between Dom Blyer, between Jeff Rietveld and Marco Pajic as well. Side by side behind all that, I think that's Yuri Toman and Josh Rogers for 8th place going side by side.
Yeah, obviously Rogers looking to try and make his way into P8, but he's got quite the gap then to try and find on Marco Pajic for that P7. That is, of course, touching distance for that P6 that Jeffrey Rietveld currently holds right now as they come out of Curva Grande. Once again, Charlie Collins still holds on to this race lead advantage with Kevin Ellis Jr. waiting in the wings. Thibaut Canzibon with another decent performance here for Team Vitality, who haven't had that many, I have to say, so far this campaign, and looking to try and turn their season around. Canzibon represented them well. It's quite the opposite, though, for Yuri Toman at the moment. He's currently sat in P8 and is trying to keep Joshua Rogers at bay and will not be progressing through to the final unless something really dramatic happens in that top 6 fight, as we now watch them sprint down through the Seraglio Straight. You can just see there Max Benneker still not reneging, holding firm in that 4th spot, trying to at least rein in some of the delta, but if anything, Dom Blyer is getting a little bit closer as they now come in towards Ascari and out of Ascari again. It's Charlie Collins here on lap 7. Next up will be the penultimate lap to then take them down towards the final lap of the race, where this one will eventually be decided. The final is just 1 step away.
Indeed, this is going to be... I mean, look, these lot, they're all going to fight hard for this victory. It's not as if Charlie Collins has got an easy run to his 5th consecutive victory, but the dominant force so far in 2025 is looking strong. We did see this a little bit, though, from McCormack in the previous race, obviously when he was battling with Bennett and Schoeniger, how they were right on the rear end of him, and it was only until the penultimate lap when they started going on the attack of each other. And here we go then, big move to the inside. Kevin Ellis Jr. has worked his way through as Thibaut Casmon's also going for it. Charlie Collins with the inside line. They'll try and hang on to 2nd position. To be fair, I rate that. I rate going on the attack a little bit earlier there for Kevin Ellis Jr.
Well, I mean, if you're in that P3 position as well, it's kind of a good incentive to start making moves on the penultimate lap of the race as well, in order to at least try and garner that P2 place to put yourself in the best position to then attack for the lead on the final lap. But unfortunately for Canzibon, it wasn't able to be done, despite going side by side briefly with Charlie Collins. It's only Big Kev who's managed to move through to the race lead. Kevin Ellis Jr. now in front for Virtus Pro, with Charlie Collins down in 2nd and only 3/10 away, and I'm sure will be keen to get the move one and done and return the serve over the course of the next lap. But now as they blast down the Seraglio Straight, this is an opportunity for Canzibon once again, should he opt for the move on the run down through towards the Ascari chicane. It is still Kev out in front. Kevin Ellis Jr. leads the way for Virtus Pro. There's Charlie Collins now making his way through the Ascari chicane with Thibaut Canzibon in tow, and Max Benneker further back at 1.4 seconds. The gap at the moment, with Dom Blyer now urging ever closer. He's now 9/10 away from Benneker and could yet find himself in P4.
Yep, indeed. Final lap of the race is waiting him. There goes a bit of a look from Thibaut Casbon. Important there if Charlie Collins wants to take victory here to hold on to 2nd position. Half a second, the gap there between themselves and Kevin Ellis Jr. That Aston Martin has come on strong, and I feel that Charlie Collins is looking backwards rather than forwards. A chance of 5 in a row, the record-breaking 5 in a row, looks to be slipping through the Porsche Commander driver's fingers. There goes the look to the inside.
Yeah, and that's going to protect, obviously, Kevin Ellis Jr. in terms of his fight against Charlie Collins. And around the outside comes Thibaut Casibon, but a better exit on hand here for Collins. But he will have the inside line. Casibon coming through Curva Grande. If he can hone it and utilise it, he could be the favourite coming into the Rogier. But still, Collins, unperturbed, is going to hang in there in the Porsche as now he looks to defend against the Aston Martin onslaught. The Vantage looking for an advantage coming into the Rogier chicane. Around the outside, will have the inside coming out of the latter stages of the Rogier chicane, getting onto the curb, but he's still through and successful. But all this allowing 1 second of a gap to Kevin Ellis Jr. out in front, who should take it home and hose. But this battle between Casibon and Collins is not over when they head down the Seraglio Straight.
This is what I mean about what we were seeing, you know, with some of the battles lower down. I understand there's more cars in it. When we're getting racing like this, when we're getting racing like what we saw between Kevin Ellis Jr. and Joshua Rogers in the quarterfinals, proof that you can do it. Let's see more of this. That was absolutely excellent. Great move from Thibaut Casibon to work his way through in a second position. But you're absolutely right. It looks like it's going to be a first victory in Virtus Pro for Kevin Ellis Jr. and also will be only the second non-Porsche to win this season.
And it means it's an all Virtus Pro semi-final affair with both Dara and Kevin taking race wins. Here in semi-final action. As now around the outside comes Charlie Collins. The finest of margins between them now as Thibaut Casibon looks to return and try and regain that P2. They're going to remain wheel to wheel. Kevin Ellis Jr. though will win semi-final 2, but it's Charlie Collins who will take P2 away from Thibaut Casibon on the run up to the line. Great effort from Thibaut Casibon. Great respect between both drivers. But it's Virtus Pro taking victory in semi-final 1 with Darren McCormack and semi-final 2 with Kevin Ellis Jr. A perfect run to the final, Lewis McGlade.
Yeah, indeed. The first victory for Kevin Ellis Jr. in Virtus Pro. His first victory since day 2 of the Esports World Cup Teams Championship as well. And it's also an 8th overall to move joint 10th on the all-time winners list. So superb stuff from Kevin Ellis Jr. And like I say, he's looking strong, he's looking comfortable. And we've got 2 Virtus Pro drivers to look forward to seeing do battle in the final.
We certainly do, and they're in, I would say, peak form at the moment. I would say that Kevin Ellis Jr., since his time at Apex, whilst he was stellar back then, he's almost ascended to another level now as we move through to yet another season of R1, taking a really superb victory. And now the momentum and surely the confidence is going to be in his favour right now, Lewis, looking ahead to what will be, I'm sure, a dramatic final where now McCormack and Kevin Ellis Jr. can work together.
Yeah, indeed. And they've really proven they've got the pace, especially, you know, knowing that they can do point ones, that McCormack has been the fastest driver so far. The idea of this potentially being a Virtus Pro 1-2, really not out of the question. They both look really, really fast. They both look really, really consistent. I can definitely see it happening, but it's about nailing qualifying now. It's about piecing it together in there and then working together through the race. I reckon they can do so. We saw them kind of work together when, of course, they were in their separate teams, but they were both representing Mercedes. They worked together really, really well there, and I'm sure in the same team they'll be working together just as well.
Yeah, no, I'm absolutely certain of it. I mean, obviously, previously driving Mercedes cars, as you so rightly say, now obviously moving to different machinery. They seem to have adapted well, though, to the Aston Martin Vantage. So we'll be looking ahead now to the next round. We are going to go to an interview, though, with Kevin Ellis Jr. We're going to go and have a brief chat with our race winner from semi-final 2. Welcome back, Kevin. You're in the dark, but nevertheless, we can just about see you. Brilliant stuff. What a result. That's better. Now we can see. Fantastic. What a result, Kevin. A new team, new colours, new car, but it seems to be all business as usual. I must say, it seems like you've almost ascended another level since we last saw you in R1. Sorry.
Yeah, feels really good to pick up a win, and of course a second place in the knockouts. You know, Monza's always been my worst circuit. Even when I've had good pace, I've never had the luck. But it seems that on this physics set and in the Aston Martin specifically, Spa's now my worst circuit. So it's everything's kind of flipped upside down. But yeah, no, like, you know, having Dara's telemetry and his help, you know, he's always been really great at Monza. So that's been probably one of the biggest things for me, is just having access to Dara around here has been a huge asset. And you know, the whole team as a whole, we've gelled really well, and yeah, we're working really well together. It feels good.
As much as I know, stats don't really mean that much to you drivers most of the time, but you are I think the 7th driver now to pass 100 races once you get into the final. The final will be your 100th race. Chances of a victory in that final. You look like you got really good speed. Looks like Darren might be maybe a little bit quicker than the rest of the field. At this point, seems to have that edge. But what do you feel are your chances of repeating it, getting another 0.1, getting another victory in the final? Do you think it's there?
I mean, it's definitely looking good, right? I mean, if we can be up there with Dara and work together, then we can make life difficult for everyone else. But you know what finals are like. Everyone just elevates to another level, and especially around here, you've got to get right on the limit, and that's really easy to overstep around here. We saw what happened to Josh in the semi-finals. So yeah, it's not going to be easy, but we've got good speed. We're feeling good, so let's see what happens.
Well, either way, you're working in the peak of your confidence there, Kevin. Wish you all the very best. One final frontier in round 2. We'll see how you get on. All the very best.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Thank you very much. Kevin Ellis Jr., everybody, of course, represented the brilliant Virtus Pro team. Let's take a look at some of the highlights and best moments from what occurred in that previous semi-final. And absolutely bizarre scenes as Marco Page, of course, had a moment rejoining the track. We then, of course, saw as Tobias Pfeffer, I think, actually got caught up towards the rear as well, meeting the Team Falcons Porsche at the tail end of the field. We then saw some more action with Joshua Rogers right in the heat of battle as well on the run out of the run out of the first chicane of the Rettifilio, then some reverse action again. It was just a miserable day for Tobias Pfeffer, really, after getting caught up in all the furore coming through out of that sector. All happened at the Lesmo. Joshua Rogers getting caught up as well, also with the Team Falcons car, which both seemed to be in the wars as well, and eventually the rejoin that led to insult to injury almost for Tobias Pfeffer, who must have been, I must say, probably fed up with this particular race. He's had a good run though, initially at the start of this season, took P3 back in the quarter-final at Spa. We then saw the big battle happen at the very front, the fight for the win, and obviously it was a great opportunistic move down the inside indeed from Kevin Ellis Jr., who managed to brush past Charlie Collins, and the 5 wins out of 5 is surely now not going to happen. Of course, that's now confirmed. Ran the outside. We then saw Thibaut Casibon looking to try and take P2, but Collins was so resilient, looking to fight back. They were side by side coming through the entirety of the first sector. They then met again, coming through the rest of the lap as well. Let's take you through the confirmed results off the back of semi-final 2. It's Kevin Ellis Jr. with a victory to his name at Monza, and the first for his new team, Virtus Pro. Charlie Collins, second as well after his major fight with Thibaut Casibon. They were mere thousands between them on the run down towards the line. Casibon in 3rd. Maximilian Benneker brings home 4th for Maus and a place in the final for the first time this season. Dominic Blyer in 5th, with Jeffrey Rietveld taking the P6 spot in the final place to make his way into the final at Monza tonight. Marco Pejic just outside for Guild will take maximum points outside of the placements, moving into the final with Yuri Toman in 8th. Joshua Rogers, a really disappointing visit in 9th spot, with Jakub Matuszewski and Przemysław Lamenek for Team Falcons 10th and 11th, and Tobias Pfeffer, after that really tricky run around Monza, finishing P12 for the Williams team. So there we have it. That's our runners heading through into the final coming up later on. Obviously some big names missing, but plenty of decent names taking part as well, and probably the best chance for Virtus Pro to take a round victory this season, I would suggest, Lewis.
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. It's been such a good pace that we've seen from both Virtus Pro drivers that we're seeing moving through, Kevin Ellis Jr. and Darren McCormack. Darren McCormack, as I said there when we were interviewing Kevin Ellis Jr., he is the fastest driver. Both of his times that he's set in qualifying would have been fastest for any pole position that we've had so far this evening, because what was it, 170, 175, something like that? Obviously, he set, I think it was a 121 and then a 135, something like that.
Yeah.
He's very quick. He's very consistent. He's got it together. The most important thing is that he must nail it. Like I've said before, McCormack has been in this position twice before, and he himself said in the interview that he's got to the final and then has made mistakes. Whether it's been in qualifying or in the race itself, he's made those mistakes. He knows where they are. He knows how to solve them, and he is looking like a more mature driver now than I've ever seen McCormack look. He's on 5 consecutive podiums, this season. That's incredible.
Yeah, I mean, what a stat. I mean, that's incredible in itself, like you so rightly say, for this particular season as well. I mean, you've got to factor in Charlie Collins on that similar trajectory. Most of his have been wins as well. Whilst it's not 5 in a row, still 4 wins and a P2. You can't say no to that really at this point in the season, and currently leads the, should we say, the Drivers' Championship if we were to look at it on paper. So credit to him for that. Obviously, though, with Virtus Pro being so strong, I mean, he made no mistake about it. Kevin Ellis Jr. said that since he was joined with Dara McCormack, that's been a relative game changer for him as well. Obviously, getting to understand how the best way to work Monza as a driver, using that telemetry data that obviously Dara has at his disposal. I mean, that's a major difference maker, is it not? Obviously, to help a driver progress to that next level. And it certainly seems that, Kevin Ellis Jr. has responded in kind.
Yeah, there's something about when you're teamed up with certain drivers, whether they are the fastest driver on the planet or whether they, 5th fastest, 10th fastest, one of the, it doesn't matter. Sometimes when you're teamed up with someone that you're comfortable with, that you drive similar to and that you can learn from, or maybe you learn at the same speed in the circuit, maybe you're not at the same pace, but you learn at the same speed around the circuit, like finding the right teammate will help you bring the most out of yourself, and that's kind of like really important. And even like that comes from team managers as well, just giving the right feedback, maybe you should have a breather for the night, or what actually works for you as a driver. Just changing some of those bits around you when it comes to the people and team that are around you, they can bring the most out of a driver. Look at Team Redline, for example. The amount of drivers that I've seen Team Redline pick up, and then when they pick up that driver moves forward. That's not just setup. That's not just, any other. There is something else there. And there are some drivers that have joined a team like Redline and haven't settled. I know, one specific driver who doesn't take part in R1, so I won't name him. Don't worry. Not naming and shaming. Joined Redline, didn't fit in quite well, didn't vibe with it, went a little bit slower, left the team, went to Apex, and then was much faster than he'd ever been. Because again, it's about finding the right team.
Yeah, environment's key, isn't it? I think also finding the the correct people to work with as well, which I must say Virtus Pro I think have done a great job with that, and you kind of get that impression that Kevin Ellis Jr. and Dara McCormack are very similar heads when it comes to developing a car and obviously trying to maximise their pace out on track, which is going to be invaluable, especially when you're taking on a team that are as resolute as Porsche Coanda are right now. And obviously you could suggest at this stage, certainly based on what we saw from the semi-finals, that Virtus Pro do have the advantage in this particular round of the championship. Whilst it looked good in the early goings for Porsche Coanda, sending 4 drivers into the semi-finals, the outlook looks largely different now, and they arrive here in the finals now on a very even keel here, Lewis.
Yeah, very much so. It's not gone quite as well for Porsche Coanda this round. Like I say, they're still comfortably clear on the points, and as much as Virtus Pro could close up a little bit potentially even this round, depending on how this final goes, it's not going to matter that much. That gap is already, in my opinion, I know that might be classified as pessimistic, but I do believe that Porsche Coanda are, in this early seeding stage, they are unbeatable because they built such a large gap so quickly, and it's not the seeding stage is just 3 rounds. It's just round 1, round 2, round 3, and then we're into the group stages. So in this opening phase, when we're sorting out who's in what group, it will be Porsche Coanda on top. It almost doesn't really matter that much as long as you're in the top 3, or as long as you're in Group A, right? That's the important bit. So it's kind of it's null and void a little bit, but it is just one of those things of first place, and this is pretty much uncatchable.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. I think obviously if you're Virtus Pro, then you're more intent on just trying to secure that almost second spot in that Group A that they will most definitely probably be representing themselves in as well. But there's quite a competitive battle, isn't there, for the rest of the teams here, because whilst Williams came in looking rather strong as well, there's other names as well we've got to be wary of. Team Redline haven't necessarily had it all their own way either. I mean, they've lost some key names here tonight. They lost some key names back at Spa as well. It seems that the likes of Jeffrey Rietveld have come in at the right time, almost back to their best form in certain ways. Also, you can look at the likes of, obviously missing Kevin Siggy in certain areas is obviously tough, but when he is on form, he is obviously one of the toughest drivers to contend against. They've got plenty of big names. Luke Bennett looking back to his resolute best as well in many ways. They'll be looking to him, I'm sure, in the final as well. Whilst obviously it's quite close and quite fraught, whilst Team Redline do have the numbers in terms of quality, in their squad. You've got other teams there that are now fighting to break into that fold. You've got Mouse with a couple of drivers that can obviously contend as well. Williams Sim Racing. Those 3 spots, it's going to be very tight between the threshold of Group B and Group A going into the group stage, coming into round 4.
Yeah, it's really not clear. And it's where, if I'm Team Redline, again, I don't make the decisions for Team Redline. I'm nothing to do with the team or that. But I'm looking at their 4 drivers. I don't know which one it's going to be. It's fine. But if I'm in that camp, I'm looking at it thinking, my reserve driver is Sebastian Job. And as much as, he's a busy man, he's got a lot to do, real races like that, for me personally, I want to secure Group A.
Yeah.
Having Sebastian Job in just for that one round could be the difference maker. He has the highest percentage of victories versus the races he's taken part in of anyone on the grid. He's surpassed Darren McCormack. He's surpassed Max Benneker. He has surpassed even Josh Rogers when it comes to the percentage. I think, I'm not saying that they need it. I'm just saying that if I were Team Redline, that's probably what I would do.
Would you say that the opening form at the start of the knockout season that we have seen so far is a cry for help, almost to say, bring him back Sebastian Job?
Maybe a little bit, only because of Porsche Comander's dominance. But then, had you had Sebastian Job in there, I think they would be basically solid in Group A. But I think Porsche Commander have been better, whether that is because of the car being better, stronger at Spa, or whatever. There's a few moving factors in there, but I don't know. It's so easy to sit here and be like, well, just put Sebastian Job in the car. He could have an issue going down to turn 1, get knocked out in the quarterfinals.
Look at Joshua Rogers. Look at Joshua Rogers. Exactly the same situation, really, in that sense. But yeah, no, it's looking like a very different Team Redline to what we saw last season. Obviously, we can say Sebastian Job was responsible for probably most of it, but when you look at the team that were at the Esports World Cup last year, the amount of drivers they had in finalist mode, got to factor in Kevin Siggy was on form and on show. They were dominant throughout the course of that final round. It didn't take too long for them to not only get into finalist mode, but also then take the victory, and they had cars to play with there. It definitely seems that they have the capability of being that team to join the front 2 of Porsche Commander and Virtus Pro. Just seems though that they're not quite the team of last year, Lewis.
Yeah, but there's always something going wrong a little bit. Like Kevin Siggy, for example, don't know what the technical issue was, but there seemed like there was definitely something technical that held him back on the race start that then obviously delayed everything and made things pretty chaotic in the quarterfinals. So there's things like that. There's some things going against Redline, and that's, to be fair, there's a kind of like the point of the season where you're like, where do I want these moments to be happening? Around now is probably not too bad, as much as it might put you down into Group B or whatever. You might have a bit of more work to do or something like that. That's fine. Redline is the kind of team that will come back from it. The Redline is the kind of team that, will, regardless of what group they're in, they're likely to work their way into the Esports World Cup. And regardless of how the online season goes for them, as long as they are in the Esports World Cup, they are in it to win it. That's the important bit. And they know that as a team. So there's kind of maybe that thing of, let's not put Sebastian Job in the car. Let's keep it the 4, and let's actually settle, because they've got 4 very good drivers. Obviously, it's Enzo Benito who's been subbed in for Sebastian Job.
Was in phase, wasn't he, on loan? I suppose,
exactly.
Prior.
Exactly. Yeah. We know he's a very, very good driver. For one, he proved it at phase.
Absolutely.
Some of the drivers he's had. But Enzo Benito is also a driver that doesn't need to prove himself in the world of sim racing. He is one of the best that we've ever seen in sim racing.
Yeah, agree.
So it's fine.
Yeah, no, they've got the quality there. And obviously Williams might look at it as an opportunity to kind of grow, though I will say they probably did not take necessarily as much advantage as they could have done. You could argue that Tobias Pfeffer was a little bit unlucky in that last race, I think, obviously, to lose out, but they still have the likes of Don Blyer there fighting it out, and also Pajtor on his best day, though Pajtor was unfortunate tonight as well. Other teams to look out for, Team Falcons. I think, again, with Thomas Tatler, who's certainly been phenomenal. Okay, they've lost, Pavlovsky and Lamanek and, Matuszewski. But this is a rare L on the day, really, for Team Falcons, really, isn't it? I think when you look at Thomas Tatler, you've got someone who is capable of grinding out a great result. His pace is unreal. if they're able to nurture and grow the likes of Matuszewski, the likes of Pawlowski, the likes of Lamanek, you know, you've got the foundation of a great team right there for the future that could potentially challenge a Team Redline.
I do think that Falcons, they are actually a really solid team. Obviously, the lead driver there is Thomas Tatler, but the other three, Kamil Pawlowski is obviously very inexperienced on this platform. He is a good driver. Whether he's the Thomas Tatler level, I'm not sure. I've not seen that yet, but I'm very curious to see. I've commentated on quite a lot elsewhere in sim racing. Really curious to see how he gets on in the team. Again, is a good driver. We know Lamanek and Matuszewski are good drivers. I mean, the only reason they got knocked out, not the only reason, the main reason they got knocked out in the semi-final, for one, is really terrible region. We won't talk about that. It started in qualifying. They both got slowdown penalties. That's the important bit. And we've said this time and time again from R1. You've got to nail qualifying. I promise you, if like even drivers like Josh Rogers, stuff like that, we've seen them all have a slowdown penalty in even in a quarterfinal. It is super rare for them to get a slowdown penalty in qualifying, even the very best, and still get in the top 6 and work their way through. It's really, really rare. I remember there was one round, I think it might have been the full season. It was definitely the Hockenheim ring, and there was a round where I'm pretty sure it was Dara McCormack, it was Josh Roddy, it was Max Benneker, people like that. They were all in the quarterfinal together. They all got a slowdown penalty, and none of them went through. It was chaos.
Yeah, and that takes out, ability in that case, doesn't it? I mean, it doesn't matter how good you are when you have a moment like that. And we talk about Monza being the outlier, I suppose, for many tracks because of the scrutineering of the track limits. Drivers are going to lose time. They're going to forfeit places in that regard. But it looks like the outside contenders really in this final, Lewis, could be Maus. They've got Dennis Schrödinger and they've got Max Benneker in this fight. Two of their best drivers really, statistically as of this season. I know we haven't really said that much about Dennis Schrödinger in the past, but he is a very different driver this season to what we have seen in the past. They've got a great chance of really going to lofty heights here.
Yeah, it is really strong. By the way, just so you know, again, the podcast is coming to a close. The final is being launched. They're all joining into it. Just going to remind you of the 12 drivers that are in it. We've got Darren McCormack, who's looked like the fastest driver all day. You've got Dennis Schrödinger, who you were alluding to there. Really good drive from Maus. You've got Luke Bennett. We've got Thomas Tatler, who's had a cracking day so far. We've got Jordan Caruso, one of just 2 Porsche commanders in this now after losing Warren and losing Josh Rogers. We've got Marcel Chinchik in there. We've got Kevin Ellis Jr. We've got Charlie Collins. We've got Thibaut Casabon. We've got Max Benneker, Don Blyer, and of course Jeff Rietveld. It is a quality lineup. Look at that in the background there of Marcel Chinchik. There's a few badges. There's a few winner posters. There's a small check, novelty check for 45 grand that he's won from this competition. Don't worry about it. He's pretty good. And there's some slippers randomly in the middle of the room. That kind of irritates me, I'm not going to lie. Bro, why are your slippers
right
there?
in the centre? It looks like the most organised room ever. And you've got the slippers just plonked right in the middle. Just totally out of character. Bizarre. Yeah. But maybe that's what Marcel Chinchik is, out of character. Who knows? Yeah. There is Max Benneker getting set for the final as well. And Maus really need a big result here. And if there's one man you call upon to give their very best and grant you greater grandeur, it's this man, Max Benneker, who carries such a weight of reputation, and coupled with that of Dennis Schrödinger's latest form, I'm not going to count this bunch out. I think Maus have got something there.
Yeah, no, so do I. I think Dennis Schrödinger's proved that the BMW is plenty fast enough to go after a race victory. If Max Benneker can harness the pace that Dennis Schrödinger's got, then I think, a victory's on. Max Benneker is, if you can get Max Benneker to set a 0.1 in this qualifying session, he is in it to win it. He is such a ruthless competitor. If he qualifies in the front couple of rows, I'm not saying he's going to win the race, but I'm saying as a percentage chance, I would say it's above 25%. If he qualifies.
Well, 0.1s are a thing of the past. Point ones are a thing of the past now, Lewis. Darren McCormack's gone into 0.0s.
We're in practice here. We're in practice. This is not qualifying. 0.0 is it's a little bit quick. It's a bit stonking. But Okay, here we go. We're going into qualifying. How many 0.1s are we getting? And are we getting a 0.0?
I think we get a 0.0. I genuinely think we'll get one. We're getting a 0.0.
We're not getting a 0.0.
We are. We're getting a 0.0. We are.
No, we're not.
We are. 0.0 incoming.
I'm gonna message Dara now and be like, please don't set a 0.0. I've said you're not doing it.
Oh dear. I mean, listen. I think we're gonna get 5.1s.
5.
Yeah, 5.1s.
I will lower you down to 3.
Ooh. Let us know in the live chat how many 0.1s we're going to get. We want to hear from you wherever you tune in.
I'm thinking who? Charlie Collins.
Dara McCormack, obviously.
Dara McCormack, obviously.
Yeah, Thomas Tatlin.
And no, I'm going both Virtus pros. I'm going Kevin S Jr., Dara McCormack, and Charlie Collins. They're all 7.1.
Are we counting the 0.0 in the 0.1 as well?
Nope.
No.
No. Okay. No. I will let you pass. I will let you pass on that one.
Right. Okay. Well, we'll see where it goes anyway. We've got a little bit of time before the qualifying session gets going, but we had a brief look into how the lap times are spilling out. I can tell you that we have currently got at least 5 cars inside of 0.1 at the moment in free practice, and Luke Bennett's actually added his own to the table just now. So there is plenty. And listen, the intensity's been turned up here. The heat's been turned up to maximum now, and I can imagine that they're going to want to save their very best for this final. 35 points for a win, by the way, folks. So it is, if you're going to do a 0.1, now's the time, Lewis McGlade.
I'm not going to lie. If I get it right, if it is 3 and it is the 3 drivers that I've said, I will take that as my 3rd VCO Simi award. It's fine. I'll take it. That's confirmation. Don't worry about it. It's going to be a tight qualifying session either way. You're going to need to nail a lap time. George thinks someone's going to do it. Well, George thinks Dara's going to do a 0.0.
I think Dara's going to do a 0.0.
Yeah, no, look, it's possible. He's proven it in practice. It is possible.
Yeah.
And the fact is, he's always set a low 0.1. I still think he's setting a 0.1. We'll probably have a little while to wait. He's going to be one of he's going to be one of the last drivers to go out in this qualifying session. First, though, it'll be Jordan Caruso to take us on a lap here around the Monza circuit here in the final. I mean, Jordan Caruso is so good. Like I say, for a driver debuting this season, for a driver not used to RENNSPORT, the fact that he's in consecutive finals, that he's got a victory, he's looking good. And it's a really good first sector. It's
a very good first sector. Bear in mind, this is Jordan Caruso. And bear in mind, we're not factoring in the whole grid just yet. I mean, we're going to be seeing plenty of 35.2s, I would say, as well in the first sector. We've seen a few of them already, but I think now that we're in the final, this is where the drivers start scrutineering. This is where they prepare to bring their absolute best. But really riding on the edge there, Jordan Caruso coming out of Lesmo 2, Serraglio Straight coming up, and the sector split will then come alive once more. And already that purple first sector's gone, so someone else has gone into the 2s clearly at this very early stage. It's a 35.5 in the middle sector, which is around the ballpark. It's a late 0.5, which isn't the best that we've ever seen, but a big final sector can make all the difference here for Jordan Caruso. But I would suggest here, Lewis McGlade, that if this is what we're seeing at this point, I think a flurry of 0.1s aren't too far around the corner. Yeah, you really want that 5. That's fine. I can hear it in your voice. You're trembling there, George. No, honestly, also, you were wrong. It's not been a 35.2 in the first section. It's 35.300, I think, because I think that's what Dennis Schuldiger's done. Yeah, pretty close. He's been beaten as well in the second sector by Dennis Schuldiger. Let's see what Jordan Caruso could do across the line. It's a 46.359, but Dennis Schuldiger's going faster behind this. Can he go on the provisional pole? Can he set a 0.1? George thinks so. This is 0.1 material, 35.2 in that first sector, met with a 35.4. So it is a 35.2 in that first sector anyway. So it's a 0.2 of something coming through the final corner now. Out of Kerber Alboreto, when he had a little moment and a bit of a shake of the head as well. We've already seen that purple sector 2 ripped away. Someone else has taken it. It's a 46.282. Goes to the top, but I think that'll be beat. Yeah, Benneker's going slightly faster in the middle sector, but a bit of a struggle in the first. I almost thought he was going... Is he going slow there? Or is that just the angle? I think he is going slow. It's hard to tell. I think he might have had a slowdown there. I'm not 100% sure. We'll see as he comes through the line. It's just because he was looking somewhere different. It might just be my eye. Let's see as he comes through the final corner. No, I don't think he has. We're all safe and good. Really good middle sector from him as he crosses the line.
Nah, see, I should have stuck to my guns.
Slow down. You were right the first time, Lewis McGlade. Jeffrey Riedfeld, 35.4 in the first sector is certainly not the best that we've seen. 35.4 in that middle sector is actually fairly decent. 43 thousandths off the best time we've seen in that middle sector so far. Big final sector to join the 146.3 club would be ideal here for Jeffrey Riedfeld. I'd imagine this could yet beat Jordan Caruso's time. Should he be able to dial it in the final sector as well? Not quite. Yes, he does beat Caruso. It's a 146.338.
4 drivers, no 0.1s yet, George. Oh, you got to get a 5. Come on. It's fine. Thomas Tattler, not great in the first sector, but he has been really strong in this final one. Let's see what he's like going through it. At the moment, the Porsche does tend to run strong, at least from what we've seen on the timesheets in the final sector. Gets a really good punch off corners like Ascari as well, and especially off the Parabolica. Across the line, is going to set a 46.358, goes into third. Don't let me down, Dara.
Right, Dara McCormack, 35.303 in Sector 1, 35.4 in the middle sector. 2 very decent first 2 sectors. Very nearly breaking into the 35.2s. Only a few thousandths away. Needs a massive final sector here, Dara McCormack. To once again go to the top, but he's shaking his head and clearly not happy. But we've seen him shake his head before on certain occasions and then turn up trumps here against the rest of the field. Dennis Schroding is still on top. It's a purple final sector and a 46.0 straight away for Dara McCormack to prove my point and saying that we would get a 0 in this session.
God, he let me down. He let me down. I hate that you're right.
Thank you, Dara.
That's fine. You slip him the 5 afterwards, all right? Here comes Thibaut Casabon down into the parabolic. A cracking lap from McCormack. Can Thibaut Casabon find himself onto the front row of the grid? The sector times might be leaning that way, to be perfectly honest. Is it going to be a 0.1 from Thibaut Casabon as he works his way up towards the line? 46.317, good enough for third.
That's right, we're about to have a string of ones now with Marcel Cinchik. No, we're not this time. 35.4 with Marcel Cinchik in the first sector for Team Vitality. 35.4 in the middle sector. 79 thousandths off the best time in the middle sector so far. Needs a massive final sector to usurp everyone else on this field. This could very well join him up with his teammates. Should he be able to dial this final sector, he maybe pop himself into P4. Does Cinchik do that? No, just P5. But Dom Blyer with a monster first sector at 35.267 to kickstart his lap here.
I think Marcel Cinchik might have moved those slippers, by the way. I don't know if you noticed that, but that's fine. Here comes Dom Blyer, like you say, absolutely epic first sector. The second sector lacking a little bit, but not much. I think this is second place here for Dom Blyer thus far. Might be a 0.1. I don't think it's going to be a 0.0, but it could challenge getting ahead of Dennis Schoeniger as he comes up towards the line. Let's see what it's going to be from Dom Blyer. It is a 1. It's a 0.160. And so we've got ex-Williams drivers and Williams drivers all over the place in the top 3 positions.
We certainly do. Williams and ex-Williams drivers occupying the top 3 places here in this timing tower. Charlie Collins are representing Porsche Coanda, looking to try and to take another victory, and ideally back-to-back round victories if he can. 35.3 though in that first sector is okay. 35.4 in that middle sector isn't the best, but it's a 10th better off than the 35.5 that we do generally get from time to time, and it's another 146.2 added to the list and pops himself higher than Dennis Schrodinger, but a purple middle sector for Luke Bennett.
Nah, he's got a slow down penalty here, I think. He doesn't look particularly far. It might not be again. It might be my eye. I don't want to jump ahead of it. But he didn't look like he was on the limit on the exit of Ascari, so I'm not sure that this is actually going to be a lap time that's going to be challenging anywhere towards the top despite that purple middle sector. So it'll come down to Kevin Ellis Jr. to set a 0.1 and prove me right, I guess. That's fine. See what Luke Bennett will do across the line. Yeah, he did get a slowdown in that. That's such a big shame for Luke, who's been so fast throughout the day.
Yeah, certainly is a shame he's going to be joining Max Benneker towards the rear of the field so far. Kevin Ellis Jr. with a 35.3 in the first sector, around 68 thousandths off the top with a 35.541 in sector 2, and that's just over 1.5 tenths of a second off the top as he now rounds the final corner. Doesn't look like we're going to get 5.1s at all. We've only got 1 so far. Can Kevin Ellis Jr. joining with a monstrous final sector. It's a 146.2, an early 2, but that's enough to put 2 Virtus Pros in the top 3.
I'm glad we were both wrong. I'll allow you 0.0 predictions.
I was allowed. Oh yeah, I should be allowed the 0.0.
That's fine. But I was closer to the amount of 0.1 predictions. So you were. It's 50-50 here, Morgan. Don't worry. 5.1s. You serious? Well, that would take me back to that qualifying session of the Hockenheim Ring at day 2 at Katowice when everyone was setting those epic lap times. We had a lot of fun with that one. That was
brilliant. It was one after the other, if I remember correctly.
It was mad as to how good that was. We've had a few qualifying sessions get as close as that, but McCormack, who's been the fastest driver of the day, I mean, the clean sweep is on for him. He's so fast here today.
Yeah, I mean, that was by far his biggest standout lap. The fact that we have seen him do it in free practice was quite something enough, but then to go out and prove it in quali trim is something else altogether. One lap, one shot in a final to try and get yourself yet another victory, and not only that, to claim your first final win of the season is quite the statement. And Virtus.pro with a huge opportunity here because they've got cars in P1 and P3.
The audacity, though, to come out through that final sector and shake your head at 0.0.
Unless he gets a late penalty.
The audacity of that is crazy, by the way. That's wild. You did call it. We have seen that from McCormack before. Spot on. He had. What was the? I can't remember what the round was. It was. I think it must, because I was with Ewan. It might have been. I think it wasn't Germany. I think it might have been an online race. It would have been when we were racing Orchard Road last season. Everyone would come through the final corner and everyone was shaking their head. Bam, good lap time. Shake their head. Bam, good lap time. And me and you were sat there being like, what's that? Is this code?
Yeah, I mean, it just seems, I don't think they know their own laps, to be honest.
No. They don't know how fast they're going. No.
Yeah, it's all a blur. But nevertheless, they're coming out for free practice. I mean, it's just a sheer statement, really, though, from McCormack as to how good he truly is. Obviously, he's star quality, really, and it's amazing how we've never really crowned him a champion as a driver in the past, because he has been so good in the past. I remember him being the first driver in history to take back-to-back round wins in R1.
Repeat that again?
I think he was the first driver to get back-to-back round victories.
Yeah, sorry, honestly, my brain just left there a second. I just don't like listening to you, if I'm perfectly honest. Yeah, no, McCormack was. It was round 4 and 5.
Yes.
Of course. Sorry,
I believe Hockenheim Ring was the second one, if I'm not mistaken.
Spa was the first, Hockenheim Ring was the second, and then Nürburgring followed, where Marco Page was victorious.
Yes.
Before that it was Luke Bennett, and before that it was Josh Rogers, and before that it was Max Benniger. I do know some things, don't worry, George.
No, but it just goes to show, it just backs up my point that it's quite surprising that we've never seen him win a Drivers' Championship.
Yeah, but then it's quite a surprise that I think he was the one that pointed out in his interview the last time we saw him win a final was it then, or did he win in the full season? That's a loaded question. He did not win in the full season. So the last time he won a final was the double victory.
Yeah. Which is unreal to think, isn't it? I mean, when you think about how good he truly is. I mean, I remember once when we were there in Sweden at Jönköping doing the grand final, and he was there in contest over the full season major. Which obviously went the way of Joshua Rogers on that occasion. And it was just unbelievable how, he was right in the context of that fight. He just seems to be that driver that's always there, fighting for that title, fighting for that crown. And yet it just seems to slip through his fingers like that. But you never know, maybe a change of scenery is the difference maker.
Look, all those drivers that have done like 100 and more races, they've all been taking part in these and been consistently in the drivers' finals. It'll be fun. It'll be interesting to see. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it later on the season. We'll keep our eyes focused on the final here and now. Luke Bennett and Max Benniger, an epic final row of the grid that could well have been a front row of the grid, knowing those two. Jordan Caruso will start on the 5th row of the grid alongside Thomas Tattler, who's had great pace all day. Marcel Chinchik in 8th position with Jeffrey Riefeld in 7th. Of course, then it's Thibaut Casbon and Dennis Schoeniger starting from 5th. Charlie Collins, the driver who could have gone for 5 in a row, but unfortunately got denied that one, will start this one from 4th position, with the Virtus.pro driver Kevin Owens Jr. starting directly behind his teammate, the front row of Don Blyer and Dara McCormack. Those two good friends, they get along really well. Great qualifying from Don Blyer, who did go on to finish very strongly, of course, last time out, as he was able to cross the line in the final in 2nd place behind Charlie Collins. He'll be starting this one from 2nd again. Will he go for a victory? Let's wait and see. Can Darren McCormack take his first victory in a final in 2 years? So much to play for. And I'm not going to ask for a prediction from you, George, because I don't want you cursing anyone. Don't worry. I think it's going to be a fun one, though. What do you think is going to happen down in turn 1?
Well, listen, it's going to be a tie. I don't think Dominic Blyer is going to be a slouch for this either. I think this is his best opportunity at taking a final win. I can't see past Darren McCormack, though. I think at this point, Lewis. I think as soon as he gets in front, if given the opportunity, he will look to break that 1 second gap again.
If at a bare minimum he gets a podium, he will have 50% race podiums for Darren McCormack. He's done this is his 106th race. It would be a 53rd podium. Kevin Ellis Jr. is in his 100th race, and we're about ready to go racing for the second final of 2025. Racing down towards the first corner, and look at the start there. From the middle goes Dennis Schoeniger, trying to make it 3 wide on that second row. Absolutely crazy as Dom Blyer down the inside. Bit of contact there from the rear end of the Porsche of Charlie Collins, and straight over goes Kevin Ellis Jr. Darren McCormack's able to hang on to the race leaders. Kevin Ellis Jr. is going to drop back into the pack, and it could be bad. There's a spinner in the background there, and I think that's Marcel Trindig. It's both Vitalities. Thibaut Casabon also involved in this, and look at the 3 wide here as straight to the outside comes Kevin Ellis Jr. The attack comes to the rear end of Darren McCormack as Dom Blyer and Dennis Schoeniger is going on the attack. They're side by side for second spot, and a big dive from Jordan Caruso on Thomas Taylor behind. Out wide goes Dennis Schoeniger, and the gap now grows for the race lead to 3/4 of a second.
Yeah, this is the opportunity that Darren McCormack was looking for. Now as Dominic Blyer battles with Dennis Schrödinger and Charlie Collins coming into this fight, it's allowing him to slip away, and the gap is nearly fed out to nearly a whole second, and this could be the first round victory since the double that Darren McCormack scored initially when he first joined the championship. As we now watch them head down through towards the Ascari chicane, it's McCormack, Blyer, Schrödinger, Collins, Kevin Ellis Jr. down in 5th as well. Virtus Pro currently with 2 cars in the top 5, with the highest performing cars as well, with Kevin Ellis Jr. after winning his second semi-final with every chance of taking a big points buffer here today as well. But it's McCormack ahead by nearly a whole second. Blyer in second with Schrödinger in 3rd place. 1.3 off the top with Charlie Collins waiting in the wings, with Kevin Ellis Jr. also looking to join him. Jeffrey Rietveld not out of this either, but as they now blast down the home straight, they begin lap 2 of 9, and it's McCormack who holds the lead.
Any guesses for what McCormack's heart rate would have been on the first lap? I can tell you something for sure. It would have been deep in the triple digits there. It will probably be calming down a little bit now that he's built a 1 second lead. Big look to the inside from Kevin Ellis Jr. As he tries to fire one. Whoa, big moment there. And Dennis Schoeniger's gone out wide, and it's been opened up. This has gone from 0 to crazy town. What happened there to the Williams of Dom Blyer? Oh, and it's still going on. You got the red line involved in that as well as Jeff Rietveld, who's dropping back. What has happened?
I mean, that's baffling. Max Benneker is right towards the rear as well. He's in 8th place. Now, remember, we expected him to be a little higher as well. Luke Bennett now in 6th. We've got Darren McCormack in front. Dennis Schrödinger still fighting tooth and nail, as is Luke Bennett trying to come into this as well. Jordan Caruso in P6 with Casabon further back. Somehow the Vitalities have fought back as well. As now off the track, that goes Jordan Caruso into the gravel trap coming out of Lesmo 1. Carnage here on lap 2 of 9. And now into the gravel goes Luke Bennett. It just seems that all sense of this race has been thrown out the window, and Dominic Blyer is down in 12th. Rietveld now down in 11th place.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, like I say, heart rates are rising around the grid. They're definitely low for Darren McCormack. He's got now 2.1 second lead. Oh, my goodness. What has happened to this? Again, these are 12 of the absolute best drivers in sim racing, and it's gone to absolute crazy town here at Monza. I mean, to be fair, we've had some pretty crazy races around this circuit before, haven't we? I mean, it's always been a little bit chaotic, but yeah, that's wild. Could still get that Virtus Pro 1-2, by the way.
Yeah, we very, very easily could. Kevin Ellis Jr. is only just around 6/10 away from Charlie Collins, and it won't take a lot for him to pounce. In the meantime, Thibaut Casabon trying to gain on the back of Luke Bennett as well, and Team Vitality were once rooted towards the tail of the field after they both came together on the opening lap. This speaks volumes of how this race has gone. They've now managed to move back into 5th 5th and also 8th position.
Yeah.
So that's just absolutely maniacal. I cannot believe how this has turned out. Thibaut Casabon currently sat 4.1 away from Dara McCormack, and currently sits also 7/10 or so away from Kevin Ellis Jr. in 4th place.
What happened to Kevin Ellis Jr.? He was running in 3rd position and has now dropped back behind Dennis Schoeniger and comfortably behind him as well. Did he get a dive down at turn 1? Did he drive it off the road or something? But he was right in contention for 2nd spot and now has dropped back behind Schoeniger.
Yeah, baffling. I don't know what's happened there. Kevin Ellis Jr. was actually in touching distance of Charlie Collins.
Yeah, really.
But Schrödinger has now, by some mere consequence, managed to move on through. Here's a replay. Talk us through this, Lewis.
I mean, I'd love. Whoa, that was obviously a very big hit on the rear of the wings. That's what happened to Dom Blyer that we were a little bit confused by. 3 wide and all this, and then you just get stuck. That's Jeff Rietveld.
Rietveld, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
there's Benneker.
I mean. Can I just suggest one thing when a car is slightly over? Now, this is going to sound absolutely crazy. The throttle pedal can actually come up, right? It doesn't have to be slammed down. What are you doing? Yeah. Just lift off the throttle a bit, and they'll either spin round or they'll stop being on your nose and you can carry on. What am I watching?
It's a justifiable point, Lewis McGlade. I think to be fair.
Oh my God.
As they now begin lap 4 of 9. It's Dara McCormack, though, with a 2.3 second lead, and Schrödinger is still very much in this. Don't count out Kevin Ellis Jr. Despite what may have happened between himself and Dennis Schrödinger, he's still very much in this fight, as we now rejoin the fight between Jordan Caruso and Jeffrey Rietveld towards the rear. Thomas Tatler now up into 9th place, and that is the group that we're currently seeing now coming around the Curva Grande. Up the very top, though, once more, it's very close between Schrödinger and Collins, and they're towing along Kevin Ellis Jr. in a battle over that P2 spot, as we now watch them come down into the Roger chicane. There is Kevin Ellis Jr., who lost out on that P3 after Schrödinger seemingly found his way past. Now, whether that was a clean overtake or whether there was something else going on there, I'm not quite sure, but I'd imagine that Schrödinger has managed to tow himself closer and closer into this top 3 battle and put himself in a position to battle for 2nd place at the very least. But as far as McCormack's concerned, he's a distant memory. He is long gone. 2.2 up the road.
Yeah, McCormack's got this one basically sorted, but realistically, if Dennis Schrödinger has done a great round, by the way, he's really built on the round that he had at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps last week. I'm looking at that gap, thinking the 8-9 tenths to Charlie Collins. I think Collins might be safe in 2nd spot now. I think that gap's a little bit too large for Dennis Schrödinger or Kevin Ellis Jr. to close his way in, knowing the pace of Charlie Collins. Charlie Collins obviously not going to close down the 2.2 second gap up to Darren McCormack, but I think we are staring at a battle for the final step on the podium. I do not believe they'll be able to catch the runners-up position that Collins currently holds.
Yeah, no, it's looking pretty safe at the moment for Charlie Collins. Kevin Ellis Jr. now looking to the outside of Dennis Schrödinger, coming down in towards the first corner and does indeed move up into P3. We also have Luke Bennett up the inside of Thibaut Casabon as they now stretch out of turn 2 down towards Curva Grande as they now look to pirouette down through towards the Roger chicane. McCormack now is still owning that 2.3 second advantage. There's Luke Bennett, who no doubt would probably be as confused as anybody as to what happened in those initial few laps. Max Benneker probably thinking the same thing as he now looks to the inside here on Thibaut Casabon. Like again, as I say it again, Marcel Cinci coming into this fight vitality with have been handed a real fortuitous baton, really, and given a chance to score more points in this final race to bring extra points here home for the team that they most definitely need, and could yet take points away from Maus as well as we watch them stretch down through the Seraglio Straight. They've got Luke Bennett close to them down through towards the Ascari chicane. There is quite a gap then to the Maus car of Dennis Schrödinger, who's currently sat in 4th and 3.5 seconds away from Darren McCormack at the top of the shot, but still all over the back of Kevin Ellis Jr. on the run down through towards Kerber Alboreto, and he'll get a nice helpful tow from the Virtus Pro Aston Martin before beginning their next lap, lap 6 of 9.
I have received some very interesting information.
Interesting.
Of course. This is about Dennis Schoeneger, the driver that we're looking at right now. He has received a penalty for track limits. It was 5, it's now 10 seconds of time limit for track limit excursion. So his chance of hanging on to 4th position, I think, will not happen.
No.
Yeah, he's going to be dropping down.
Yeah, I'd imagine as he now surpasses Kevin Ellis Jr. for that on-track 3rd place. We've got a bit of a fight now happening further back. We've got Max Benneker now going side by side here with what looks to be Luke Bennett on the run now out of turn 1 and turn 2. He's managed to get the move 1 and done, and now in behind we have got Thibaut Casibon going side by side here with Luke Bennett this time as well. And not to mention, we've also got Marcel Chinchik. This is going to be a very tricky first sector here for Luke Bennett, who forfeits 3 places and clearly not happy about it as well. He's now down into 8th place. What a turnaround here for Vitality.
Yeah, I know. The fact that they're even remotely in this race is wild. They were both in the barrier on the right-hand side on the exit of the opening chicane. I mean, I think it just shows how chaotic this final has been. It's been a bit memey. Honestly, it's been a great laugh, but it's not been the level of quality that we normally expect from the top level of R1. But I mean, look, it's banter in it. These races happen every now and then, and it is what it is. And we've still had some great racing. I will say some of the racing that we've had throughout the day has actually been some of the best racing that we've had. Again, I will throw it back to that Kevin Ellis Jr. Josh Rogers battle. I think it was fantastic. Thibaut Casibon putting on a great overtake as well. And just seeing some of the driving from McCormack and the likes and Collins. We've had some really good driving. We have had some absolute stinkers though. My goodness.
Yeah, we've had definitely a few moments. It's going to lead to some very interesting discussions for best moments of the day that we've got coming up later on prior to the end of the show. But as we now watch them coming down the straight once more, we're coming into the frail stages now of this race. Benneker, despite being in 5th, might see himself surpassed here by 2 Vitality cars. We got Schoeneger and also Kevin Ellis Jr. going side by side coming in towards turn 1. Kevin Ellis Jr. with the inside line as well, tapping the rear from Schoeneger, and he's going to make contact, and the rear end stepping out on the Virtus Pro Aston Martin. It's getting very physical out there, Lewis, even now on lap 7 of 9.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, we've still not got long left to go, just 3 laps left. And obviously, whilst this battle on our screen here might be a bit of a nothing burger, but still, Kevin Ellis Jr. will drop back behind Dennis Schoeneger, I think, again, because knowing there's a 10-second time penalty going towards the Mouse driver. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, though, Dennis can play his part here. If he slows down Kevin Ellis Jr., I think it's kind of might be what he's doing. If he slows down Kevin Ellis Jr., he could potentially give his teammate Max Benneker a podium here. And that's it. His race is basically done. 10-second time penalty, you're basically out of it. I believe one of them, by the way, was 5 seconds for track limits. I think the other 5 might have been a contact-related 5 seconds. But he can still sort out his team out. He can help Benneker get a podium, which would be mega for the team, and still proving his worth and the quality of a driver that he is, that he's actually had some really good pace, really good consistency. He's got into back-to-back finals, and he has helped his team get a podium. I mean, look, I've got a lot of positives to say about Dennis Schoeneger. The penalty's less so, but yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's brought plenty of other attributes to the table. Just to say, if Benneker does get 3rd place, that's 21 points going his way at the end of this very race, because of course we go up a level on points heading into the final of a knockout. Usually for 3rd place you would get 16, but in the final you get extra points, 21. Like I said, so as we now watch them sprint down through towards turn 1 once again, there's Thibaut Casibon, and now we're rejoining the battle between Schoeneger and also Kevin Ellis Jr., who's looking to try and consolidate a 1-3 here for Virtus Pro. And again, a tap in that rear again. This is almost a carbon copy of what we saw before, and I think you're absolutely right, Lewis. This is an effort to try and bring Benneker into the fight, but inadvertently we're also towing in the likes of Team Vitality and also Luke Bennett on the tail of this bunch as well, and also Jeffrey Rietveld is trying to gain on the back. He's only a second behind his own teammates, as now Dennis Schoeneger and Max Benneker now once again come together, as now Schoeneger and Kevin Ellis Jr. run wheel to wheel coming through the Rogers chicane, and Benneker tapping into the rear of what looked to be Kevin Ellis Jr.'s Aston Martin as they now send it through towards Lesmo 1. Outside line here for Schoeneger, looking to try and hold on to P3, albeit just briefly for now, with in behind Max Benneker going toe-to-toe here as well with Thibaut Casibon. Schoeneger into 3rd, into the gravel once more goes Thibaut Casibon, and that's going to forfeit places, and now he's going to be left to fight it out with Luke Bennett and Chinchik moves into 6.
Quite a train here, though, and it's definitely not done yet. One final run after this around the Monza circuit to decide who's going to be finishing anywhere in this group. I mean, we're in for a wild one for sure. Dennis Schuniger's doing his part, at least orchestrating what will be, I'm sure, a dramatic final lap. But there comes a point where he's kind of got, if he's doing this to assist Beneke getting into this, there comes a point where he kind of has to jump out of the way. And when I mean jump out of the way, I mean literally hard left onto the grass. Get out of it, right? As soon as Beneke is in position, you kind of need to just to get out of the way. You're not going to be scoring any points other than maybe 12th or 11th place because you'll be ahead of Don Bly, but that's it. Final lap of the race then has begun. Darren McCormack already comfortably down the road. This is going to be a very interesting end to this race, to who's going to be on the podium. At the moment, it should be Kevin Ellis Jr. in position after Dennis Schuniger's penalty. We've still got plenty of battling behind. Way too deep on the brakes. Well, actually, if it was very early on the brakes, I think, from Luke Bennett.
Yeah, might well have been. Either way, contact was made, and the two red line cars now taking the wider outside approach, coming in towards Curva Grande, and down the inside comes Thibaut Casibon as they now make their way down through towards the Roger chicane. It's going to get very fraught and very tight on the run into this second chicane now on the road down in towards turns 8, or should I say, sorry, turns 4 and turns 5, as they now beckon their way out. This time, no side-by-side action between Casibon and Rietveld. They come out in an orderly fashion. Tatler in behind in 10th place as well, but it's still McCormack 2.4 out in front. Now further up is that battle for 3rd place. Remember, Kevin Ellis Jr. right on the cusp of it, and Max Beneke needs to make a charge now should he want to try and take home a podium. Needs to get past Kevin Ellis Jr.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, this is going to go down all the way to the Parabolica. It's going to be a bit of fisticuffs, and Max Beneke is a feisty driver himself. Big look in the background there from Luke Bennett on the rear end of Marcel Chinchik as they go into Ascari for the final time this afternoon. They work their way out of it. It's going to be a big battle, but obviously up ahead of all of this, Darren McCormack's coming through the final corner now, down to it, out through it, and it's been a long time since we've called him as a winner in a final. He's had 3, this is his 3rd attempt at the clean sweep. 3rd time is the charm, and there we go. Darren McCormack, a 21st victory and a 53rd podium in R1. And look at the chaos in behind as Collins and Schuniger will cross the line 2nd and 3rd. Schoniger's going to drop back, but look at the drag race here. Kevin Ellis Jr. will put 2 Virtus Pros onto the podium. Big drag races from all of those behind. But what a drive from Darren McCormack. Another victory, 3 on the bounce, 6 podiums on the bounce to start out this season. And finally, the clean sweep happens.
Not only that, he maintains a stellar podium record as well of 6 in a row throughout the course of this season so far in R1. What a tremendous record indeed, and a final victory for the first time in a long, long time. And we saw his reaction as he came across as well. It just goes to show what it meant to Darren McCormack. And I must say, his race pretty much sealed and signed after the first lap, really, Lewis. It was all the carnage that we saw. Of course, we'll take a look at the highlights later on. But it was all pretty much a sealed deal after the first lap.
It really was. But to be fair, the fact that he's done that in 3 races here, and to be fair, if you account for Spa, 4 races this season, right? The fact that he's done that so many times this season, that's not luck. He's putting himself in the right position. He's putting himself at the front of the field, and he's not making a mistake on that first lap. And that's when they're all battling behind, that allows him to build that gap. He's playing his cards really well on the first lap, and he's basically doing all of the hard work there. So the rest of the race is easy.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we can go and join him for an interview right now. Darren McCormack standing by to join us. And what a result as well, Dara. At a tremendous night at the office with Virtus Pro, another victory, and a return to a final win as well. You must be absolutely elated with that.
I don't have any words. It's been 2 years of trying to get back to the top in the final, and finally it's happened. New team, new car, 2nd round. It doesn't get any nicer for me. I'm over the moon, to be honest.
Think of everything that's happened between, obviously, your last victory in a final, like I say, 2 years ago, and now. So much have changed in your driving approach, in what you've done, what's been competed for here in the ESL, like you say, team as well. I mean, that's a lot of work that's gone into building up to this moment. Do you think this is maybe a turning point of view as a driver, or are you kind of just the same driver? This has just finally happened?
I think it's the last bit that you said has just finally happened. I think it was just a matter of time, and that's what I believed that I could do it. You know, I just needed everything to go right for once, and for once I had a little bit of luck where the pack split, and it was just, it was amazing.
Yeah, and obviously working with Virtus Pro now, Dara, it was a daring move, obviously, to leave a team where you've been established for such a long time at Williams. And, you know, whenever you make these major decisions, you're always wondering, what if this goes wrong? But it certainly seems, certainly after discussing things with Kevin Ellis Jr., you two have got that working relationship dialed in. He was talking about how instrumental you've been on the telemetry, working as a team, as a unit, to develop, obviously, your racing ability, and also turning you know, both of you into winners. What does the future hold for Virtus Pro, in a sense, now that you are essentially contenders against Porsche Coanda at the moment?
Yeah, that's the aim. I mean, we're here to win. We're not here to fill the grid, that's for damn sure. Myself and Kevin are, you know, proven winners, and we want to put our nose there. We want to show who we are, and we want to do the best for this team that we can. We need to show that this team can be put up there, and I think we've done a really good job this weekend.
One final question then. It's more about the car. Let's refocus a little bit on that, on the Aston Martin. Obviously, you've now won in 2 different cars, which is actually a very, very small list of people that's actually ever been able to do that. It's always pretty cool. But what is the Aston like driving that compared to a Mercedes? Because you seem to be able to get the most out of whatever car it is.
To be honest, I'm kind of comfortable to drive whatever. You know, like as you said, I'm pretty comfortable driving 2 different cars. It's just who I am. I just like changing, you know what I mean? It's nice to me. But the Aston in particular has a lot of rotation, like I said. Not many people would like that, but I really like it. You know, it's a little bit iffy on the throttle and the exit. You need to be really careful, but you know, through the mid-speed and high-speed stuff, it's just really, really nice, and that's what I enjoy. So it's like I said, it suits me a little bit more than the Merc, but you know, I've been in the Merc I was in the Merc for years, so yes, I don't really mind driving anything, to be honest, and I really enjoy the Aston at the moment.
Well, I bet you would have got a 46-0 in qualifying, and you certainly delivered that. So I'm happy as well. I win against Lewis McGlade. We wish you all the very best, Dara. Congratulations on returning to finalist glory. We wish you all the very best at Hockenheimring to round off the knockout. Dara McCormack, everyone, joining us. We'll take a look at the highlights now as well. Lewis, just talk us through this. It was chaotic, wasn't it?
It was a little bit, yeah. This is kind of where it all began. Don Blyer down the inside there of McCormack there into the first chicane, and a little bit of argy-bargy behind. Kevin Ellis Jr. basically going straight on after it being made 3 wide, being forced out wide, had nowhere to go on the exit of Dennis Schoeniger, and then it was all kicking off. Watch the 2 Vitalities as they go whoop straight over into the wall on the right-hand side. Don't worry, their race wasn't done there. They were still able to work their way back into proceedings. Don Blyer getting a big old hit on the rear end from Dennis Schoeniger down in the first chicane, allowing Charlie Collins to work his way through, and Kevin Ellis Jr. And then no one wanted to lift off the throttle at all as we were keeping it pinned, baby. Timmons Tatler right in the middle of it, and Don Blyer getting sent off into the barrier. I said those Vitalities, they'll be back involved in the mix. They certainly were. They worked their way right up to the rear end of the Red Line, and of course the mouse that belonged to Max Benneker as they were trying to close their way back up to that podium battle. They certainly would close up as Kevin Ellis Jr. and Dennis Schoeniger, who at this point had a time penalty. He was battling with Kevin Ellis Jr., trying to slow him down, trying to bring back in Max Benneker. It's exactly what happened, but they still weren't quite able to beat the Virtus Pro driver, who was able to squeeze his way through here. Dennis Schoeniger on the outside, bit of side-by-side 2 rows deep as well. The Vitality driver there, Kazimon, getting to the outside as well. Great fighting between these, a couple of rows deep, and as they would leave Lesmo 1, they'd find their way back into single file just briefly. Again, superb racing, bit of elbows out as Benneker was trying to fend off, and in fact that's where Kazimon went wide, courtesy of the mouse driver just squeezing a little bit on the exit of Lesmo 2. Big move that we didn't actually catch this one. That's a big send down the inside into the final corner. Not a clean move there, I don't think, George Morgan. That was a little bit elbows out.
Was slightly, wasn't it? Take us through the results, though, Lewis. Another win for McCormack.
Indeed it is. A 21st victory, 19.8% of the races he's done, he's been victorious in. McCormack on top again. Charlie Collins, though, keeping the podiums flowing. Second place for Collins here. And, of course, Kevin Ellis Jr. making it 2 Virtus Pro drivers onto the podium. Max Benneker there in 4th position. Still a very solid drive for him before we get to Jeff Rietveld and Thibaut Casbon inside the top 6. Luke Bennett down in 7th position with Marcel Chinchik, Jordan Caruso, Dennis Schoeniger after the penalties, dropping back to 10th position with Thomas Tattler down there, and Dom Blyer, after being unceremoniously dumped into the barrier on the, well, basically all over the place, to be honest, is unfortunately down in 12th.
Well, there we have it. Those are the results after a gripping final tonight action at Monza to cap off round 2 for the final. I mean, what a tremendous visit. Incredible day of racing, drama, action. We've had plenty. I bet you guys have enjoyed tuning into it as well at home as well. Lewis, how can we summarise this? Is there more to come from Dara McCormack? I get the sense we've only just touched the surface of this so far.
This is kind of the interesting one. I actually agree with what he was basically saying. It's kind of why I teed it up a little bit the way I did. Is that it's not that we're seeing a new Darren McCormack, because he has got the same speed and the same race. It's more
progression.
Exactly. Like he's not the same driver that he was 2 years ago. Sure. There is that maturity now, but it's about being able to deliver that speed on a consistent basis. And as soon as those final bits click, this is where we see McCormack now. He has been very clearly, in my opinion, the best driver. We've had 48 drivers here today. He has been very clearly the best of them. His lap times in qualifying, again, all 3 of the lap times that he set to set pole position would have been good enough for any of the pole positions this afternoon. That's how good he has been. All 3 races have been done to perfection. He's pulled out the gap when he needed to. He's put the car in the right place at the right time. If this is a new Darren McCormack, and fair enough, well, I'm really excited to see it. I don't think it is. I think we're just seeing McCormack reach the potential that we know he's had for ages.
Yeah, and not just a Dara McCormack evolution, obviously a Virtus Pro evolution as well. We're looking forward to seeing how they get on for the rest of the campaign. But a big thank you to everyone for tuning in as well. Just quickly, Lewis, final best moment of the day?
To be fair, the side-by-side between Kevin Ellis Jr. and Josh Roddy, I think that was absolutely fantastic, battling exactly how it should be done. A big advertisement to the rest of the grid as to how to keep things clean. Please, in future, let's do it.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the 146.0, the Dara McCormack set. Right. But for everyone tuning in at home across the board, check out and stay up to date with all the RENNSPORT socials. Stay up to date with R1. We'll see you next time for the final knockout round. We're heading, of course, to the next round of Hockenheimring. We'll see you there.